Pee Wee Boxer surveyed the job site with disgust. The foreman was a jerk. The crew were a bunch of losers. Worst of all, the guy handling the CAD didn't know anything about hydraulic excavators. Maybe it was a union thing. Maybe he was friends with somebody. Either way, he was jerking the machine around like it was his first day at Queen's Votech. Boxer stood there, beefy arms folded, watching as the big bucket bit into the brick rubble of the old tenement block. The bucket flexed, stopped suddenly with a squeal of hydraulics, then started again, swinging this way and that. Gosh, where did they get these jokers? He heard a crunch of footsteps behind him and turned to see the foreman approaching, face caked in dust and sweat. "Boxer, you buy tickets to this show or what?" Boxer flexed the muscles of his massive arms, pretending not to hear. He was the only one on the site who knew construction, and the crews resented him for it. Boxer didn't care. He liked keeping to himself. He heard the excavator rattle as it carved into the solid wall of old fill. The lower strata of older buildings lay open to the sun, exposed like a fresh wound. Above, asphalt and cement. Below, brick, rubble, then more brick. And below that, dirt. To sink the footings for the glass apartment tower well into bedrock, they had to go deep. He glanced out beyond the work site. Beyond, a row of Lower East Side brownstones stood starkly in the brilliant afternoon light. Some had just been renovated. The rest would soon follow. Gentrification. "Yo, Boxer, you deaf?" Boxer flexed again, fantasizing briefly about sinking his fist into the guy's red face. "Come on, get yourself in gear. This ain't a peep show." The foreman jerked his head toward Boxer's work detail. Not coming any closer, though. So much the better for him. Boxer looked around for his shift crew. They were busy piling bricks into a dumpster, no doubt for sale to some pioneering yuppie around the corner who liked crappy-looking old bricks at $5 each. He began walking, just slowly enough to let the foreman know he wasn't in any hurry. There was a shout. The grinding of the excavator ceased suddenly. The cat had bit into a brick foundation wall, exposing a dark, ragged hole behind it. The operator swung down from the idling rig. Frowning, the foreman walked over, and the two men started talking animatedly. "Boxer," came the foreman's voice. "Since you ain't doing squat, I got another job for you." Boxer altered his course subtly, as if that was the way he'd already been going, not looking up to acknowledge he had heard, letting his attitude convey the contempt he felt for the scrawny foreman. He stopped in front of the guy, staring at the man's dusty little work boots. Small feet. Slowly, he glanced up. "Welcome to the world, Pee Wee. Take a look at this." Boxer gave the hole the merest glance. "Let's see your light." Boxer slipped the ribbed yellow flashlight out of a loop in his pants and handed it to the foreman. The foreman switched it on. "Hey, it works," he said, shaking his head at the miracle. He leaned into the hole. The guy looked like an idiot, standing daintily on tiptoe atop a fallen pile of brick, his head and torso invisible within the ragged hole. He said something, but it was too muffled to make out. He withdrew. "Looks like a tunnel." He wiped his face, smearing the dust into a long black line. "Whew, stinks in there." "See King Tut?" someone asked. Everyone but Boxer laughed. Who the heck was King Tut? I sure as gosh hope this ain't some kind of archaeological deal. He turned to Boxer. "Pee Wee, you a big strong fella. I want you to check it out." Boxer took the flashlight and, without a glance at the weenies around him, hoisted himself up the collapsed pile of bricks and into the hole the excavator had cut into the wall. He knelt atop the broken bricks, shining his light into the cavity. Below was a long, low tunnel. Cracks dog-legged up through the walls and across the ceiling. It looked just about ready to collapse. He hesitated. "You going in or what?" came the voice of the foreman. He heard another voice, a whiny imitation. "But it's not in my union contract." There were guffaws. He went in. Bricks had spilled down in a talus to the floor of the tunnel. Boxer half scrambled, half slid in, raising clouds of dust. He found his feet and stood up, shining the light ahead. It lashed through the dust, not getting far. From inside, the place seemed even darker. He waited for his eyes to adjust and the dust to settle. He heard conversation and laughter from above, but faintly, as if from a great distance. He took a few steps forward, shining the beam back and forth. Thread-like stalactites hung from the ceiling, and a draft of foul-smelling air licked his face. Dead rats, probably. The tunnel appeared to be empty, except for a few pieces of coal. Along both sides were a long series of arched niches, about 3 feet across and 5 high, each crudely bricked up. Water glistened on the walls, and he heard a chorus of faint dripping sounds. It seemed very quiet now, the tunnel blocking all noise from the outside world. He took another step, angling the flashlight beam along the walls and ceiling. The network of cracks seemed to grow even more extensive, and pieces of stone jutted from the arched ceiling. Cautiously, he backed up, his eyes straying once again to the bricked-up niches along both walls. He approached the closest one. A brick had recently fallen out, and the others looked loose. He wondered what might be inside the niches. Another tunnel? Something deliberately hidden? He shined the light into the brick hole, but it could not penetrate the blackness beyond. He put his hand in, grasped the lower brick, and wiggled it. Just as he thought, it too was loose. He jerked it out with a shower of lime dust. Then he pulled out another and another. The foul odor, much stronger now, drifted out to him. He shined the light in again. Another brick wall, maybe 3 feet back. He angled the light toward the bottom of the arch, peering downward. There was something there, like a dish, porcelain. He shuffled back a step, his eyes watering in the fetid air. Curiosity struggled with a vague sense of alarm. Something was definitely inside there. It might be old and valuable. Why else would it be bricked up like that? He remembered a guy who once found a bag of silver dollars while demolishing a brownstone. Rare, worth a couple thousand. Bought himself a slick new Kubota riding mower. If it was valuable, forget them. He was gonna pocket it. He plucked at his collar buttons, pulled his t-shirt over his nose, reached into the hole with his flashlight arm, then resolutely ducked his head and shoulders in after it and got a good look. For a moment, he remained still, frozen in place. Then his head jerked back involuntarily, slamming against the upper course of bricks. He dropped the light into the hole and staggered away, scraping his forehead this time, lurching back into the dark, his feet backing into Mondin's. He fell to the floor with an involuntary cry. For a moment, all was silent. The dust swirled upward, and far above, there was a feeble glow of light from the outside world. The stench swept over him. With a gasp, he staggered to his feet, heading for the light, scrambling up the slide of bricks, falling, his face in the dirt, then up again and scrabbling with both hands. Suddenly, he was out in the clear light, tumbling head first down the other side of the brick pile, landing face down with a stunning blow. He vaguely heard laughter, which ceased as soon as he rolled over. And then there was a rush to his side, hands picking him up, voices talking all at once. "Goodness gracious, what happened to you?" "He's hurt," came a voice. "He's all bloody." "Step back," said another. Boxer tried to catch his breath, tried to control the hammering of his heart. "Don't move him. Call an ambulance." Was it a cave-in? The yammering went on and on. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He finally coughed and sat up, to a sudden hush. "Bones," he managed to say. "Bones? What do you mean, Bones? He's not making any sense." Boxer felt his head begin to clear. He looked around, feeling the hot blood running down his face. Skulls, bones, piled up, dozens of them. Then he felt faint and lay down again in the bright sunlight. Patrick Murphy O'Shaughnessy sat in the precinct captain's office, waiting for him to get off the phone. He had been waiting 5 minutes, but so far Custer hadn't even looked in his direction, which was just fine with him. O'Shaughnessy scanned the walls without interest, his eyes moving from commendation plaques to departmental shooting trophies, lighting at last upon the painting on the far wall. It showed a little cabin in a swamp at night under a full moon, its windows casting a yellow glow over the waters. It was a source of endless amusement to the 7th Precinct that their captain, with all his mannerisms and his pretensions to culture, had a velvet painting proudly displayed in his office. There had even been talk of getting an office pool together, soliciting donations for a less revolting replacement. O'Shaughnessy used to laugh along with them, but now he found it pathetic. It was all so pathetic. The rattle of the phone in its cradle brought him out of his reverie. He looked up as Custer pressed his intercom button. "Sergeant Noyes, come in here, please." O'Shaughnessy looked away. This wasn't a good sign. Herbert Noyes, recently transferred from Internal Affairs, was Custer's new personal assistant and numero uno flatterer. Something unpleasant was definitely up. Almost instantly, Noyes entered the office, the usual unctuous smile breaking the smooth lines of his ferret-like head. He nodded politely to Custer, ignored O'Shaughnessy, and took the seat closest to the captain's desk, chewing gum as usual. His skinny form barely made a dent in the burgundy-colored leather. He'd come in so fast it was almost as if he'd been hovering outside. O'Shaughnessy realized he probably had been. And now, at last, Custer turned toward O'Shaughnessy. "Patty," he said in his high, thin voice, "how's the last Irish cop on the force doing these days?" O'Shaughnessy waited just long enough to be insolent, and then answered, "It's Patrick, sir." "Patrick? Patrick? I thought they called you Patty," Custer went on, some of the hearty bluster gone. "There are still plenty of Irish on the force, sir." Yeah, but how many are named Patrick Murphy O'Shaughnessy? I mean, is that Irish or what? That's like Chai Moshe Finkelstein or Vinnie Scarpetta Gotti della Gambino. Ethnic, very ethnic. But hey, don't get me wrong, ethnic's good. Very good, Noyes said. I'm always saying we need diversity on the force. Right? Sure, O'Shaughnessy replied. Anyway, Patrick, we've got a little problem here. A few days ago, 36 skeletons were uncovered at a construction site here in the precinct. You may have heard of it. I supervised the investigation myself. It's a Mogan Fairhaven development. You know them. Sure I do. O'Shaughnessy glanced pointedly at the oversized Mont Blanc fountain pen in Custer's shirt pocket. Mr. Fairhaven had given them as Christmas presents to all the precinct captains in Manhattan the year before. Big outfit, lots of money, lots of friends, good people. Now these skeletons, Patrick, are well over a century old. It's our understanding that some maniac back in the 1800s murdered these people and hid them in a basement. With me so far? O'Shaughnessy nodded. Have you ever had any experience with the FBI? No, sir. They tend to think working cops are stupid. They like to keep us in the dark. It's fun for them. It's a little game they play, said Noyes, with a small bob of his shiny head. It was hard to make a crew cut look oily, but somehow Noyes managed. That's exactly right, Custer said. You know what we're saying, Patrick? Sure. They were saying he was about to get some gosh stink assignment involving the FBI. That's what he knew. Good. For some reason, we've got an FBI agent poking around the site. He won't say why he's interested. He's not even local, from New Orleans, believe it or not. But the guy's got pull. I'm still looking into it. The boys in the New York office don't like him any more than we do. They told me some stories about him, and I didn't like what I heard. Wherever this guy goes, trouble follows. You with me? Yes, sir. This guy's been calling all over the place, wants to see the bones, wants to see the pathologist's report, wants everything under the sun. He doesn't seem to get that the crime's ancient history. So now Mr. Fairhaven is concerned. He doesn't want this getting blown out of proportion, you know. He's going to have to rent those apartments. You get my drift? And when Mr. Fairhaven gets concerned, he calls the mayor. The mayor calls Commissioner Rocker. The commissioner calls the commander. And the commander calls me. Which means that now I'm concerned. O'Shaughnessy nodded. Which means now I'm supposed to be concerned, which I'm not. Very concerned, said Noyes. O'Shaughnessy allowed his face to relax into the most unconcerned of looks. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to assign you to be this guy's NYPD liaison. You stick to him like a fly to, honey. I want to know what he's going, where he goes, and especially what he's up to. But don't get too friendly with the guy. No, sir. His name is Pendergast, Special Agent Pendergast. Custer turned over a piece of paper. Gosh, they didn't even give me his first name here. No matter. I've set up a meeting with you and him tomorrow, 2 p.m. After that, you stay with him. You're there to help him. That's the official line. But don't be too helpful. This guy's ticked off a lot of people. Here, read for yourself. O'Shaughnessy took the proffered file. Do you want me to remain in uniform, sir? Gosh, that's just the point. Having a uniformed cop sticking to him like a limpet is gonna cramp his style. You get me? Yes, sir. The captain sat back in his chair, looking at him skeptically. Think you can do this, Patrick? O'Shaughnessy stood up. Sure. Because I've been noticing your attitude recently. Custer put a finger to the side of his nose. A friendly word of advice. Save it for Agent Pendergast. Last thing you of all people need is more attitude. No attitude, sir. I'm just here to protect and serve. He pronounced serve in his best Irish brogue. Top of the morning to you, Captain. As O'Shaughnessy turned and left the office, he heard Custer mutter, wise jerk, to Noyes. A perfect afternoon to take in a museum. A perfect afternoon to take in a museum, said Pendergast, looking up at a lowering sky. Patrick Murphy O'Shaughnessy wondered if it was some kind of joke. He stood on the steps of the Elizabeth Street precinct house, staring off into nowhere.
The whole thing was a joke. The FBI agent looked more like an undertaker than a cop, with his black suit, blonde white hair, and movie cliché accent. He wondered how such a piece of work ever made it through Quantico. The Metropolitan Museum of Art is a cultural paradigm, Sergeant. One of the great art museums of the world. But of course you knew that. Shall we go? O'Shaughnessy shrugged. Museums, whatever. He was supposed to stay with this guy. What a crappy assignment. As they descended the steps, a long gray car came gliding up from where it had been idling.
To the Metropolitan Museum, he told the driver. As the Rolls pulled away from the curb, O'Shaughnessy caught a glimpse of Captain Custer standing on the steps, staring after them. He resisted the impulse to flip him the bird. O'Shaughnessy turned to Pendergast and gave him a good look. "Here's to success, Mr. FBI agent." He turned away to look out the window. There was a silence on the other side. "The name is Pendergast," came the soft voice finally. "Whatever." O'Shaughnessy continued to look out the window. He allowed a minute to pass, and then he said, "So, what's at the museum? Some dead mummies?" "I have yet to meet a live mummy, Sergeant. However, it is not the Egyptian department we are going to." A wise guy. He wondered how many more assignments he'd have like this. Just because he made a mistake 5 years ago, they all thought he was Mr. Expendable. Anytime there was something funny coming down the pike, it was always, "We've got a little problem here, O'Shaughnessy, and you're just the man to take care of it." But it was usually just penny-ante stuff. This guy in the Rolls, he looked big time. This was different. This looked illegal. O'Shaughnessy thought of his long-gone father and felt a stab of shame. Thank gosh the man wasn't around to see him now. 5 generations of O'Shaughnessy's in the force, and now everything gone to gosh. He wondered if he could hack the 11 more years required before an early severance package became available. "So, what's the game?" O'Shaughnessy asked. No more sucker work. He was going to keep his eyes open and his head up on this one. He didn't want any stray gosh to fall when he wasn't looking up. "Sergeant, what?" "There is no game." "Of course not." O'Shaughnessy let out a little snort. "There never is." He realized the FBI agent was looking at him intently. He continued looking away. "I can see that you're under a misapprehension here, Sergeant," came the drawl. "We should rectify that at once. You see, I can understand why you jumped to that conclusion. 5 years ago, you were caught on a surveillance tape taking $200 from a prostitute in exchange for releasing her. I believe they call it a shakedown. Have I got that right?" O'Shaughnessy felt a sudden numbness, followed by a slow anger. Here it was again. He said nothing. What was there to say? It would have been better if they'd cashiered him. The tape got sent to Internal Affairs. Internal Affairs paid you a visit. But there were differing accounts of what happened. Nothing was proven. Unfortunately, the damage was done, and since that time, you've seen your career, how should I put it, remain in stasis. O'Shaughnessy continued looking out the window, at the rush of buildings. Remain in stasis. You mean go nowhere. And you've caught nothing since but a series of questionable assignments and gray area errands, of which you no doubt consider this one more. O'Shaughnessy spoke to the window, his voice deliberately tired. "Pendergast, I don't know what your game is, but I don't need to listen to this. I really don't." "I saw that tape," said Pendergast. "Good for you." "I heard, for example, the prostitute pleading with you to let her go, saying that her pimp would beat her up if you didn't. Then I heard her insisting you take the $200, because if you didn't, her pimp would assume she had betrayed him. But if you took the money, he would only think she'd bribed her way out of custody and spare her. Am I right? So you took the money." O'Shaughnessy had been through this in his own mind 1,000 times. What difference did it make? He didn't have to take the money. He hadn't given it to charity either. Pimps were beating up prostitutes every day. He should have left her to her fate.
So now you're cynical. You're tired. You've come to realize that the whole idea of protect and serve is farcical, especially out there on the streets, where there doesn't even seem to be right or wrong, nobody worth protecting, and nobody worth serving. There was a silence. Are we through with the character analysis? O'Shaughnessy asked. For the moment. Except to say that, yes, this is a questionable assignment, but not in the way you're thinking. The next silence stretched into minutes. They stopped at a light, and O'Shaughnessy took an opportunity to cast a covert glance toward Pendergast. The man, as if knowing the glance was coming, caught his eye and pinned it. O'Shaughnessy almost jumped. He looked away so fast. Did you, by any chance, catch the show last year, Costuming History? Pendergast asked, his voice now light and pleasant. What? I'll take that as a no. You missed a splendid exhibition. The Met has a fine collection of historical clothing dating back to the early Middle Ages. Most of it was in storage, but last year they mounted an exhibition showing how clothing evolved over the last 6 centuries. Absolutely fascinating. Did you know that all ladies at Louis XIV's court at Versailles were required to have a 13-inch waist or less? And that their dresses weighed between 30 and 40 pounds? O'Shaughnessy realized he didn't know how to answer. The conversation had taken such a strange and sudden tack that he found himself momentarily stunned. I was also interested to learn that in the 15th century, a particular detail of men's fashion, this tidbit was mercifully interrupted by a screech of brakes as the Rolls swerved to avoid a cab cutting across 3 lanes of traffic. Yankee barbarians, said Pendergast mildly. Now, where was I? Ah yes, the previous topic. The Rolls was caught in midtown traffic now, and O'Shaughnessy began to wonder just how much longer this ride was going to take. The Great Hall of the Metropolitan Museum was sheeted in Beaux-Arts marble, decorated with vast sprays of flowers, and almost unbearably crowded. O'Shaughnessy hung back while the strange FBI agent talked to one of the harried volunteers at the information desk. She picked up a phone, called someone, then put it down again, looking highly irritated. O'Shaughnessy began to wonder what this Pendergast was up to. Throughout the extended trip uptown, he'd said nothing about his intended plan of action. He glanced around. It was an Upper East Side crowd for sure. Ladies dressed to the nines clicking here and there in high heels, uniformed school children lined up and well-behaved, a few tweedy-looking academics wandering about with thoughtful faces. Several people were staring at him disapprovingly, as if it was in bad taste to be in the Met wearing a police officer's uniform. He felt a rush of misanthropy. Hypocrites. Pendergast motioned him over, and they passed into the museum, running a gauntlet of ticket-takers in the process, past a case full of Roman gold, plunging at last into a confusing sequence of rooms crowded with statues, vases, paintings, mummies, and all manner of art. Pendergast talked the whole time, but the crowds were so dense and the noise so deafening, O'Shaughnessy caught only a few words. They passed through a quieter suite of rooms full of Asian art, finally arriving in front of a door of shiny gray metal. Pendergast opened it without knocking, revealing a small reception area. A strikingly good-looking receptionist sat behind a desk of blonde wood. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of his uniform. O'Shaughnessy gave her a menacing look. "May I help you?" She addressed Pendergast, but her eyes continued to flicker anxiously toward O'Shaughnessy. "Sergeant O'Shaughnessy and Special Agent Pendergast are here to see Dr. Wellesley. Do you have an appointment?" Alas. The receptionist hesitated. "I'm sorry. Special Agent? Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation." At this, she flushed deeply. "Just a moment." She picked up her phone. O'Shaughnessy could hear it ringing in an office just off the reception area. "Dr. Wellesley," the secretary said, "there is a Special Agent Pendergast from the FBI and a police officer here to see you." The voice that echoed out of the office was easily heard by all. It was a crisp, no-nonsense voice, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone,
Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It was a crisp, no-nonsense voice, feminine yet cold as ice, and so unrelievedly English it made O'Shaughnessy bristle. Unless they are here to arrest me, Heather, the gentleman can make an appointment like everyone else. I am engaged. The crash of her telephone hitting the cradle was equally unmistakable. The receptionist looked up at them with high nervousness. Dr. Wellesley, but Pendergast was already moving toward the office from which the voice had issued. This is more like it, O'Shaughnessy thought, as Pendergast swung open the door, placing himself squarely in the doorway. At least the guy, for all his pretensions, was no pushover. He knew how to cut through the nonsense. The unseen voice, laden with sarcasm, cut the air. Ah, the proverbial copper with his foot in the door. Pity it wasn't locked so you could batter it down with your truncheon. It was as if Pendergast had not heard. His fluid, honeyed voice filled the office with warmth and charm. Dr. Wellesley, I have come to you because you are the world's foremost authority on the history of dress, and I hope you'll permit me to say your identification of the Greek peplos of Vergina was most thrilling to me personally. I have long had an interest in the subject. There was a brief silence. Flattery, Mr. Pendergast, will at least get you inside. O'Shaughnessy followed the agent into a small but very well-appointed office. The furniture looked like it had come directly from the museum's collection, and the walls were hung with a series of 18th-century watercolors of opera costumes. O'Shaughnessy thought they might be the characters of Figaro, Rosina, and Count Almaviva from The Barber of Seville. Opera was his soul and his secret indulgence. He seated himself, crossing and then uncrossing his legs, shifting in the impossibly uncomfortable chair. No matter what he did, he still seemed to take up too much space. The blue of his uniform seemed unbearably gauche amid the elegant furnishings. He glanced back up at the watercolors, allowing the bars of an aria to go through his head. Wellesley was an attractive woman in her mid-40s, beautifully dressed. "I see you admire my pictures," she said to O'Shaughnessy, eyeing him shrewdly. "Sure," said O'Shaughnessy, "if you like dancing in a wig, pumps, and straitjacket." Wellesley turned to Pendergast. "Your associate has a rather queer sense of humor." "Indeed. Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?" Pendergast removed a bundle from under his suit, loosely wrapped in paper. "I would like you to examine this dress," he said, unrolling the bundle across the curator's desk. She backed up slightly in horror, as the true dimensions of its filth were exposed to view.
O'Shaughnessy thought he detected a peculiar smell, very peculiar. It occurred to him that maybe, just maybe, Pendergast wasn't on the take, that this was for real. Good Lord! Please, she said, stepping farther back and putting a hand before her face. I do not do police work. Take this revolting thing away. This revolting thing, Dr. Wellesley, belonged to a 19-year-old girl who was murdered over 100 years ago, dissected, dismembered, and walled up in a tunnel in Lower Manhattan. Sewn up into the dress was a note, which the girl wrote in her own blood. It gave her name, age, and address. Nothing else. Ink of that sort does not encourage prolixity. It was the note of a girl who knew she was about to die. She knew that no one would help her. No one would save her. Her only wish was that her body be identified, that she not be forgotten. I could not help her then, but I am trying to now. That is why I am here. The dress seemed to quiver slightly, and O'Shaughnessy realized with a start that the FBI agent's hand was trembling with emotion. At least that's how it looked to him. That a law officer would actually care about something like this was a revelation. The silence that followed Pendergast's statement was profound. Without a word, Wellesley bent down over the dress, fingered it, turned up its lining, gently stretched the material in several directions. Reaching into a drawer of her desk, she pulled out a large magnifying glass and began examining the stitching and fabric. Several minutes passed. Then she sighed and sat down in her chair. "This is a typical workhouse garment," she said, "standard issue in the latter part of the 19th century. Cheap woolen fabric for the exterior, scratchy and coarse, but actually quite warm, lined with undyed cotton. You can see from the pattern cuts and stitching that it was probably made by the girl herself, using fabric issued to her by the workhouse. The fabrics came in several basic colors: green, blue, gray, and black. Any idea which workhouse? Impossible to say. 19th century Manhattan had quite a few of them. They were called houses of industry. They took in abandoned children, orphans, and runaways. Harsh, cruel places, run by the so-called religious. Can you give me a more precise date on the dress? Not with any accuracy. It seems to be a rather pathetic imitation of a style popular in the early 1880s, called a Maud Macon. Workhouse girls usually tried to copy dresses they liked out of popular magazines and penny press advertisements. Dr. Wellesley sighed, shrugged. That's it, I'm afraid. If anything else comes to mind, I can be contacted through Sergeant O'Shaughnessy here. Dr. Wellesley glanced up at O'Shaughnessy's name tag, then nodded. Thank you for your time. The FBI agent began rolling up the dress. That was a lovely exhibition you curated last year, by the way. Wellesley nodded again. Unlike most museum exhibitions, it had wit. Take the Houppelande section. I found it delightfully amusing. Concealed in its wrapper, the dress lost its power to horrify. The feeling of gloom that had settled over the office began to lift. O'Shaughnessy found himself echoing Custer. What was an FBI agent doing messing around with a case 120 years old? Thank you for noticing what none of the critics did, the woman replied. Yes, I meant it to be fun. When you finally understand it, human dress, beyond what is necessary for warmth and modesty, can be marvelously absurd. Pendergast stood. Dr. Wellesley, your expertise has been most valuable. Dr. Wellesley rose as well. Please call me Sophia. O'Shaughnessy noticed her looking at Pendergast with new interest. Pendergast bowed and smiled. Then he turned to go. The curator came around her desk to see him through the waiting room. At the outer door, Sophia Wellesley paused, blushed, and said, I hope to see you again, Mr. Pendergast. Perhaps soon. Perhaps for dinner. There was a brief silence. Pendergast said nothing. Well, said the curator crisply, you know where to reach me. They walked back through the thronged, treasure-laden halls, past the Khmer Devatas, past the reliquaries encrusted with gems, past the Greek statues and the red attic vases, down the great crowded steps to Fifth Avenue. O'Shaughnessy whistled an astringent little chorus of Sod's Smooth Operator. If Pendergast heard, he gave no sign. Moments later, O'Shaughnessy was sliding into the white leather cocoon of the rolls. When the door shut with a solid, reassuring thunk, blessed silence returned. He still couldn't figure out what to make of Pendergast. Maybe the guy, for all his expensive tastes, was on the up and up. He sure as hell knew this. He was going to keep his eyes and ears open. "Across the park to the New York Museum of Natural History, please," Pendergast told the driver. As the car accelerated into traffic, the agent turned to
One does not often find a policeman with a love of opera. What about you? You like opera? O'Shaughnessy threw the question back at him. I loathe it. Opera was the television of the 19th century, loud, vulgar, and garish, with plots that could only be called infantile. For the first time, O'Shaughnessy smiled. He shook his head. Pendergast, all I can say is, your powers of observation aren't nearly as formidable as you seem to think. Jesus, what a Philistine! His smile widened as he saw a look of irritation cloud the FBI agent's face for no more than an instant. He had finally gotten to him. Nora ushered Pendergast and the dour-looking little policeman through the doorway of Central Archives, a little relieved she'd had no trouble finding her way this time. Pendergast paused inside the door, inhaling deeply. Ah, the smell of history. Drink it in, Sergeant. He put out his hands, fingers extended, as if to warm them on the documents within. Reinhard Puck advanced toward Pendergast, head wagging. He wiped his shining pate with a handkerchief, then stuffed the cloth into a pocket with awkward fingers. The sight of the FBI agent seemed to both please and alarm him. "Dr. Pendergast," he said, "a pleasure. I don't think we've met since, let's see, the troubles of '95. Did you take that trip to Tasmania?" "I did indeed. Thank you for remembering. And my knowledge of Australian flora has increased proportionately. And how's your department?" "Splendid," said Pendergast. "Allow me to introduce Sergeant O'Shaughnessy." The policeman stepped out from behind Pendergast, and Puck's face fell. "Oh dear, there is a rule, you see. Non-museum employees—" "I can vouch for him," said Pendergast, a note of finality in his voice. "He is an outstanding member of the police force of our city." I see," Puck said unhappily as he worked the locks. "Well, you'll all have to sign in, you know." He turned away from the door. "And this is Mr. Gibbs." Oscar Gibbs nodded curtly. He was small, compact, and African-American, with hairless arms and a closely shaven head. For his size, his build was so solid he seemed fashioned out of butcher block. He was covered with dust and looked distinctly unhappy to be there. "Mr. Gibbs has kindly set up everything for you in the research room," said Puck. "We'll go through the formalities, and then if you'll be so good as to follow me." They signed the book, then advanced into the gloom, Puck lighting the way, as before, by the banks of ivory switches. After what seemed an interminable journey, they arrived at a door set into the plastered rear wall of the archives, with a small window of glass and metal meshing. With a heavy jangle of keys, Puck laboriously unlocked it, then held it open for Nora. She stepped inside. The lights came up, and she almost gasped in astonishment. Polished oak paneling rose from a marble floor to an ornate, plastered, and gilded ceiling of rococo splendor. Massive oaken tables with claw feet dominated the center of the room, surrounded by oak chairs with red leather seats and backs. Heavy chandeliers of worked copper and crystal hung suspended above each table. Two of the tables were covered by a variety of objects, and a third had been laid out with boxes, books, and papers. A massive bricked-up fireplace, surrounded by pink marble, stood at the far end of the room. Everything was hoary with the accumulated patina of years. "This is incredible," said Nora. "Yes, indeed," said Puck. "One of the finest rooms in the museum."
Historical research used to be very important, he sighed. Times have changed. O tempo, o mores, and all that. Please remove all writing instruments from your pockets and put on those linen gloves before handling any of the objects. I will need to take your briefcase, Doctor. He glanced disapprovingly at the gun and handcuffs dangling from O'Shaughnessy's service belt, but said nothing. They laid their pens and pencils into a proffered tray. Nora and the others slid on pairs of spotless gloves. I will withdraw. When you are ready to leave, call me on that telephone. Extension 4240. If you want photocopies of anything, fill out one of these sheets. The door eased shut. There was the sound of a key turning in a lock. Did he just lock us in? O'Shaughnessy asked. Pendergast nodded. Standard procedure. O'Shaughnessy stepped back into the gloom. He was an odd man, Nora thought. Quiet, inscrutable, handsome in a black Irish kind of way. Pendergast seemed to like him. O'Shaughnessy, on the other hand, looked as if he didn't like anybody. The agent clasped his hands behind his back and made a slow circuit of the first table, peering at each object in turn. He did the same with the second table, then moved to the third table, laden with its assorted papers. "Let's see, this inventory you mentioned," he said to Nora. Nora pointed out the promissory note with the inventory she had found the day before. Pendergast looked it over, and then, paper in hand, made another circuit. He nodded at a stuffed okapi. "That came from Shotham's," he said, "and that." He nodded to the elephant's foot box. "Those 3 sheaths and the right whalebone. The Jivaro shrunken head. All from Shotham's. Payment to McFadden for his work." He bent down to examine the shrunken head. A fraud. Monkey, not human. He glanced up at her. "Dr. Kelly, would you mind looking through the papers while I examine these objects?" Nora sat down at the third table. There was the small box of Shotham's correspondence, along with another much larger box and 2 binders. McFadden's papers, apparently. Nora opened the Shotham box first. As Puck had noted, the contents were in a remarkable state of disarray. What few letters were here were all in the same vein. Questions about classifications and identifications, tiffs with other scientists over various arcane subjects. It illuminated a curious corner of 19th century natural history, but shed no light on a heinous 19th century crime. As she read through the brief correspondence, a picture of J.C. Shotham began to form in her mind. It was not the image of a serial killer. He seemed a harmless enough man, fussy, narrow, a little querulous perhaps, bristling with academic rivalries. The man's interests seemed exclusively related to natural history. Of course, you can never tell, she thought, turning over the musty pages. Finding nothing of particular interest, Nora turned to the much larger, and neater, boxes of Timbury McFadden's correspondence. They were mostly notes from the long-dead curator on various odd subjects, written in a fanatically small hand. Lists of classifications of plants and animals, drawings of various flowers, some quite good. At the bottom was a thick packet of correspondence to and from various men of science and collectors, held together by an ancient string that flew apart when she touched it. She riffled through them, arriving finally at a packet of letters from Shotham to McFadden. The first began, "My esteemed colleague, I herewith transmit to you a curious relic said to be from the Isle of Kut off the coast of Indochina, depicting a simian with a Hindu goddess, carved from walrus ivory. Would you be so kind as to identify the species of simian? Your colleague, J.C. Shotham." She slid out the next letter. "My dear colleague, at the last meeting at the Lyceum, Professor Blackwood presented a fossil which he claimed was a Devonian age crinoid from the Montmorency Dolomites. The professor is sadly mistaken. Lafleuve himself identified the Montmorency Dolomites as Permian and needs make a corrective note of it in the next Lyceum bulletin." She flipped through the rest. There were letters to others as well, a small circle of like-minded scientists, including Shotham. They were all obviously well acquainted with one another. Perhaps the killer might be found in that circle. It seemed likely, since the person must have had easy access to Shodham's cabinet, if it wasn't Shodham himself.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. She began to make a list of correspondents and the nature of their work. Of course, it was always possible this was a waste of time, that the killer might have been the building's janitor or coal man. But then she remembered the crisp, professional scalpel marks on the bones, the almost surgical dismemberments. No, it was a man of science, that was certain. Taking out her notebook, she began jotting notes. Letters to Tinbury McFadden. Correspondence, subjects of correspondence, position, dates of correspondence. J. Shodham. Natural history, anthropology, the Lyceum. Owner, Shodham's Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities, New York, 1869-1881. Prof. Albert Blackwood. The Lyceum, the Museum. Founder, New York Museum of Natural History, 1865-1878. Dr. Asa Stone Gilcrace. Birds. Ornithologist, New York, 1875-1887. Colonel Sir Henry C. Throckmorton, Bart. F.R.S. African Mammals, Big Game. Collector, Explorer, Sportsman, London, 1879-1891. Prof. Enoch Leng. Classification. Taxonomist, Chemist, New York, 1872-1881. Miss Guinevere LaRue. Christian Missions for Boreabula Ga in the African Congo. Philanthropist, New York, 1870-1872. Dumont Burley. Dinosaur Fossils, the Lyceum. Oilman, Collector, Cold Spring, New York, 1875-1881. Dr. Ferdinand Hunt. Anthropology, Archaeology. Surgeon, Collector, Oyster Bay, Long Island, 1869-1879. Prof. Hiram Howlett. Reptiles and Amphibians. Herpetologist, Stormhaven, Maine, 1871-1873.
The penultimate name gave her pause. A surgeon. Who was Dr. Ferdinand Hunt? There were quite a few letters from him, written in a large scrawl on heavy paper with a beautifully engraved crest. She flipped through them. My dear Tinbury, with regard to the Odinga natives, the barbaric custom of male tartum is still quite prevalent. When I was in the Volta, I had the dubious privilege of witnessing childbirth. I was not allowed to assist, of course, but I could hear the shrieks of the husband quite clearly as the wife used a rope in a painful ritual during her contractions. I treated the poor man's injuries, severe lacerations, following the birth. My dear Tinbury, the Olmec jade sculpture I herewith enclose from La Venta, Mexico, is for the museum, as I understand you have nothing from that extremely curious Mexican culture. She sorted through the packet of correspondence, but it was again all in the same vein. Dr. Hunt describing various bizarre medical customs he had witnessed in his travels across Central America and Africa, along with notes that had apparently accompanied artifacts sent back to the museum. He seemed to have an unhealthy interest in native customs. It made him a prime candidate in Nora's mind. She felt a presence behind her and turned abruptly. Pendergast stood, arms clasped behind his back. He was staring down at her notes, and there was a sudden look on his face that was so grim, so dark, that Nora felt her flesh crawl. "You're always sneaking up on me," she said weakly. "Anything interesting?" The question seemed almost pro forma. Nora felt sure he had already discovered something important, something dreadful on the list, and yet he did not seem inclined to share it. "Nothing obvious. Have you ever heard of this Dr. Ferdinand Hunt?" Pendergast gave the name a cursory glance, without interest. Nora became aware of the man's conspicuous lack of any scent whatsoever. No smell of tobacco, no smell of cologne, nothing. "Hunt," he said finally. "Yes, a prominent North Shore family. One of the early patrons of the museum." He straightened up. "I've examined everything save the elephant's foot box. Would you care to assist me?" She followed him over to the table laid out with Timbury McFadden's old collections, a decidedly motley assortment. Pendergast's face had once again recovered its poise. Now Officer O'Shaughnessy, looking skeptical, emerged from the shadows. Nora wondered what exactly the policeman had to do with Pendergast. They stood before the large, grotesque elephant's foot, replete with brass fittings. "So it's an elephant's foot," O'Shaughnessy said. "So?" "Not just a foot, Sergeant," Pendergast replied. "A box, made from an elephant's foot. Quite common among big-game hunters and collectors in the last century. Rather a nice specimen, too, if a little worn." He turned to Nora. "Shall we look inside?" Nora unclasped the fittings and lifted the top of the box. The grayish skin felt rough and nubbled beneath her gloved fingers. An unpleasant smell rose up. The box was empty. She glanced over at Pendergast. If the agent was disappointed, he showed no sign. For a moment the little group was still. Then Pendergast himself bent over the open box. He examined it a moment, his body immobile save for the pale blue eyes. Then his fingers shot forward and began moving over the surface of the box, pressing here and there, alighting at one spot for a moment, then scuttling on. Suddenly there was a click, and a narrow drawer shot out from below, raising a cloud of dust. Nora jumped at the sound. "Rather clever," said Pendergast, removing a large envelope, faded and slightly foxed, from the drawer. He turned it over once or twice, speculatively. Then he ran a gloved finger beneath the seam, easing it open and withdrawing several sheets of cream-laid paper. He unfolded them carefully, passed his hand across the topmost sheet. And then he began to read. "To my colleague, Tinbury McFadden, July 12, 1881. Esteemed colleague, I write these lines in earnest hope that you will never have need to read them, that I will be able to tear them up and dash them into the coal scuttle, products of an overworked brain and fevered imagination. And yet, in my soul, I know my worst fears have already been proven true. Everything I have uncovered points inconvertibly to such a fact. I have always been eager to think the best of my fellow man. After all, are we not all molded from the same clay? The ancients believed life to have generated spontaneously within the rich mud of the Nile. And who am I to question the symbolism, if not the scientific fact, of such belief? And yet, there have been events, McFadden, dreadful events that can support no innocent explanation. It is quite possible that the details I relate herein may cause you to doubt the quality of my mind. Before I proceed, let me assure you that I am in full command of my faculties. I offer this document as evidence both to my dreadful theorem and to the proofs I have undertaken in its defense. I have spoken before of my growing doubts over this business of Leng. You know, of course, the reasons I allowed him to take rooms on the 3rd floor of the cabinet. His talks at the Lyceum proved the depth of
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It was not well received. Some members even had the ill breeding to titter on 1 or 2 occasions during the lecture, and henceforth Leng never returned to the subject. His future talks were all models of traditional scholarship. So at first, I ascribed his hesitancy to discuss personal work to this same innate circumspection. However, as time went on, I began to realize that what I had thought to be professional shyness was, in fact, active concealment. One spring evening earlier this year, I had occasion to stay on very late at the cabinet, finishing work on an accumulation of documents and preparing the exhibition space for my latest acquisition, the double-brained child, of which we have previously spoken.
This latter task proved far more engrossing than the tiresome paperwork, and I was rather surprised to hear the city bell toll midnight. It was in the moments following, as I stood listening to the echoes of the bell die away, that I became aware of another sound. It came from over my head, a kind of heavy shuffling, as if of a man bearing some heavy burden. I cannot tell you why precisely, McFadden, but there was something in that sound that sent a thrill of dread coursing through me. I listened more intently. The sound died away slowly, the footsteps retreating into a more distant room. Of course, there was nothing for me to do. In the morning, as I reflected on the event, I realized the culprit was undoubtedly my own tired nerves. Unless some more sinister meaning should prove to be attached to the footsteps, which seemed a remote possibility, there was no cause for approaching Leng on the matter. I ascribed my alarm to my own perverse state of mind at the time. I had succeeded in creating a rather sensational backdrop for displaying the double-brained child, and no doubt this, along with the late hour, had roused the more morbid aspects of my imagination. I resolved to put the matter behind me. It chanced that some few weeks later, the 5th of July, last week to be precise, another event took place to which I most earnestly commend your attention. The circumstances were similar. I remained late at the cabinet, preparing my upcoming paper for the Lyceum Journal. As you know, writing for learned bodies such as the Lyceum is difficult for me, and I have fallen into certain routines which ease the process somewhat. My old teakwood writing desk, the fine vellum paper upon which this note is now being written, the fuchsia-colored ink made by M. Dupin in Paris, these are the petty niceties which make composition less onerous. This evening, inspiration came rather more easily than usual, however, and around 10:30 I found it necessary to sharpen some new pens before work could continue. I turned away from my desk briefly to effect this. When I returned, I found to my utmost astonishment that the page on which I had been at work had been soiled with some small number of ink stains. I am most fastidious with a pen, and was at a loss to explain how this came about. It was only when I took up my blotter to clear away the stains that I realized they differed slightly in color from the fuchsia of my pen, being a somewhat lighter shade. And when I blotted them aside, I realized they were of a thicker, more viscous consistency than my French ink. Imagine my horror, then, when a fresh drop landed upon my wrist as I was in the act of lifting the blotter from the paper. Immediately, I lifted my eyes to the ceiling above my head. What devilment was this? A small but widening crimson stain was leaching between the floorboards of Leng's chambers overhead. It was the work of a moment to mount the stairs and pound upon his door. I cannot describe precisely the sequence of thoughts that ran through my mind. Foremost among them, however, was fear that the doctor had fallen victim to foul play. There had been rumors circulating through the neighborhood of a certain vicious and predatory murderer, but one pays little heed to the gossip of the lower classes, and alas, death is a frequent visitor to the 5 Points. Leng answered my frantic summons in due course, sounding a trifle winded. An accident, he said through the door. He had cut his arm rather severely during an experimental procedure. He declined my offers of assistance and said he had already done the necessary suturing himself. He regretted the incident, but refused to open the door. At last I went away, riven by perplexity and doubt. The morning following, Leng appeared at my doorstep. He had never called on me at my residence before, and I was surprised to see him. I observed that one arm had been bandaged. He apologized profusely for the inconvenience of the previous night. I invited him inside, but he wouldn't stay. With another apology, he took his leave. I watched with unsettled heart as he descended the walk and stepped into an omnibus. I pray you will do the honor of understanding me when I say that Leng's visit, coming upon the heels of such strange events at the cabinet, had precisely the opposite effect to which he had intended. I felt now more sure than ever that whatever it was he was about, it would not stand up to scrutiny in the honest light of day. I fear I can write no more this evening. I will hide this letter inside the elephant's foot box that, along with a group of curiosities, is being forwarded to you at the museum in 2 days' time. God willing, I will find the fortitude to return to this on the morrow. July 13, 1881. I must now summon the strength of will to complete my narrative. In the aftermath of Leng's visit, I found myself in the grip of a terrific internal struggle. A sense of scientific idealism, coupled perhaps with prudence, argued that I should take the man's explanation at its face value. Yet another inner voice argued that it was beholden on me, as a gentleman and a man of honor, to learn the truth for myself. At last I resolved to discover the nature of the man's experiments. If they proved benign, I could be accused of inquisitiveness, nothing more. Perhaps you will consider me the victim of unmanly feelings in this matter. I can only say that those vile crimson drops now seemed as imprinted upon my brain as they had been upon my wrist and my writing paper. There was something about Leng, about the manner in which he had looked at me there upon my doorstep, that made me feel almost a stranger in my own home. There was some manner of chill speculativeness behind those indifferent-looking eyes that froze my blood. I could no longer tolerate having the man under my roof without knowing the full breadth of his work. By some personal caprice unfathomable,
I thought I had been prepared for almost anything, but what I found was, perhaps, what I least expected. The rooms were almost entirely empty. There were at least half a dozen large tables, here and there, whose scarred surfaces bore mute testimony to hours of experimental labor. But they were devoid of furnishing. There was a strong ammoniac smell in the air of these rooms that almost choked me. In one drawer I found several blunt scalpels. All the other drawers I examined were empty, save for dust mites and spiders. After much searching, I located the spot in the floorboards through which the blood had seeped a few nights before. It seemed to have been etched clean with acid, aqua regia, judging by the odor. I glanced around at the walls then and noticed other patches, some large, others small, that also seemed to indicate recent cleaning. I must confess to feeling rather a fool at that moment. There was nothing here to excite alarm, nothing that would rouse the faintest trace of suspicion in even the most perspicacious policeman. And yet the sense of dread refused to wholly leave me. There was something about the oddly decorated parlor, the smell of chemicals, the meticulously cleaned walls and floor that troubled one. Why were these hidden back rooms clean while the parlor had been allowed to gather dust? It was at that moment I remembered the basement. Years before, Leng had asked, in an offhand way, if he could use the old coal tunnel in the basement for storing excess laboratory equipment. The tunnel had fallen into disuse a few years earlier with the installation of a new boiler, and I had no need of it myself. I had given him the key and promptly forgotten the matter. My feelings on descending the cellar stairway behind the cabinet can scarcely be described. On one occasion I halted, wondering if I should summon an escort. But once again, sane reasoning prevailed. There was no sign of foul play. No, the only thing for it was to proceed myself. Leng had affixed a padlock to the coal cellar door. Seeing this, I was momentarily overcome by a sense of relief. I had done my utmost. There was nothing else but mount the stairs. I even went so far as to turn around and take the first step. Then I stopped.
The same impulse that had brought me this far would not let me leave until I had seen this bad business through. I raised my foot to kick in the door. Then I hesitated. If I could contrive to remove the lock with a pair of bolt cutters, I reasoned, Leng would think it the work of a sneak thief. It was the work of 5 minutes to retrieve the necessary implement and cut through the hasp of the lock. I dropped it to the ground, then pushed the door wide, allowing the afternoon light to stream down the stairway behind me. Immediately upon entering, I was overwhelmed with far different sensations than those that had gripped me on the 3rd floor. Whatever work had ceased in Leng's chambers was clearly still active here. Once again, it was the odor I noticed first. As before, there was a smell of caustic reagents, perhaps mixed with formaldehyde or ether. But these were masked by something much richer and more powerful. It was a scent I recognized from passing the hog butcheries on Pearl and Water Streets. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse. The light filtering down the rear stairs made it unnecessary for me to ignite the gas lamps. Here, too, were numerous tables. But these tables were covered with a complicated sprawl of medical instruments, surgical apparatus, beakers, and retorts. One table contained perhaps 70 small vials of light amber liquid, carefully numbered and tagged. A vast array of chemicals were arranged in cabinets against the walls. Sawdust had been scattered across the floor. It was damp in places. Scuffing it with the toe of my boot, I discovered that it had been thrown down to absorb a rather large quantity of blood. I knew now that my apprehensions were not entirely without merit. And yet, I told myself, there was still nothing to raise alarm here. Dissections were, after all, a cornerstone of science. On the closest table was a thick sheaf of carefully jotted notes gathered into a leather-bound journal. They were penned in Leng's distinctive hand. I turned to these with relief. At last, I would learn what it was Leng had been working towards. Surely some noble scientific purpose would emerge from these pages to give the lie to my fears. The journal did no such thing. You know, old friend, that I am a man of science. I have never been what you might call a God-fearing fellow. But I feared God that day, or rather, I feared his wrath, that such unholy deeds, deeds worthy of Moloch himself, had been committed beneath my roof. Leng's journal spelt it out in unwavering, diabolical detail. It was perhaps the clearest, most methodical set of scientific notes it has been my eternal misfortune to come across. There is no kind of explanatory gloss I can place upon his experiments, nothing, in fact, I can do but spell it all out as plainly and succinctly as I can. For the last 8 years, Leng has been working to perfect a method of prolonging human life, his own life, by evidence of the notations and recordings in the journal. But, before God, Tinbury, he was using other human beings as material. His victims seemed made up almost entirely of young adults. Again and again, his journal mentioned dissections of human craniums and spinal columns, the latter on which he seems to have focused his depraved attentions. The most recent entries centered particularly on the cauda equina, the ganglion of nerves at the base of the spine. I read for 10, then 20 minutes, frozen with fascination and horror. Then I dropped the abhorrent document back onto the table and stepped away. Perhaps I was a little mad at that point after all, because I still contrived to find logic in all of this. Body snatching, the recent dead from graveyards, is an unfortunate but necessary practice in the medical climate of our day, I told myself. Cadavers for medical research remain in critically short supply, and there is no way to supply the need without resorting to grave robbing. Even the most respectable surgeons need resort to it, I told myself. And even though Leng's attempts at artificially prolonging life were clearly beyond the pale, it was still possible he might unintentionally achieve other breakthroughs that would have beneficial effects. It was at that point, I believe, that I first noticed the sound. To my left, there was a table I had not taken note of before. A large oilcloth had been spread over it, covering something large and rather bulky. As I watched, the faint sound came again from beneath the oilcloth. The sound of some animal dispossessed of tongue, palate, vocal cords. I cannot explain where I found the strength to approach it, other than my own overpowering need to know. I stepped forward, and then, before my resolution could falter, I gripped the greasy cloth and drew it away. The sight uncovered in that dim light will haunt me until my last day. It lay upon its stomach. A gaping hole lay where the base of the spine had once been. The sound I had heard was, it seemed to me, the escaping gases of decay. You might have thought me incapable of registering fresh shock at this point. Yet I noticed, with a rising sense of unreality, that both the corpse and the wound appeared fresh. I hesitated for perhaps 5, perhaps 10 seconds. Then I drew closer, my mind possessed by one thought and one thought only. Could this be the body that had bled so profusely on Leng's floor? How then to explain the rawness of the wound? Was it possible, even conceivable, that Leng would make use of 2 corpses within the span of a single week? I had come this far. I had to know all. I reached forward, gingerly, to turn the body and check its lividness. The skin felt supple, the flesh warm in the humid summer cellar.
As I turn the body over, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. As I turned the body over and the face was exposed, I saw to my transcendent horror that a blood-soaked rag had been knotted around the mouth. I snatched my hand away. The thing rolled back onto the table, face upwards. I stepped back, reeling.
In my shock, I did not immediately understand the terrible import of that blood-soaked rag. I think if I had, I would have turned and fled that place, and in so doing been spared the final horror. For it was then, McFadden, that the eyes above the rag fluttered open. They had once been human, but pain and terror had riven all humanity from their expression. As I stood, transfixed by fear, there came another low moan. It was, I knew now, not gas escaping from a corpse. And this was not the work of a man who trafficked with body snatchers, with corpses stolen from graveyards. This poor creature on the table was still alive. Leng practiced his abominable work on those who still lived. Even as I watched, the horrible, pitiable thing on the table moaned once more, then expired. Somehow, I had the presence of mind to replace the body as I had found it, cover it with the oilcloth, close the door, and climb up out of that charnel pit into the land of the living. I have barely moved from my chambers within the cabinet since. I have been trying to gather courage for what I know in my heart remains to be done. You must see now, dear colleague, that there can be no mistake, no other explanation for what I found in the basement. Leng's journal was far too comprehensive, too diabolically detailed, for there to be any misapprehension. As further evidence, on the attached sheet, I have reproduced, from memory, some of the scientific observations and procedures this monstrous man recorded within its pages. I would go to the police, except I feel that only I can. But hark, I hear his footstep on the stair even now. I must return this letter to its hiding place and conclude tomorrow. God give me the strength for what I must now do. Roger Brisbane leaned back in his office chair, his eyes roaming the glass expanse of desk that lay before him. It was a long, enjoyable perambulation. Brisbane liked order, purity, simplicity, and the desk shone with a mirror-like perfection. At last, his gaze came to the case of jewels. It was that time of day when a lance of sunlight shot through the case, turning its occupants into glittering spheres and ovals of entangled light and color. One could call an emerald green or a sapphire blue, but the words did no justice to the actual colors. There were no adequate words for such colors in any human language. Jewels. They lasted forever, so hard and cold and pure, so impervious to decay. Always beautiful, always perfect, always as fresh as the day they were born in unimaginable heat and pressure. So unlike human beings, with their opaque, rubbery flesh and their odoriferous descent from birth to the grave, a story of drool, bodily fluids, and tears. He should have become a gemologist. He would have been much happier surrounded by these blooms of pure light. The law career his father had chosen for him was nothing more than a vile parade of human failure. And his job in the museum brought him in contact with that failure, day in and day out, in stark illumination. He turned to lean over a computer printout with a sigh. It was now clear the museum should never have borrowed $100 million for its new state-of-the-art planetarium. More cuts were needed. Heads would have to roll. Well, at least that shouldn't be too hard to accomplish. The museum was full of useless, tweedy, overpaid curators and functionaries, always whining about budget cuts, never answering their phones, always off on some research trip, spending the museum's money or writing books that nobody ever read. Cushy jobs, sinecures, unable to be fired because of tenure, unless exceptional circumstances existed. He put the printout through a nearby shredder, then opened a drawer and pulled out several tied packets of interoffice correspondence. The mail of a dozen likely candidates, intercepted thanks to a man in the mailroom who had been caught organizing a Super Bowl pool on museum time. With any luck, he'd find plenty of exceptional circumstances inside. It was easier to justify than scanning email. Brisbane shuffled the packets without interest. Then he stopped, glancing at one of them. Here was a case in point. This man, Puck. He sat in the archives all day long, doing what? Nothing, except causing trouble for the museum. He untied the packet, riffled through the envelopes within. On the front and back of each were dozens of lines for addresses. The envelopes had a little red tie string and could be reused until they fell apart, simply by adding a new name to the next blank line. And there, on the second to last line, was Puck's name. And following it was Nora's name. Brisbane's hand tightened around the envelope. What was it that arrogant FBI agent Pendergast had said? Most of the work will be archival in nature. He unwound the string and slid out a single piece of paper. A whiff of dust rose from the envelope, and Brisbane hastily raised a protective tissue to his nose. Holding the paper at arm's length, he read, "Dear Dr. Kelly, I found another small box of papers on Shodham's cabinet, which somehow had been recently misplaced. Not nearly as astonishing as what you have already uncovered, yet interesting in its own way. I will leave it for you in the archives reading room. P." Color crept into Brisbane's face, then drained out again. It was just as he thought. She was still working for that arrogant FBI agent, and she was continuing to enlist Puck's help. This thing had to be stopped, and Puck had to go. Just look at this note, Brisbane thought, manually typed on what was clearly an ancient typewriter. The very inefficiency of it made Brisbane's blood boil. The museum was not a welfare program for eccentrics. Puck was a fossilized anachronism who should have been put out to pasture long before. He would gather suitable evidence, then draw up a recommended termination list for the next executive committee meeting. Puck's name would be at the top. But what about Nora? He remembered the words of the museum director, Colopy, at their recent meeting. Doucement, doucement, the director had murmured, and softly it would be, for now. Smithback stood on the sidewalk midway between Columbus and Amsterdam, gazing speculatively up at the red brick facade before him. 108 West 99th Street was a broad, pre-war apartment house, unembarrassed by any distinguishing architecture, bright in the noonday sun. The bland exterior didn't bother him. What mattered lay within, a rent-stabilized two-bedroom apartment near the museum for only $1,800 a month. He stepped back toward the street, giving the neighborhood a once-over. It wasn't the most charming Upper West Side neighborhood he had seen, but it had possibilities. Two bums sat on a nearby stoop, drinking something out of a paper bag. He glanced at his watch.
Content filtering strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a stand-alone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping gray in flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert.
Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He glanced around and saw, right on schedule, a blade-thin woman in black come clicking down the block. A bright, fake lipstick smile on her face. The real estate broker. "You must be Mr. Smithback," she said in a smoker's croak as she took his hand. "I'm Millie Locke. I have the key to the apartment. Is your, partner here?" There she is now. Nora had just rounded the corner, cotton trench coat billowing, knapsack thrown over her shoulder. She waved. When Nora arrived, the agent took her hand, saying, "How lovely." They entered a dingy lobby, lined on the left with mailboxes and on the right with a large mirror, a feeble attempt to make the narrow hall look bigger than it actually was. They pressed the button for the elevator. There was a whir and a rattle somewhere overhead. "It's a perfect location," said Smithback to Nora. 20-minute walk to the museum, close to the subway station, a block and a half from the park. Nora did not respond. She was staring at the elevator door, and she did not look happy. The elevator creaked open, and they stepped in. Smithback waited out the excruciatingly long ride, silently willing the very elevator to hurry up. He had the unpleasant feeling that he, not just the apartment, was undergoing an inspection. At last they got out at the 6th floor, took a right in a dim hallway, and stopped in front of a brown metal door with an eye-hole set into it. The real estate broker unlocked 4 separate locks and swung the door open. Smithback was pleasantly surprised. The apartment faced the street, and it was cleaner than he expected. The floors were oak, a bit warped, but oak nevertheless. One wall was exposed brick, the others painted sheetrock. "Hey, what do you think?" he said brightly. "Pretty nice, huh?" Nora said nothing. "It's the bargain of the century," said the broker. $1,800, rent stabilized, AC, great location, bright, quiet. The kitchen had old appliances, but was clean. The bedrooms were sunny with south-facing windows, which gave the little rooms a feeling of space. They stopped in the middle of the living room. "Well, Nora," Smithback asked, feeling uncharacteristically shy, "what do you think?" Nora's face was dark, her brow furrowed. This did not look good. The real estate broker withdrew a few feet to give them the pretense of privacy. "It's nice." "Nice? $1,800 a month for an Upper West Side 2-bedroom? In a pre-war building? It's awesome." The real estate broker leaned back toward them. "You're the first to see it. I guarantee you it'll be gone before sunset." She fumbled in her purse, removed a cigarette and a lighter, flicked on the lighter, and then, with both hands poised inches apart, asked, "May I?" "Are you all right?" Smithback asked Nora. Nora waved her hand, took a step toward the window. She appeared to be looking intently at something far away. "You did talk to your landlord about moving out, didn't you?" "No, not quite yet." Smithback felt his heart sink a little. "You haven't told him?" She shook her head. The sinking feeling grew more pronounced. "Come on, Nora. I thought we'd decided on this." She looked out a window. "This is a big move for me, Bill. I mean, living together." Her voice trailed off. Smithback glanced around at the apartment. The real estate broker caught his eye, quickly looked away. He lowered his voice. "Nora, you do love me, right?" She continued looking out the window. "Of course. But this is just a really bad day for me, okay? It's no big deal. It's not like we're engaged. Let's not talk about it." "Not talk about it? Nora, this is the apartment. We're never going to find a better one. Let's settle the broker's fee." "Broker's fee?" Smithback turned to the agent. "What did you say your fee was for this place?" The agent exhaled a cloud of smoke, gave a little cough. "I'm glad you asked. It's quite reasonable. Of course, you can't just rent an apartment like this. I'm doing you a special favor just showing it to you." "So how much is this fee?" Nora asked. 18. 18 what? Dollars? Percent of the first year's rent, that is. But that's, Nora frowned, did the calculation in her head. That's close to $4,000. It's cheap considering what you're getting. And I promise you, if you don't go for it, the next person will. She glanced at her watch. They'll be here in 10 minutes. That's how much time you have to make your decision. "What about it?" Nora asked. Nora sighed. "I have to think about this." "We don't have time to think about it. We have all the time in the world. This isn't the only apartment in Manhattan." There was a brief frozen silence. The real estate broker glanced again at her watch. Nora shook her head. "Bill, I told you, it's been a bad day." "I can see that." "You know the Shodom collection I told you about? Yesterday we found a letter, a terrible letter, hidden among that collection." Smithback felt a feeling akin to panic creeping over him. "Can we talk about this later? I really think this is the apartment." She rounded on him, her face dark. "Didn't you hear what I said? We found a letter. We know who murdered those 36 people." There was another silence. Smithback glanced over at the real estate broker, who was pretending to examine a window frame. Her ears were practically twitching. "You do?" he asked. "He's an extremely shadowy figure named Enoch Leng. He seems to have been a taxonomist and a chemist. The letter was written by a man named Shodom, who owned a kind of museum on the site called Shodom's Cabinet. Leng rented rooms from Shodom and performed experiments in them. Shodom grew suspicious, took a look into Leng's lab when he was away. He discovered that Leng had been kidnapping people, killing them, and then dissecting out part of their central nervous system and processing it, apparently for self-administered injections. Good God! What for? Nora shook her head. You're not going to believe this. He was trying to extend his lifespan. That's incredible. This was a story, a gigantic story. Smithback glanced over at the real estate broker. She was now intently examining the door jambs, her next appointment seemingly forgotten. That's what I thought. Nora shuddered. God, I just can't get that letter out of my head. All the details were there. And Pendergast, you should have seen how grim his face was while he was reading it. Looked as if he was reading his own obituary or something. And then this morning, when I went down to check on some more Shodom material that had turned up, I learned that orders had come down for some conservation work in the archives. All the Shodom papers were included. And now, they're gone. You can't tell me that's coincidence. It was either Brisbane or Colopy, I'm sure of that, but of course I can't come right out and ask them. Did you get a photocopy? The dark look on Nora's face lifted slightly. Pendergast.
We are taking it. And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace.
Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright tension. We are taking it, "I'm sorry, Bill, but I'm just not ready. But last week you said," "I know what I said, but I can't think about apartments at a time like this, okay?" "No, it's not okay." The doorbell rang and the broker moved to open the door. Two men came in, one bald and short, one tall and bearded. Gave the living room a quick look, swept through the kitchen and into the bedrooms. "Nora, please," Smithback said. "Look, I know this move to New York, the job at the museum, hasn't been as smooth as you hoped. I'm sorry about that. But that doesn't mean you should—" There was a lengthy interval while the shower was being turned on, then off. And then the couple were back in the living room. The inspection had taken less than 2 minutes. "It's perfect," said the bald one. 18% broker's fee, right? "Right. Great." A checkbook appeared. "Who do I make it out to?" "Cash." "Well, take it to your bank." "Now wait just a minute," Smithback said. "We were here first." "I'm so sorry," said one of the men politely, turning in surprise. "Don't mind them," said the broker harshly. "Those people are on their way out. Come on, Bill." Nora began urging him to the door. "We were here first. I'll take it myself if I have to." There was a snap as the man detached the check. The broker reached for it. "I've got the lease right here," she said, patting her bag. "We can sign it at the bank." Nora dragged Smithback out the door and slammed it shut. The ride downstairs was silent and tense. A moment later, they were standing on the street. "I've got to get back to work," Nora said, looking away. "We can talk about this tonight." "We certainly will." Smithback watched her stride down 99th Street in the slanting light, the trench coat curling away from her perfect little behind, her long copper hair swinging back and forth. He felt stricken. After all they had been through, she still didn't want to live with him. What had he done wrong? Sometimes he wondered if she blamed him for pressuring her to move east from Santa Fe. It wasn't his fault the job at the Lloyd Museum had fallen through, and her boss here in Manhattan was a prize jerk. How could he change her mind? How could he prove to her that he really loved her? An idea began to form in his mind. Nora didn't really appreciate the power of the press, particularly the New York Times. She didn't realize just how cowed, how docile and cooperative the museum could be when faced with bad publicity. Yes, he thought, this would work. She would get the collections back and get her carbon-14 dating funded and more. She would thank him in the end. If he worked fast, he could even make the early edition. Smithback heard a hearty yell. "Hey, friend!" He turned. There were the two bums, fiery-faced now, holding on to each other, staggering up the sidewalk. One of them lifted a paper bag. "Have a drink on us!"
Smithback took out another 20 and held it up in front of the bigger and dirtier of the two. "Tell you what, in a few minutes you'll see a thin lady dressed in black come out of this building with two guys. Her name's Millie. Give her a really big hug and kiss for me, will you? The sloppier the better." "You bet." The man snatched the bill and stuffed it into his pocket. Smithback went down the street toward Broadway, feeling marginally better. Anthony Fairhaven settled his lean, muscular frame into the chair, spread a heavy linen napkin across his lap, and examined the breakfast that lay before him. It was minuscule, yet arrayed with excessive care on the crisp white damask. A china glass of tea, 2 water biscuits, royal jelly. He drained the tea in a single toss, nibbled absently at the cracker, then wiped his lips and signaled the maid for his papers with a curt motion. The sun streamed in through the curved glass wall of his breakfast atrium. From his vantage point atop the Metropolitan Tower, all of Manhattan lay prostrate at his feet, glittering in the dawn light, windows winking pink and gold. His own personal new world, waiting for him to claim his manifest destiny. Far below, the dark rectangle of Central Park lay like a gravedigger's hole in the midst of the great city. The light was just clipping the tops of the trees, the shadows of the buildings along Fifth Avenue lying across the park like bars. There was a rustle, and the maid laid the 2 papers before him, the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, freshly ironed, as he insisted. He picked up the Times and unfolded it, the warm scent of newsprint reaching his nostrils, the sheets crisp and dry. He gave the paper a little shake to loosen it, and turned to the front page. He scanned the headlines: Middle East peace talks, mayoral election debates, earthquake in Indonesia. He glanced below the fold. Momentarily, he stopped breathing. Newly discovered letter sheds light on 19th century killings by William Smithback, Jr. He blinked his eyes, took a long, deep breath, and began to read. New York, October 8th. A letter has been found in the archives of the New York Museum of Natural History that may help explain the grisly charnel discovered in Lower Manhattan early last week. In that discovery, workmen constructing a residential tower at the corner of Henry and Catherine Streets unearthed a basement tunnel containing the remains of 36 young men and women. The remains had been walled up in a dozen alcoves, in what was apparently an old coal tunnel dating from the middle of the 19th century. Preliminary forensic analysis showed that the victims had been dissected, or perhaps autopsied, and subsequently dismembered. Preliminary dating of the site by an archaeologist, Nora Kelly of the New York Museum of Natural History, indicated that the killings had occurred between 1872 and 1881, when the corner was occupied by a 3-story building housing a private museum known as J.C. Shodham's Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities. The cabinet burned in 1881, and Shodham died in the fire. In subsequent research, Dr. Kelly discovered the letter, which was written by J.C. Shodham himself. Written shortly before Shodham's death, it describes his uncovering of the medical experiments of his lodger, a taxonomist and chemist by the name of Enoch Leng. In the letter, Shodham alleged that Leng was conducting surgical experiments on human subjects in an attempt to prolong his own life. The experiments appear to have involved the surgical removal of the lower portion of the spinal cord from a living subject. Shodham appended to his letter several passages from Leng's own detailed journal of his experiments. A copy of the letter was obtained by the New York Times. If the remains are indeed from murdered individuals, it would be the largest serial killing in the history of New York City, and perhaps the largest in U.S. history. Jack the Ripper, England's most famous serial killer, murdered 7 women in the Whitechapel district of London in 1888. Jeffrey Dahmer, America's notorious serial killer, is known to have killed at least 17 people. The human remains were removed to the medical examiner's office and have been unavailable for examination. The basement tunnel was subsequently destroyed by Morgan Fairhaven, Inc., the developer of the tower, during normal construction activities. According to Mary Hill, a spokesperson for Mayor Edward Montefiore, the site did not fall under the New York Archaeological and Historic Preservation Act. "This is an old crime scene of little archaeological interest," Miss Hill said. "It simply did not meet the criteria spelled out in the act. We had no basis to stop construction." Representatives of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, however, have taken a different view and are reportedly asking a state senator.
Kelly found a piece of paper, possibly a note of self-identification, written by a young woman who apparently believed she had only a short time to live. "I am Mary Green, age 19 years, no 16 Water Street." Tests indicated the note had been written in human blood. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has taken an interest in the case. Special Agent Pendergast from the New Orleans office has been observed on the scene. Neither the New York nor the New Orleans FBI offices would comment. The exact nature of his involvement has not been made public, but Pendergast is known as one of the highest-ranking special agents in the southern region. He has worked on several high-profile cases in New York before. The New York City Police Department, meanwhile, has shown little interest in a crime that occurred more than a century ago. Captain Sherwood Custer, in whose precinct the remains were found, says the case is primarily of historical interest. The murderer is dead. Any accomplices must be dead. Well, leave this one to the historians and continue to devote our resources to crime prevention in the 21st century. Following the discovery of the letter, the New York Museum removed the Chatham cabinet collection from the museum archives. Roger Brisbane, first vice president of the museum, called the move part of a long-scheduled, ongoing conservation process, a coincidence that has nothing to do with these reports. He referred all further questions to Harry Medeker in the museum's public relations department. Mr. Medeker did not return several telephone calls from the Times. The story continued on an inside page, where the reporter described the details of the old murders with considerable relish. Fairhaven read the article to the end, then turned back and read the first page once again. The dry leaves of the Times made a faint rustling sound in his hands, echoed by the trembling of the dead leaves clinging to the potted trees on the balcony outside the atrium. Fairhaven slowly laid down the paper and looked out once again over the city. He could see the New York Museum across the park, its granite towers and copper roofs catching the newly minted light. He flicked his finger, and another cup of tea arrived. He stared at the cup without pleasure, tossed it down. Another flick of his finger brought him a phone. Fairhaven knew a great deal about real estate development, public relations, and New York City politics. He knew this article was a potential disaster. It called for firm, prompt action. He paused, thinking who should receive the first telephone call. A moment later, he dialed the mayor's private number, which he knew by heart. Doreen Hollander of 21 Indian Feather Lane, Pine Creek, Oklahoma, had left her husband 26 stories overhead, mumbling and snoring in their hotel room. Gazing across the broad expanse of Central Park West, she decided now was the perfect time to view Monet's water lilies at the Metropolitan Museum. She'd wanted to get a glimpse of the famous paintings ever since seeing a poster at her sister-in-law's house. Her husband, service technician for Oklahoma Cable, hadn't the faintest interest in art. Chances are he'd still be asleep when she returned. Consulting the visitor's map the hotel had so generously volunteered, she was pleased to discover the museum lay just across Central Park. A short walk, no need to call for an expensive taxi. Doreen Hollander liked walking, and this would be the perfect way to burn off those 2 croissants with butter and marmalade she had unwisely eaten for breakfast. She started off, crossing into the park at the Alexander Humboldt Gate, walking briskly. It was a beautiful fall day, and the big buildings on Fifth Avenue shone above the treetops. New York City, a wonderful place, as long as you didn't have to live here. The path dropped down, and soon she came to the side of a lovely pond. She gazed across. Would it be better to go around it to the right or to the left?
She consulted her map and decided the left-hand way would be shorter. She set off again on her strong farm girl legs, inhaling the air. Surprisingly fresh, she thought. Bicyclists and rollerbladers whizzed past as the road curved alongside the pond. Soon she found herself at another fork. The main path swerved northward, but there was a footpath that continued straight in the direction she was going, through a wood. She consulted her map. It didn't show the footpath, but she knew a better route when she saw it. She continued on. Quickly, the path branched, then branched again, wandering aimlessly up and down through hillocks and little rocky outcrops. Here and there through the trees, she could still make out the row of skyscrapers along Fifth Avenue, beckoning her on, showing her the way. The woods grew more dense, and then she began to see the people. It was odd. Here and there, young men stood idly, hands in pockets, in the woods, waiting. But waiting for what? They were nice-looking young men, well-dressed, with good haircuts. Out beyond the trees, a bright fall morning was in progress, and she didn't feel the slightest bit afraid. She hurried on as the woods grew thicker. She stopped to consult her map, a little puzzled, and discovered that she was in a place called the Ramble. It was a well-chosen name, she decided. Twice she had found herself turned completely around. It was as if the person who had designed this little maze of paths wanted people to get lost. Well, Doreen Hollander was not one to get lost, not in a tiny patch of woods in a city park, when after all she had grown up in the country, roaming the fields and woods of eastern Oklahoma. This walk was turning into a little adventure, and Doreen Hollander liked little adventures. That was why she had dragged her husband to New York City to begin with, to have a little adventure. Doreen forced herself to smile. If this didn't beat all, now she was turned around yet again. With a rueful laugh, she consulted her map. But on the map, the Ramble was marked simply as a large mass of leafy green. She looked around. Perhaps one of the nice-looking men could help her with directions. But here, the woods were darker, thicker. Nevertheless, through a screen of leaves, she saw two figures. She approached. What were they doing in there? She took another step forward, pulled a branch aside, and peered through. The peer turned into a stare, and the stare turned into a mask of frozen horror. Then, abruptly, she backed away, turned, and began retracing her steps as quickly as she could. All desire to see Monet's water lilies had flown from her head. She hurried along, her breath coming in short gasps, and she looked back only once. When the swift footsteps came up behind her, she heard nothing and expected nothing. When the black hood came down hard and tight over her head, and the sudden wet stench of chloroform violated her nostrils, the last vision in her mind was of a twisted spire of salt, glittering in the desolate light of an empty plain, a plume of bitter smoke rising in the distance. The eminent Dr. Frederick Watson Calliope sat in state behind the great 19th-century leather-bound desk, reflecting on the men and women who had preceded him in this august position. In the museum's glory years, the years, say, when this vast desk was still new, the directors of the museum had been true visionaries, explorers, and scientists both. He lingered appreciatively over their names: Bird, Throckmorton, Andrews. Now those were names worthy to be cast in bronze. His appreciation waned somewhat as he approached the more recent occupants of this grand corner office, the unfortunate Winston Wright and his short-tenured successor, Olivia Merriam. He felt no little satisfaction in returning the office to its former state of dignity and accomplishment.
He ran a hand along his well-trimmed beard, laid a finger across his lip in thoughtful meditation. And yet, here it was again, that persistent feeling of melancholy. He had been called upon to make certain sacrifices in order to rescue the museum.
It distressed him that scientific research was forced to take second place to galas, to glittering new halls, to blockbuster exhibitions. Blockbuster. The word tasted repellent in the mouth. And yet, this was New York at the dawn of the 21st century, and those who did not play the game would not survive. Even his grandest forebears had their own crosses to bear. One bent with the winds of time. The museum had survived. That was the important, that was the only point. He then reflected on his own distinguished scientific lineage. His great-grand-uncle Amasa Greenough, friend to Darwin and famed discoverer of the chitinous monkfish of the Indochine. His great-aunt Philomena Watson, who had done seminal work with the natives of Tierra del Fuego. His grandfather Gardner Colopy, the distinguished herpetologist. He thought of his own exciting work reclassifying the Pangaidae during the heady days of his youth. Perhaps, with luck and a goodly allowance of years, his tenure here at the museum would rival the great directors of the past. Perhaps he, too, would have his name graven in bronze, enshrined in the great rotunda for all to see. He still couldn't shake the feeling of melancholy that had settled around him. These reflections, normally so soothing, seemed not to help. He felt a man out of place, old-fashioned, superannuated. Even thoughts of his lovely young wife, with whom he had shared a delightful morning before breakfast, failed to shake the feeling. His eye took in the office, the pink marble fireplaces, the round tower windows looking out over Museum Drive, the oak paneling with its patina of centuries, the paintings by Audubon and de Cliffesay. He regarded his own person, the somber suit with its old-fashioned, almost clerical cut, the starched white shirt front, the silk bow tie worn as a sign of independence in thought and deed, the handmade shoes, and, above all, as his eye fell on the mirror above the mantel, the handsome and even elegant face, if a touch severe, that wore its burden of years so gracefully. He turned to his desk with a faint sigh. Perhaps it was the news of the day that made him gloomy. It sat on his desk, spread out in glaring newsprint. The damnable article, written by that same vile fellow who had caused so much trouble at the museum back in '95. He had hoped the earlier removal of the offending materials from the archives would have quieted things down. But now there was this letter to deal with. On every level, this had the potential to be a disaster. His own staff drawn in, an FBI agent running around, Fairhaven, one of their biggest supporters, under fire. Colopy's head reeled at the possibilities, all too hideous to contemplate. If this thing wasn't handled, it could very well cast a pall on his own tenure, or worse. Do not go to that place, thought Frederick Watson Colopy. He would handle it. Even the worst disasters could be turned around with the right, what was the trendy word? Spin. Yes, that's what was needed here. A very delicate and artfully applied spin. The museum would not, he thought, react in its usual knee-jerk way. The museum would not decry the investigation. It would not protest the rifling of its archives. It would not denounce the unaccountable activities of this FBI agent. It would not deny responsibility, evade, or cover up. Nor would the museum come to the aid of its biggest supporter, Fairhaven. At least, not on the surface. And yet, much could be done in camera, so to speak. A quiet word could be strategically placed here and there. Reassurances given or taken away, money moved hither and yon. Gently, very gently. He depressed a button on his intercom and spoke in a mild voice. "Mrs. Surd, would you be so good as to tell Mr. Brisbane I should like to see him at his convenience?" "Yes, Dr. Colopy. Thank you most kindly, Mrs. Surd." He released the button and settled back.
Then he carefully folded up the New York Times and placed it out of sight in the to-be-filed box at the corner of his desk. And for the first time since leaving his bedroom that morning, he smiled. Nora Kelly knew what the call was about. She had seen the article in the morning paper, of course. It was the talk of the museum, perhaps of all New York. She knew what kind of effect it would have on a man like Brisbane. She had been waiting all day for him to call her, and now, at 10 minutes to 5, the summons had finally come. He had waited until 10 minutes to 5, letting her stew, no doubt. She wondered if that meant he would give her 10 minutes to clear out of the museum. It wouldn't surprise her. The nameplate was missing from Brisbane's door. She knocked and the secretary called her in. "Have a seat, please," said a haggard older woman who was clearly in a bad mood. Nora sat. God, Vil, she thought, what could he have been thinking? Admittedly, the guy was impulsive. He tended to act before engaging his cerebral cortex, but this was too much. She'd have his guts for garters, as her father used to say. She'd make him pay dearly, fix his punishment to a thong, and wear it around her waist like a bola. This job was so critical to her, yet here he was, practically typing out the pink slip himself. How could he have done this to her? The secretary's phone buzzed. "You may go in," the older woman said. Nora entered the inner office. Brisbane stood in front of a mirror placed at one side of his desk, tying a bow tie around his neck. He wore black pants with a satin stripe and a starched shirt with mother-of-pearl buttons. A tuxedo jacket was draped over his chair. Nora paused inside the door, waiting, but Brisbane said nothing, nor in any way acknowledged her presence. She watched him deftly whip one end of the tie over the other, snug the end through. Then he spoke. "Over the past few hours, I've learned a great deal about you, Dr. Kelly." Nora remained silent. "About a disastrous field expedition in the southwestern desert, for example, in which your leadership and even scientific abilities were called into question. And about a certain William Smithback." There was another pause while he tugged on the ends of the tie. As he worked, he craned his neck. It rose out of his collar, as pale and scrawny as a chicken's. "I understand, Dr. Kelly, that you brought non-museum personnel into the archives in direct violation of the rules of this museum." He tightened and adjusted. Nora said nothing. "Furthermore, you've been doing outside work on museum time, assisting this FBI agent. Again, a clear violation of the rules." Nora knew it would be futile to remind Brisbane that he himself, however grudgingly, had authorized the work. Finally, it's a violation of museum rules to have contact with the press without clearing it through our public relations office first. There are good reasons for all these rules, Dr. Kelly. These are not mere bureaucratic regulations. They relate to the museum's security, to the integrity of its collections and archives, and especially its reputation. Do you understand me? Nora looked at Brisbane, but could find no words. "Your conduct has caused a great deal of anxiety here." "Look," she said, "if you're going to fire me, get it over with." Brisbane looked at her at last, his pink face forming an expression of mock surprise. "Who said anything about firing? Not only will we not fire you, but you are forbidden to resign." Nora looked at him in surprise. "Dr. Kelly, you will remain with the museum. After all, you're the hero of the hour. Dr. Colopy and I are united on this. We wouldn't dream of letting you go, not after that self-serving, self-aggrandizing newspaper piece. You're bulletproof. For now."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter,
or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Nora listened, her surprise slowly turning to anger. Brisbane patted the bow tie, examined himself one last time in the mirror, and turned. All your privileges are suspended. No access to the central collections or the archives. Am I allowed to use the girls' room? No contact with anyone on the outside involving museum business, and especially no contact with that FBI agent or that journalist Smithback. No need to worry about Smithback, Nora thought, furious now. We know all about Smithback. There's a file on him downstairs that's a foot thick. As you probably know, he wrote a book about the museum a few years back. That was before my time, and I haven't read it, but I've heard it wasn't exactly Nobel Prize material. He's been persona non grata around here ever since. He looked at her directly, his eyes cold and unwavering. In the meantime, it's business as usual. Going to the new Primate Hall opening tonight? I wasn't planning to. Start planning. After all, you're our employee of the week. People are going to want to see you up and about, looking chipper. In fact, the museum will be issuing a press release about our own heroic Dr. Kelly, pointing out in the process how civic-minded the museum is, how we have a long history of doing pro bono work for the city. Of course, you will deflect any further questions about this business by saying that all your work is completely confidential. Brisbane lifted the jacket from the chair and daintily shrugged himself into it, flicking a stray thread from his shoulders, touching his perfect hair. I'm sure you can find a halfway decent dress among your things. Just be glad it isn't one of the fancy dress balls the museum's so fond of these days. What if I say no? What if I don't get with your little program? Brisbane shot his cuffs and turned to her again. Then his eyes flicked to the door, and Nora's gaze followed. Standing in the doorway, hands folded before him, was Dr. Calliope himself. The director cut a fearsome, almost sinister figure as he silently walked the halls of the museum, his thin frame dressed in formal severity, his profile that of an Anglican deacon's, his posture rigid and forbidding. Calliope, who came from a long background of gentlemen scientists and inventors, had an enigmatic demeanor and a quiet voice that never seemed to be raised.
To top it off, the man owned a brownstone on West End Avenue in which he lived with a gorgeous new wife, 40 years his junior. Their relationship was the subject of endless comment and much speculation. But today, Director Calliope was almost smiling. He took a step forward. The angular lines of his pale face looked much softer than usual, even animated. He actually took her hand between his own dry palms, eyes looking closely into hers, and Nora felt a faint and wholly unexpected tingle. She abruptly saw what that young wife must also have seen. A very vital man was hidden behind that normally impenetrable facade. Now Calliope did smile, and when he did so, it was as if a heat lamp was switched on. Nora felt bathed in a radiance of charm and vigor. "I know your work, Nora, and I've been following it with tremendous interest. To think that the great ruins of Chaco Canyon might have been influenced, if not built, by the Aztecs. It's important, even groundbreaking stuff." Then he silenced her with a faint pressure to her hand. "I wasn't aware of the cuts in your department, Nora. We've all had to tighten our belts, but perhaps we've done so a little too indiscriminately. Fortunately, we are in a position to restore your funding, and on top of that, give you the $18,000 you need for those critical carbon-14 dates. I myself have a personal interest in the subject. I'll never forget, as a boy, visiting those magnificent Chacoan ruins with Dr. Morris himself. Thank you, but," again the faint squeeze, "please don't thank me. Mr. Brisbane was kind enough to bring this situation to my attention. The work you are doing here is important. It will bring credit to the museum, and I personally would like to do anything I can to support it. If you need anything else, call me. He released her hand ever so gently and turned to Brisbane. "I must be off to prepare my little speech. Thank you." And he was gone. She looked at Brisbane, but the face was still an opaque mask. "Now you know what will happen if you do get with the program," he said. "I'd rather not go into what will happen if you don't." Brisbane turned back to the mirror, gave himself one last look. "See you tonight, Dr. Kelly," he said mildly. Nora Kelly looked out from the window of her fourth-floor office over the copper rooftops of the New York Museum of Natural History, past the cupolas and minarets and gargoyle-haunted towers, across the leafy expanse of Central Park. Her eye came to rest at last on the distant buildings along Fifth Avenue, a single wall, unbroken and monolithic, like the bailey of some limitless castle, yellow in the autumn light. The beautiful vista gave her no pleasure. Almost time for the meeting. She began to check a sudden swell of anger, then reconsidered. She would need that anger. For the last 18 months, her scientific budget had been frozen. During that time, she had watched the number of museum vice presidents swell from 3 to 12, each pulling down $200 grand. She had watched the public relations department turn from a sleepy little office of genial old ex-newspaper reporters to a suite of young, smartly dressed flacks who knew nothing about archaeology or science. She had seen the upper echelons at the museum, once populated by scientists and educators, taken over by lawyers and fundraisers. Every 90-degree angle in the museum had been converted into the corner office of some functionary. All the money went to putting on big fundraisers that raised more money for yet more fundraisers in an endless cycle of onanistic vigor. And yet, she told herself, it was still the New York Museum, the greatest natural history museum in the world. She was lucky to have this job. After the failure of her most recent efforts, the strange archaeological expedition she'd led to Utah, and the abrupt termination of the planned Lloyd Museum, she needed this job to work out. This time, she told herself, she would play it cool, work within the system. She turned away from the window and glanced around the office. System or no system, there was no way she could complete her research on the Anasazi Aztec connection without more money. Most importantly, she needed a careful series of accelerator mass spectrometer C14 dates on the 66 organics she had brought back from last summer's survey of southern Utah. It would cost $18,000, but she had to have those very dates if she was ever going to complete her work. She would ask for that money now, let the other stuff wait. It was time. She rose and headed out the door, up a narrow staircase, and into the plush trappings of the museum's 5th floor. She paused outside the first vice president's office to adjust her gray suit. That was what these people...
Then it had been a real curator's office, dusty and messy, filled with fossils and books, old Victorian wing chairs, Maasai spears, and a stuffed dugong. Now the place looked like the waiting room of an oral surgeon. The only sign that it might be a museum office was a locked glass case sitting on Brisbane's desk, inside of which reposed a number of spectacular gemstones, cut and uncut, winking and glimmering in little nests of velvet. Museum scuttlebutt held that Brisbane had intended to be a gemologist, but was forced into law school by a pragmatic father. Nora hoped it was true. At least then he might have some understanding of science. She tried to make her smile as sincere as possible. Brisbane looked sleek and self-assured. His face was as cool, smooth, and pink as the inside of a conch. Exquisitely shaved, padded, groomed, and eau de cologned. His wavy brown hair, thick and glossy with health, was worn slightly long. "Dr. Kelly," said Brisbane, exposing a rack of perfect orthodontry, "make yourself at home." Nora dropped gingerly into a construction of chrome, leather, and wood that purported to be a chair. It was hideously uncomfortable and squeaked with every movement. The young VP threw himself back in his chair with a rustle of worsted and put his hands behind his head. His shirt sleeves were rolled back in perfect creases, and the knot of his English silk tie formed an impeccably dimpled triangle. Was that, Nora thought, a bit of makeup on his face, under and around his eyes, hiding a few wrinkles? Good gosh, it was. She looked away, realizing she was staring too hard. "How go things in the rag and bone shop?" Brisbane asked. "Great. Fine. There's just one small thing I wanted to talk to you about." "Good, good. I needed to talk to you, too." "Mr. Brisbane," Nora began quickly, But Brisbane stopped her with a raised hand. "Nora, I know why you're here. You need money." "That's right," Brisbane nodded, sympathetically. "You can't complete your research with a frozen budget." "That's right," repeated Nora, surprised but wary. "It was a tremendous coup to get the Murchison grant to do the Utah Anasazi survey. But there's no way I can finish the work without a really good series of carbon-14 dates. Good dates are the foundation for everything else." She tried to keep her voice pleasantly obedient, as if eager to play the ingenue. Brisbane nodded again, his eyes half closed, swiveling slightly in his chair. Despite herself, Nora began to feel encouraged. She hadn't expected as sympathetic a reaction. It seemed to be working. "How much are we talking about?" Brisbane asked. "With $18,000, I could get all 66 samples dated at the University of Michigan, which has the best mass spectrometer laboratory for carbon-14 dating in the world." 18,000? 66 samples? That's right. I'm not asking for a permanent budget increase, just a one-time grant. 18,000, Brisbane repeated slowly, as if considering. "When you really think about it, Dr. Kelly, it doesn't seem like much, does it?" "No, it's very little money, actually, not compared to the scientific results it would bring." 18,000. What a coincidence. Coincidence? Nora suddenly felt uneasy. "It just happens to be exactly what you are going to need to cut out of your budget next year." "You're cutting my budget?" Brisbane nodded. 10% cuts across the board, all scientific departments. Nora felt herself begin to tremble, and she gripped the chrome arms of the chair.
She was about to say something, but, remembering her vow, turned it into a swallow. The cost of the new dinosaur halls turned out to be more than anticipated. That's why I was glad to hear you said it wasn't much money. Nora found her breath, modulated her voice. Mr. Brisbane, I can't complete the survey with a cut like that. You're going to have to. Scientific research is only a small part of the museum, Dr. Kelly. We've an obligation to put on exhibitions, build new halls, and entertain the public. Nora spoke hotly. But basic scientific research is the lifeblood of this museum. Without science, all this is just empty show. Brisbane rose from his chair, strolled around his desk, and stood before the glass case. He punched a keypad, inserted a key. Have you ever seen the Tev Mirabi emerald? The what? Brisbane opened the case and stretched a slender hand toward a cabochon emerald the size of a robin's egg. He plucked it from its velvet cradle and held it up between thumb and forefinger. The Tev Mirabi emerald. It's flawless. As a gemologist by avocation, I can tell you that emeralds of this size are never flawless. Except this one. He placed it before his eye, which popped into housefly-like magnification. He blinked once, then lowered the gem. Take a look. Nora again forced herself to swallow a rejoinder. She took the emerald. Careful, you wouldn't want to drop it. Emeralds are brittle. Nora held it gingerly, turned it in her fingers. Go ahead. The world looks different through an emerald. She peered into its depths and saw a distorted world peering back, in which moved a bloated creature like a green jellyfish. Brisbane. Very interesting. But, Mr. Brisbane, flawless, no doubt, but we were talking about something else. What do you think it's worth? 1 million? 5? 10? It's unique. If we sold it, all our money worries would be over. He chuckled, then placed it to his eye again. The eye swiveled about behind the emerald, black, magnified, wet-looking. But we can't, of course. I'm sorry, but I don't get your point. Brisbane smiled thinly. You and the rest of the scientific staff, you all forget one thing. It is about show. Take this emerald. Scientifically, there's nothing in it that you couldn't find in an emerald 1/100th its size. But people don't want to see any old emerald. They want to see the biggest emerald. Show, Dr. Kelly, is the lifeblood of this museum. How long do you think your precious scientific research would last if people stopped coming, stopped being interested, stopped giving money? You need collections, dazzling exhibitions, colossal meteorites, dinosaurs, planetariums, gold, dodo birds, and giant emeralds to keep people's attention. Your work just doesn't fall into that category. But my work is interesting. Brisbane spread his hands. My dear, everyone here thinks their research is the most interesting. It was the my dear that did it. Nora rose from her chair, white-lipped with anger. I shouldn't have to sit here justifying my work to you. The Utah survey will establish exactly when the Aztec influence came into the Southwest and transformed Anasazi culture. It will tell us if you were digging up dinosaurs, it would be different. That's where the action is. And it happens that's also where the money is. The fact is, Dr. Kelly, nobody seems terribly concerned with your little piles of potsherds except yourself. The fact is, said Nora hotly, that you're a miscarried scientist yourself. You're only playing at being a bureaucrat, and frankly, you're overdoing the role. As soon as Nora spoke, she realized she had said too much. Brisbane's face seemed to freeze for a moment. Then he recovered, gave her a cool smile, and twitched his handkerchief out of his breast pocket. He began polishing the emerald, slowly and repetitively. Then he placed it back in the case, locked it, and then began polishing the case itself, first the top and then the sides, with deliberation. Finally he spoke. Do not excite yourself. It hardens the arteries and is altogether bad for your health. I didn't mean to say that, and I'm sorry, but I won't stand for these cuts. Brisbane spoke pleasantly. "I've said what I have to say. For those curators who are unable or unwilling to find the cuts, there's no problem. I will be happy to find the cuts for them." When he said this, he did not smile. Nora closed the door to the outer office and stood in the hallway, her mind in turmoil.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical, to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. She had sworn to herself not to leave without the extra money, and here she was, worse off than before she went in. Should she go to Colopy, the museum's director? But he was severe and unapproachable, and that would surely piss off Brisbane. She'd already shot her mouth off once. Going over Brisbane's head might get her fired. And whatever else she did, she couldn't lose this job. If that happened, she might as well find another line of work. Maybe she could find the money somewhere else, rustle up another grant somewhere. And there was another budget review in 6 months. One could always hope. Slowly, she descended the staircase to the 4th floor. In the corridor, she paused, surprised to see the door to her office wide open. She looked inside. In the place she had been standing not 15 minutes before, a very odd-looking man was now framed by the window, leafing through a monograph. He was wearing a dead black suit, severely cut, giving him a distinctly funereal air. His skin was very pale, whiter than she had ever seen on a living body. His blonde hair, too, was almost white, and he turned the pages of the monograph with astonishingly long, slender ivory fingers. "Excuse me, but what are you doing in my office?" Nora asked. "Interesting," the man murmured, turning. "Am sorry?" He held up a monograph, The Geochronology of Sandia Cave. Odd that only whole Folsom points were found above the Sandia level. Highly suggestive, don't you think? He spoke with a soft, upper-class Southern accent that flowed like honey. Nora felt her surprise turning to anger at this casual invasion of her office. He moved toward a bookcase, slid the monograph back into its place on the shelf, and began perusing the other volumes, his finger tapping the spines with small, precise movements. "Ah," he said, slipping out another monograph.
I see, the Monteverde results have been challenged. Nora stepped forward, jerked the monograph out of his hand, and shoved it back onto the shelf. I'm busy at the moment. If you want an appointment, you can call. Please close the door on your way out. She turned her back, waiting for him to leave. 10%. She shook her head in weary disbelief. How could she possibly manage it? But the man didn't leave. Instead, she heard his mellifluous plantation voice again. I'd just as soon speak now if it's all the same to you. Dr. Kelly, may I be so bold as to trouble you with a vexatious little problem? She turned. He had extended his hand. Nestled within it was a small brown skull. O'Shaughnessy followed Pendergast up the red-carpeted steps toward the museum's great bronze doors, convinced that every eye in the place was on him. He felt like a jerk in his policeman's uniform. He let his hand drop idly to the butt of his gun and felt gratified as a nearby tuxedoed man gave him a decidedly nervous glance. He further consoled himself with the thought that he was getting time and a half for this dog and pony show, and time and a half from Captain Custer was nothing to sneeze at. Cars were lining up along Museum Drive, disgorging beautiful and not-so-beautiful people. Velvet ropes held back a small, disconsolate-looking group of photographers and journalists. The flashes of the photographers' cameras were few and far between. A van with the logo of a local television station was already packing up and leaving. This opening for the new primate hall is rather smaller than others I've attended, said Pendergast as he glanced around. Party fatigue, I expect. The museum's been having so many these days. Primates? All these people are interested in monkeys? I expect most of them are here to observe the primates outside the exhibition cases. Very funny. They passed through the doors and across the great rotunda. Until 2 days ago, O'Shaughnessy hadn't been inside the museum since he was a kid. But there were the dinosaurs, just like they'd always been. And beyond, the herd of elephants. The red carpet and velvet ropes led them onward, deeper into the building. Smiling young ladies were positioned along the way, pointing, nodding, indicating where to go. Very nice young ladies. O'Shaughnessy decided that another visit to the museum, when he wasn't on duty, might be in order. They wound through the African Hall, past a massive doorway framed in elephant tusks, and entered a large reception area. Countless little tables, set with votive candles, dotted the room. A vast buffet heaped with food ran along one wall, bookended by 2 well-stocked booze stations. A podium had been placed at the far end of the room. In a nearby corner, a string quartet sawed industriously at a Viennese waltz. O'Shaughnessy listened with incredulity. They were appalling. But at least it wasn't Puccini they were butchering. The room was almost empty. At the door stood a manic-looking man, a large name tag displayed below his white carnation. He spotted Pendergast, rushed over, and seized his hand with almost frantic gratitude. Harry Medicore, head of public relations. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you. I think you'll love the new hall. Primate behavior is my specialty. Ah, then you've come to the right place. The PR man caught a glimpse of O'Shaughnessy and froze in the act of pumping Pendergast's hand. I'm sorry, officer. Is there a problem? His voice had lost all its conviviality. Yeah, said O'Shaughnessy in his most menacing tone. The man leaned forward and spoke in most unwelcoming tones. This is a private opening, officer. I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave. We have no need of outside security. Oh, yeah? Just so you know, Harry, I'm here on the little matter of the museum cocaine ring. Museum cocaine ring? Medoker looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Officer O'Shaughnessy, came Pendergast's mild warning. O'Shaughnessy gave the man a little clap on the shoulder. Don't breathe a word. Imagine how the press would run with it. Think of the museum, Harry. He left the man white and shaking. I hate it when they don't respect the man in blue, said O'Shaughnessy. For a moment, Pendergast eyed him gravely. Then he nodded. Toward the buffet. Regulations may forbid drinking on the job, but they don't forbid eating Blenheim caviar. Blenheim what?
Tiny buckwheat pancakes topped with creme fraiche and caviar. Delectable. O'Shaughnessy shuddered. I don't like raw fish eggs. I suspect you've never had the real thing, Sergeant. Give one a try. You'll find them much more palatable than a Divalcura area, I assure you. However, there's also the smoked sturgeon, the foie gras, the prosciutto di Parma, and the Damariscata river oysters. The museum always serves an excellent table. Just give me the pigs in a blanket. Those can be obtained from the man with the cart on the corner of 77th and Central Park West. More people were trickling into the hall, but the crowd was still thin. O'Shaughnessy followed Pendergast over to the food table. He avoided the piles of sticky gray fish eggs. Instead, he took a few pieces of ham, cut a slice from a wheel of brie, and with some pieces of French bread, made a couple of small ham and cheese sandwiches for himself. The ham was a little dry, and the cheese tasted a little like ammonia, but overall it was palatable. You had a meeting with Captain Custer, right? Pendergast asked. How did it go? O'Shaughnessy shook his head as he munched. Not too good. I expect there was someone from the mayor's office. Mary Hill.
O'Shaughnessy turned to see a gangling, awkward-looking man at the buffet, a gravity-defying cowlick jutting from the top of his head. He was dressed in an ill-fitting tuxedo, and he seemed utterly absorbed in piling as much food onto his plate as possible as quickly as possible. The man looked over, saw Pendergast, and started visibly. He glanced around uneasily, as if marking possible exits. But the FBI agent was smiling encouragingly, and the man named Smithback came toward them a little warily. "Agent Pendergast," Smithback said in a nasal baritone. "What a surprise!" "Indeed, Mr. Smithback. I find you well." He grasped Smithback's hand and shook it. "How many years has it been?" "Long time," said Smithback, looking like it had not been nearly long enough. "What are you doing in New York?" "I keep an apartment here." Pendergast released the hand and looked the writer up and down. "I see you've graduated to Armani, Mr. Smithback," he said. "A rather better cut than those off-the-rack 14th Street job lot suits you used to sport. However, when you're ready to take a real sartorial step, might I recommend Brioni or Ermenegildo Zegna?" Smithback opened his mouth to reply, but Pendergast continued smoothly. "I heard from Margot Green, by the way. She's up in Boston, working for the Gendyne Corporation. She asked me to remember her to you." Smithback opened his mouth again, shut it. "Thank you," he managed after a moment. And Lieutenant D'Agosta? You keep in touch with him?" "He also went north. He's now living in Canada, writing police procedurals under the pen name of Campbell Dirk. I'll have to pick up one of his books. He hasn't made it big yet, not like you, Mr. Smithback, but I must say the books are readable." By this point, Smithback had fully recovered. "And mine aren't?" Pendergast inclined his head. "I can't honestly say I've read any. Do you have one you could particularly recommend?" "Very funny," said Smithback, frowning and looking about. "I wonder if Nora's going to be here." "So you're the guy who wrote the article, right?" asked O'Shaughnessy. Smithback nodded. "Made a splash, don't you think?" "It certainly got everyone's attention," said Pendergast dryly. "As well it should. 19th century serial killer, kidnapping and mutilating helpless kids from workhouses, all in the name of some experiment to extend his own wretched life. You know, they've awarded Pulitzers for less than that. People were arriving more quickly now, and the noise level was increasing. The Society for American Archaeology is demanding an investigation into how the site came to be destroyed. I understand the construction union is also asking questions. With this upcoming election, the mayor's on the defensive. As you can imagine, Mogan Fairhaven wasn't terribly happy about it. Speak of the devil." "What?" Smithback said, clearly surprised by this sudden remark. "Anthony Fairhaven," Pendergast said, nodding toward the entrance. O'Shaughnessy followed the glance. The man standing in the doorway to the hall was much more youthful than he'd expected. Fit, with the kind of frame a bicyclist or rock climber might have, wiry, athletic.
His tuxedo draped over his shoulders and chest with a lightness that made him look as if he'd been born in it. Even more surprising was the face. It was an open face, an honest-looking face. Not the face of the rapacious, money-grubbing real estate developer Smithback had portrayed in the Times article. Then, most surprising of all, Fairhaven looked their way, noticed their glance, and smiled broadly at them before continuing into the hall. A hissing came over the PA system. Tales from the Vienna woods died away raggedly. A man was at the podium, doing a sound check. He retreated, and a hush fell on the crowd. After a moment, a second man, wearing a formal suit, mounted the podium and walked to the microphone. He looked grave, intelligent, patrician, dignified, at ease. In short, he was everything O'Shaughnessy hated. "Who's that?" he asked. "The distinguished Dr. Frederick Calliope," said Pendergast, "director of the museum." "He's got a 29-year-old wife," Smithback whispered. "Can you believe it? It's a wonder he can even keep up with her. Look, there she is now." He pointed to a young and extremely attractive woman standing to one side. Unlike the other women, who all seemed to be dressed in black, she was wearing an emerald green gown with an elegant diamond tiara. The combination was breathtaking. "Oh, God," Smithback breathed. "What a stunner." "I hope the guy keeps a pair of cardiac paddles on his bedside table," O'Shaughnessy muttered. "I think I'll go over and give him my number. Offer to spell him one of these nights, in case the old geezer gets winded." "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," began Calliope. His voice was low, gravelly, without inflection. "When I was a young man, I undertook the reclassification of the Pongai, the great apes." The level of conversation in the room dropped, but did not cease altogether. People seemed far more interested in food and drink than in hearing this man talk about monkeys, O'Shaughnessy thought. And I was faced with a problem: where to put mankind? Are we in the Pongai, or are we not? Are we a great ape, or are we something special? This was the question I faced. "Here comes Dr. Kelly," said Pendergast. Smithback turned, an eager, expectant, nervous look on his face. But the tall, copper-haired woman swept past him without so much as a glance, arrowing straight for the feud table. "Hey, Nora, I've been trying to reach you all day." O'Shaughnessy watched the writer hustle after her, then returned his attention to his ham and cheese sandwiches. He was glad he didn't have to do this sort of thing for a living. How could they bear it? Standing around, chatting aimlessly with people you'd never seen before and would never see again. Trying to cough up a vestige of interest in their vapid opinions, all to a background obbligato of speechifying. It seemed inconceivable to him that there were people who actually liked going to parties like this. Our closest living relatives. Smithback was returning already. His tuxedo front was splattered with fish eggs and creme fraiche. He looked stricken. "Have an accident?" asked Pendergast dryly. "You might call it that." O'Shaughnessy glanced over and saw Nora heading straight for the retreating Smithback. She did not look happy. "Nora," Smithback began again. She rounded on him, her face furious. "How could you? I gave you that information in confidence." "But Nora, I did it for you. Don't you see? Now they can't touch—" "You moron! My long-term career here is ruined. After what happened in Utah, and with the Lloyd Museum closing, this job was my last chance, and you ruined it. Nora, if you could only look at it my way, you promised me, and I trusted you. God, I can't believe it. I'm totally ruined." She looked away, then whirled back with redoubled ferocity. "Was this some kind of revenge because I wouldn't rent that apartment with you? No, Nora, just the opposite. It was to help you, I swear. In the end, you'll thank me." The poor man looked so helpless, O'Shaughnessy felt sorry for him. He was obviously in love with the woman, and he had just as obviously blown it completely. Suddenly she turned on Pendergast. "And you?" Pendergast raised his eyebrows, then carefully placed a blinny back on his plate. "Sneaking around the museum, picking locks, fomenting suspicion? You started all this."
Pendergast bowed. "If I have caused you any distress, Dr. Kelly, I regret it deeply." Distress? They're going to crucify me. And there it all was in today's paper. I could kill you, all of you. Her voice had risen, and now people were looking at her instead of at the man at the podium, still droning on about classifying his great apes. Then Pendergast said, "Smile. Our friend Brisbane is watching." Nora glanced over her shoulder. O'Shaughnessy followed the glance toward the podium and saw a well-groomed man, tall, glossy, with slicked-back dark hair, staring at them. He did not look happy.
Nora shook her head and lowered her voice. "Jesus, I'm not even supposed to be talking to you. I can't believe the position you've put me in." "However, Dr. Kelly, you and I do need to talk," Pendergast said softly. "Meet me tomorrow evening at 10 Wren's Tea and Ginseng Company, 75 Mott Street, at 7 o'clock, if you please." Nora glared at him angrily, then stalked off. Immediately, Brisbane glided over on long legs, planting himself in front of them. "What a pleasant surprise," he said in a chill undertone. "The FBI agent, the policeman, and the reporter. An unholy trinity if ever I saw one." Pendergast inclined his head. "And how are you, Mr. Brisbane?" "Oh, top form." "I'm glad to hear it. I don't recall any of you being on the guest list, especially you, Mr. Smithback. How did you slither past security?" Pendergast smiled and spoke gently. "Sergeant O'Shaughnessy and I are here on law enforcement business. As for Mr. Smithback, well, I'm sure he would like nothing more than to be tossed out on his ear. What a marvelous follow-up that would make to his piece in today's edition of the Times." Smithback nodded. "Thank you. It would." Brisbane stood still, the smile frozen on his face. He looked first at Pendergast, then at Smithback. His eyes raked Smithback's soiled tucks. "Didn't your mother teach you that caviar goes in the mouth, not on the shirt?" He walked off. "Imbecile," Smithback murmured. "Don't underestimate him," replied Pendergast. "He has Mogan Fairhaven, the museum, and the mayor behind him. And he is no imbecile." "Yeah, except that I'm a reporter for the New York Times. Don't make the mistake of thinking even that lofty position will protect you. And now, without more ado, let us unveil the museum's latest creation, the Hall of Primates." O'Shaughnessy watched as a ribbon beside the podium was cut with an oversized pair of scissors. There was a smattering of applause and a general drift toward the open doors of the new hall beyond. Pendergast glanced at him. "Shall we?" "Why not? Anything was better than standing around here." "Count me out," said Smithback. "I've seen enough exhibitions in this joint to last me a lifetime." Pendergast turned and grasped the reporter's hand. "I am sure we shall meet again. Soon." It seemed to O'Shaughnessy that Smithback fairly flinched. Soon they were through the doors. People drifted along the spacious hall, which was lined with dioramas of stuffed chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, and various monkeys and lemurs displayed in their native habitats. With some surprise, O'Shaughnessy realized the dioramas were fascinating, beautiful in their own way. They were like magic casements opening onto distant worlds. How had these morons done it? But of course, they hadn't done it. It was the curators and artists who had. People like Brisbane were the deadwood at the top of the pile. He really needed to come here more often. He saw a knot of people gathering around one case, which displayed a hooting chimpanzee swinging on a tree limb. There was whispered conversation, muffled laughter. It didn't look any different from the other cases, and yet it seemed to have attracted half the people in the hall. O'Shaughnessy wondered what was so interesting about that chimpanzee. He looked about. Pendergast was in a far corner, examining some strange little monkey with intense interest. Funny man. A little scary, actually, when you got right down to it. He strolled over to check out the case, standing at the fringe of the crowd. There were more murmurs, some stifled laughter, some disapproving clucks. A bejeweled lady was gesturing for a guard.
When people noticed O'Shaughnessy was a cop, they automatically shuffled aside. He saw that an elaborate label had been attached to the case. The label was made from a plaque of richly grained oak, on which gold letters were edged in black. It read, "Roger C. Brisbane III, First Vice President." The box was made of fruit wood. It had lain untouched and unneeded for many decades and was now covered in a heavy mantle of dust. But it had only taken one swipe of a soft velour cloth to remove the sediment of years, and a second swipe to bring out the rich, mellow sheen of the wood beneath. Next, the cloth moved toward the brass corners, rubbing and burnishing. Then the brass hinges, shined and lightly oiled. Finally came the gold nameplate, fastened to the lid by 4 tiny screws. It was only when every inch, every element of the box had been polished to brilliance that the fingers moved toward the latch and, trembling slightly with the gravity of the moment, unsnapped the lock. Within, the tools gleamed from their beds of purple velvet. The fingers moved from one to the next, touching each lightly, almost reverently, as if they could impart some healing gift. As indeed they could, and had, and would again. First came the large amputation knife. Its blade curved downward, as did all American amputation knives made between the Revolutionary and Civil Wars. In fact, this particular set dated from the 1840s, crafted by Wiegand and Snowden of Philadelphia. An exquisite set, a work of art. The fingers moved on, a solitary ring of cat's eye opal winking conspiratorially in the subdued light. Metacarpal saw, Catlin knife, bone forceps, tissue forceps. At last, the fingers stopped on the capital saw. They caressed its length for a moment, then teased it from its molded slot. It was a beauty, long, built for business, its heavy blade breathtakingly sharp. As with the rest of the tools, its handle was made of ivory and gutta percha. It was not until the 1880s, when Lister's work on germs was published, that surgical instruments began to be sterilized. All handles from that point on were made of metal. Porous materials became mere collector's items. A pity, really. The old tools were so much more attractive. It was a comfort to know that there would be no need for sterilization here. The box contained 2 trays. With worshipful care, the fingers removed the upper tray, the amputation set, to expose the still greater beauty of the neurosurgical set below. Rows of skull trephines lay beside the more delicate saw blades. And encircling the rest was the greatest treasure of all, a medical chainsaw, a long, thin band of metal covered in sharp serrated teeth, ivory hand grips at each end. It actually belonged among the amputation tools, but its great length consigned it to the lower tray. This was the thing to use when time, not delicacy, was of the essence. It was a horrifying-looking tool. It was consummately beautiful. The fingers brushed each item in turn. Then, carefully, the upper tray was lowered back into position. A heavy leather strop was brought from a nearby table and laid before the open box. The fingers rubbed a small amount of neatsfoot oil into the strop, slowly, without hurry. It was important that there no longer be any hurry. Hurry had always meant mistakes. At last, the fingers returned to the box, selected a knife, brought it to the light, then, with lingering, loving care, laid it against the leather strop and began stroking back and forth, back and forth. The leather seemed almost to purr as the blade was stropped. To sharpen all the blades in the surgical set to a razor edge would take many hours. But then there would be time. There would, in fact, be nothing but time. Paul Karp could hardly believe he was actually going to experience intimacy. Finally, 17 years old, and now finally he was going to experience intimacy. He pulled the girl deeper into the ramble. It was the wildest, least visited part of Central Park. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. "Why don't we just go back to your place?" the girl asked. "My folks are home." Paul put his arms around her and kissed her. "Don't worry. This is great right here." Her face was flushed, and he could hear her breathing. He looked ahead for the darkest, the most private place he could find. Nora shook her head and lowered her voice. Jesus, I'm not even supposed to be talking to you. I can't believe the position you've put me in. However, Dr. Kelly, you and I do need to talk, Pendergast said softly. Meet me tomorrow evening at 10 Wren's Tea and Ginseng Company, 75 Mott Street, at 7 o'clock, if you please. Nora glared at him angrily, then stalked off. Immediately, Brisbane glided over on long legs, planting himself in front of them. "What a pleasant surprise," he said in a chill undertone. "The FBI agent, the policeman, and the reporter. An unholy trinity if ever I saw one." Pendergast inclined his head. "And how are you, Mr. Brisbane?" "Oh, top form." "I'm glad to hear it. I don't recall any of you being on the guest list, especially you, Mr. Smithback. How did you slither past security?" Pendergast smiled and spoke gently. "Sergeant O'Shaughnessy and I are here on law enforcement business. As for Mr. Smithback, well, I'm sure he would like nothing more than to be tossed out on his ear. What a marvelous follow-up that would make to his piece in today's edition of the Times." Smithback nodded. "Thank you. It would." Brisbane stood still, the smile frozen on his face. He looked first at Pendergast, then at Smithback. His eyes raked Smithback's soiled tux. "Didn't your mother teach you that caviar goes in—"
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Quickly, unwilling to lose the moment, he turned off the paved walk and plunged into a thicket of rhododendron bushes. She was following, gladly. The thought sent a little shiver of anticipation coursing through him. It only seemed deserted, he told himself. People came in here all the time. He pushed his way into the densest part of the thicket. Even though the autumn sun still hovered low in the sky, the canopy of sycamores, laurels, and azaleas created a verdant half-light. He tried to tell himself it was cozy, almost romantic. Finally, they came to a hidden spot, a thick bed of myrtle surrounded by dark bushes. No one would see them here. They were utterly alone. Paul? What if a mugger? "No mugger's gonna see us in here," he quickly said, taking the girl in his arms and kissing her. She responded, first hesitantly, then more eagerly. "Are you sure this place is okay?" she whispered. "Sure, we're totally alone." After a last look around, Paul lay down on the myrtle, pulling her beside him. They kissed again. Paul slid his hands up her blouse, and she didn't stop him. He could feel her chest heaving, breasts rising and falling. The birds made a racket over their heads, and the myrtle rose around them like a thick green carpet. It was very nice. Paul thought this was a great way for it to happen. He could tell the story later. But the important thing was, it was going to happen. No longer would it be a joke among his friends, the last virgin of Horace Mann's senior class. With renewed urgency, he pressed closer to her, undid some buttons. "Don't push so hard," she whispered, squirming. "The ground is bumpy." "Sorry." They wriggled on the thick myrtle, searching for a more comfortable spot. "Now there's a branch digging into my back." Suddenly she stopped. "What?" "I heard a rustle." "It's just the wind." Paul shifted some more, and they embraced again. His fingers felt thick and awkward as he unzipped her pants, unbuttoned the rest of her shirt. Her breast swung free, and at the sight he felt his desire intensify. He put his hand on her bare midriff, sliding it downward. They shared a moment of escalating passion, their connection deepening. "Ouch! Wait, there's still a branch underneath me."
She sat up, breathing hard, her blonde hair falling over her shoulders. Paul sat up too, frustration mingling with desire. He could see the flattened area where they had been lying. The myrtle was crushed, and beneath he could see the outline of the light-colored branch. He stuck his hand through the myrtle and grabbed it, yanking at it angrily, struggling to wrest it free. Gosh darn branch! But something was very wrong. It felt strange, cold, rubbery, and as it came up out of the myrtle, he saw it wasn't a branch at all, but an arm. Leaves slid away, exposing the rest of the body, languorously, unwillingly. As his fingers went slack, the arm fell away again, flopping back into the greenery. The girl screamed first, scrambling backward, standing, tripping, standing up again and running, jeans unzipped and shirt flapping around her. Paul was on his feet, but all he seemed able to hear was her crashing through the undergrowth. It had all happened so fast, it seemed like some sort of dream. He could feel the lust dying away within him, horror flooding in to take its place. He turned to run. Then he paused and glanced wildly back, driven by some impulse to see if it were actually real. The fingers were partly curled, white skin smeared with mud, and in the dimness beyond, under the thick undergrowth, lay the rest of it. Dr. Bill Dowson lounged against the sink, examining his precisely trimmed fingernails without interest. One more, then lunch. Thank God. A cup of coffee and a BLT at the corner deli would hit the spot. He wasn't sure why he wanted a BLT exactly. Maybe it was the lividity of the last stiff that started him thinking about bacon. Anyway, that Dominican behind the deli counter had elevated the sandwich into an art form. Dowson could practically taste the crisp lettuce, the tang of tomato against the mayonnaise. The nurse brought in the clipboard, and he glanced up. She had short black hair and a trim body. He glanced at the clipboard without picking it up and smiled at her. "What have we here?" he asked. "Homicide." He gave an exaggerated sigh, rolled his eyes. "What is that, the 4th today? It must be hunting season. Gunshot? No, some kind of multiple stabbing. They found it in Central Park, in the Ramble." He nodded. "The dumping ground, eh? Figures. Great, another piece of gosh killing." He glanced at his watch. "Bring it in, please." He watched the nurse walk out. Nice, very nice. She returned a moment later with a gurney, covered by a green sheet. He made no move toward the body. "So, how about that dinner tonight?" The nurse smiled. "I don't think it's a good idea, doctor." "Why not?" "I've told you before, I don't date doctors, especially ones I work with." He nodded, pushed down his glasses, and grinned. "But I'm your soulmate, remember." She smiled. Hardly, but he could tell she was flattered by his interest. Better not push it, though, not these days. Sexual harassment and all that. He sighed, eased himself off the sink. Then he pulled on a fresh pair of gloves. "Turn on the video cams," he said to the nurse as he prepped. "Yes, doctor." He picked up the clipboard. "Says here we have a Caucasian woman, identified as Doreen Hollander, age 27, of Pine Creek, Oklahoma. Identified by her husband." He scanned the rest of the top sheet. Then he hung the clipboard on the gurney, drew on his surgical mask, and with the nurse's help, lifted the sheeted corpse onto the stainless steel examining table. He sensed a presence behind him, and turned. In the doorway was a tall, slender man. His face and hands looked remarkably pale against the black of his suit. Behind the man stood a uniformed cop. "Yes?" Dowson asked. The man approached, opening his wallet. "I'm Special Agent Pendergast, Dr. Dowson, and this is Sergeant O'Shaughnessy of the NYPD." Dowson looked him over. This was very irregular, and there was something strange about the man. Hair so very blonde, eyes so very pale, accent so very, very Southern. And, "May I observe? This an FBI case?" "No. Where's your clearance? I don't have one. Dowson sighed with irritation. You know the rules. You can't just watch for the hell of it. The FBI agent took a step closer to him, closer than he liked, invading his personal space. He controlled an impulse to step backward. Look, Mr. Pendergast, get the necessary paperwork and come back, okay? That will be time-consuming, said the man named Pendergast. It will hold you up considerably. I would appreciate your courtesy in letting us observe. There was something in the man's tone that sounded a lot harder than the mellifluous accent and genteel words suggested. Dowson hesitated. Look, with all due respect. With all due respect, Dr. Dowson, I'm in no mood to bandy civilities with you. Proceed with the autopsy. The voice was now cold as dry ice. Dowson remembered the video cam was on. He glanced covertly at the nurse. He had a strong sense that a humiliation at the hands of this man might be just around the corner. This would not look good, and it might cause trouble later. The guy was FBI after all. Anyway, his was covered. He was on record stating the man needed clearance. Dowson sighed. All right, Pendergast. You and the sergeant, you scrubs. He waited until they returned, then pulled back the sheet with a single motion. The cadaver lay on its back. Blonde hair, young, fresh. The chill of the previous night had kept it from decomposing. Dowson leaned toward the mic and began a description. The FBI man was looking at the corpse with interest, but Dowson could see that the uniformed cop was beginning to look uneasy, shifting from one foot to another, lips pressed tight together. The last thing he needed was a puker. Is he going to be all right? Dowson asked in an undertone, nodding to the cop. Pendergast turned.
You don't have to see this, Sergeant. The cop swallowed, glancing from the corpse to Pendergast and back again. I'll be in the lounge. Drop your scrubs in the bin on your way out, said Dowson with sarcastic satisfaction. Pendergast watched the cop leave. Then he turned to Dowson. I suggest you turn the body over before making your Y incision. And why is that? Pendergast nodded toward the clipboard. Page 2. Dowson picked it up, flipped over the top page. Extensive lacerations, deep knife wounds. Looked like the girl had been stabbed repeatedly in the lower back. Or worse. As worse. As usual, it was hard to make out from the police report what had actually taken place. From a medical standpoint, there had been no investigating ME. It had been given a low priority. This Doreen Hollander didn't count for much, it seemed. Dowson returned the clipboard. Sue, help me turn her over. They turned the body, exposing the back. The nurse gasped and stepped away. Dowson stared in surprise. Looks like she died on the operating table, in the middle of an operation to remove a spinal tumor. Had they screwed up again downstairs? Just last week, twice, they had sent him the wrong paperwork with the wrong corpse. But immediately Dowson realized this was no hospital stiff. Not with dirt and leaves sticking to the raw wound that covered the entire lower back and sacrum area. This was weird, seriously weird. He peered closer and began describing the wound for the benefit of the camera, trying to keep the surprise out of his voice. Superficially, this does not resemble the random knife slashing, stabbing, or cutting described in the report. It has the appearance of a dissection. If it is one, begins about 10 inches below the scapula and 7 inches above the belt line. It appears as if the entire cauda equina has been dissected out, starting at L1 and terminating at the sacrum. At this, the FBI agent looked at him abruptly. The dissection includes the phylum terminal. Dowson bent closer. Nurse, sponge along here. The nurse removed some of the debris around the wound. The room had fallen silent, except for the whir of the camera, and there was a clattering sound as twigs and leaves slid into the table's drainage channel. The spinal cord, more precisely, the cauda equina, is missing. It has been removed.
The dissection extends peripherally to the neuroforamen and out to the transverse processes. Nurse, irrigate L1 to L5. The nurse quickly irrigated the requested area. The dissection has stripped off the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, and paraspinous musculature. It appears as if a self-retaining retractor was used. I can see the marks of it, here, and here, and here. He carefully indicated the areas for the benefit of the video. The spinous processes and lamina have been removed, along with the ligamentum flavum. The dura is still present. There is a longitudinal incision in the dura from L1 to the sacrum, allowing full removal of the cord. It has the appearance of a very professional incision. Nurse, the stereozoom. The nurse rolled over a large microscope. Quickly, Dowson inspected the spinous processes. It looks as if a rongeur has been used to remove the processes and lamina from the dura. He straightened up, running a gowned arm across his forehead. This was not a standard dissection one would do in medical school. It was more like the kind of thing neurosurgeons practiced in advanced neuroanatomy classes. Then he remembered the FBI agent, Pendergast. He glanced at him to see how he was taking it. He had seen a lot of shocked people at autopsies, but nothing like this. The man looked not shocked exactly, so much as grim death himself. The man spoke. "Doctor, may I interrupt with a few questions?" Dowson nodded. Was this dissection the cause of death? This was a new thought to Dowson. He shuddered. If the subject were alive when this was done, yes, it would have caused death. At what point? As soon as the incision was made in the dura, the cerebrospinal fluid would have drained. That alone would have been enough to cause death. He examined the wound again. It looked as if the operation had caused a great deal of bleeding from the epidural veins, and some of them had retracted, an indication of live trauma. Yet the dissector had not worked around the veins as a surgeon on a live patient would have done, but had cut right through them. The operation, while done with great skill, had also apparently been done with haste. A large number of veins have been cut, and only the largest, whose bleeding would have interfered with the work, have been ligated. The subject might have bled to death before the opening of the dura, depending on how fast the person worked. But was the subject alive when the operation began? It seems she was. Dowson swallowed weakly. However, it seems no effort was made to keep the subject alive while the dissection was progressing. I would suggest some blood and tissue work to see if the subject had been tranquilized. The doctor nodded. It's standard. In your opinion, doctor, how professional was this dissection? Dowson did not answer. He was trying to order his thoughts. This had the potential of being big and unpleasant. For the time being, no doubt they'd try to keep a low profile on this. Try to fly it as long as possible beneath the radar of the New York press. But it would come out. It always did. And then there would be a lot of people second-guessing his actions. He'd better slow down, take it one step at a time. This was not the run-of-the-mill murder the police report indicated. Thank God he hadn't actually begun the autopsy. He had the FBI agent to thank for that. He turned to the nurse. Get Jones up here with the large format camera and the camera for the stereo zoom. And I want a second ME to assist. Who's on call? Dr. Lofton. I need him within the half hour. I also want to consult with our neurosurgeon, Dr. Feldman. Get him up here as soon as possible. Yes, doctor. He turned to Pendergast. I'm not sure I can let you stay without some kind of official sanction. To his surprise, the man seemed to accept this. I understand, doctor. I believe this autopsy is in good hands. I, personally, have seen enough. So have I, thought Dowson. He now felt sure that a surgeon had done this. The thought made him feel sick. O'Shaughnessy stood in the lounge. He debated whether to buy a cup of coffee from a vending machine, then decided against it. He felt distinctly embarrassed. Here he was, supposed to be a tough, sardonic New York City cop, and he'd wimped out. All but tossed his cookies right there on the examining room floor. The sight of that poor, chubby, naked girl on the table, blue and dirty, her young face all puffed up, eyes open, leaves and sticks in her hair. He shuddered afresh at the image. He also felt a burning anger for the person who had done it. He wasn't a homicide cop, had never wanted to be one, even in the early days. He hated the sight of blood. But his own sister-in-law lived in Oklahoma, about this girl's age, too. Now he felt he could stand whatever it took to catch that killer. Pendergast glided through the stainless steel doors like a wraith. He barely glanced at O'Shaughnessy. The sergeant fell into step behind him, and they left the building and climbed into the waiting car in silence. Something had definitely put Pendergast into a black mood. The guy was moody, but this was the darkest he had ever seen him. O'Shaughnessy still had no idea why Pendergast was suddenly so interested in this new murder, interrupting his work on the 19th century killings. But somehow, this didn't seem to be the time to ask. "We will drop the sergeant off at the precinct house," said Pendergast to his chauffeur, "and then you may take me home." Pendergast settled back in the leather seat. O'Shaughnessy looked over at him. "What happened?" he managed to ask. "What did you see?" Pendergast looked out his window. "Evil." And he spoke no more. William Smithback, Jr.
In his best suit, the Armani, recently dry-cleaned, crispest white shirt and most businesslike tie, stood on the corner of Avenue of the Americas and 55th Street. His eyes strayed upward along the vast glass and chrome monolith that was the Mogan Fairhaven building, rippling blue-green in the sunlight like some vast slab of water. Somewhere in that $100 million pile was his prey. He felt pretty sure he could talk his way into seeing Fairhaven. He was good at that kind of thing. This assignment was a lot more promising than that tourist murder in the Ramble his editor had wanted him to cover today. He conjured up the grizzled face of his editor, red eyes bug-big behind thick glasses, smoke-cured finger pointing, telling him that this dead lady from Oklahoma was gonna be big. Big? Tourists were getting smoked all the time in New York City. It was too bad, but there it was. Homicide reporting was hack work. He had a hunch about Fairhaven, the museum, and these old killings Pendergast was so interested in. He always trusted his hunches. His editor wouldn't be disappointed. He was going to cast his fly onto the water, and by God, Fairhaven might just bite. Taking one more deep breath, he crossed the street, giving the finger to a cabbie that shot past inches away, horn blaring, and approached the granite and titanium entry. Another vast acreage of granite greeted him upon entering the interior. There was a large desk manned by half a dozen security officers and several banks of elevators beyond. Smithback strode resolutely toward the security desk. He leaned on it aggressively. "I'm here to see Mr. Fairhaven." The closest guard was shuffling through a computer printout. "Name?" he asked, not bothering to look up. "William Smithback, Jr. of the New York Times." "Moment," mumbled the guard, picking up a telephone. He dialed, then handed it to Smithback. A crisp voice sounded. "May I help you?" "This is William Smithback, Jr. of the New York Times. I'm here to see Mr. Fairhaven." It was Saturday, but Smithback was gambling he'd be in his office. Guys like Fairhaven never took Saturdays off. And on Saturdays, they were usually less fortified with secretaries and guards. "Do you have an appointment?" the female voice asked, reaching down to him from 50 stories. "No. I'm the reporter doing the story on Enoch Leng and the bodies found at his job site on Catherine Street, and I need to speak with him immediately. It's urgent." "You need to call for an appointment." It was an utterly neutral voice. "Good. Consider this the call. I'd like to make an appointment for—" Smithback checked his watch. 10 o'clock. "Mr. Fairhaven is presently engaged," the voice instantly responded. Smithback took a deep breath. So he was in. Time to press the attack. There were probably 10 layers of secretaries beyond the one on the phone, but he'd gotten through that many before. "Look,
If Mr. Fairhaven is too busy to talk to me, I'll just have to report in the article I'm writing for the Monday edition that he refused to comment." "He is presently engaged," the robotic voice repeated. "No comment. That'll do wonders for his public image. And come Monday, Mr. Fairhaven will be wanting to know who in his office turned away the reporter. Get my drift?" There was a long silence. Smithback drew in some more air. This was often a long process. You know when you're reading an article in the paper and it's about some sleazy guy and the guy says, "I have no comment." How does that make you feel about the guy, especially a real estate developer? No comment. I could do a lot with no comment. There was more silence. Smithback wondered if she had hung up, but no, there was a sound on a line. It was a chuckle. "That's good," said a low, pleasant masculine voice. "I like that. Nicely done." "Who's this?" Smithback demanded. "Just some sleazy real estate developer." "Who?" Smithback was not going to stand being made fun of by some lackey. "Anthony Fairhaven." "Oh." Smithback was momentarily struck speechless. He recovered quickly. "Mr. Fairhaven, is it true that—" "Why don't you come on up so we can talk face to face like grown-up people? 49th floor." "What?" Smithback was still surprised at the rapidity of his success. "I said, come up. I was wondering when you'd call, being the ambitious, careerist reporter that you so evidently are." Fairhaven's office was not quite what Smithback had envisioned. True, there were several layers of secretaries and assistants guarding the sanctum sanctorum, but when he finally gained Fairhaven's office, it wasn't the vast screw-you space of chrome, gold, ebony, old master paintings, African primitives he'd expected. It was rather simple and small. True, there was art on the walls, but it consisted of some understated Thomas Hart Benton lithographs of yeoman farmers. Beside these was a glassed panel, locked and clearly alarmed, containing a variety of handguns mounted on a black velvet backdrop. The sole desk was small and made of birch. There were a couple of easy chairs and a worn Persian rug on the floor. One wall was covered with bookshelves, filled with books that had clearly been read instead of purchased by the yard as furniture. Except for the gun case, it looked more like a professor's office than that of a real estate magnate. And yet, unlike any professor's office Smithback had ever been in, the space was meticulously clean. Every surface sparkled with an unblemished shine. Even the books appeared to have been polished. There was a faint smell of cleaning agents, a little chemical, but not unpleasant. "Please, sit down," said Fairhaven, sweeping a hand toward the easy chairs. "Would you care for anything? Coffee, water, soda, whiskey?" He grinned. "Nothing, thanks," said Smithback as he took a seat. He felt the familiar shudder of expectation that came before an intense interview. Fairhaven was clearly savvy, but he was rich and pampered. He no doubt lacked street smarts. Smithback had interviewed and skewered dozens like him. It wouldn't even be a contest. Fairhaven opened a refrigerator and took out a small bottle of mineral water. He poured himself a glass and then sat, not at his desk, but in an easy chair opposite Smithback. He crossed his legs, smiled. The bottle of water sparkled in the sunlight that slanted through the windows. Smithback glanced past him. The view, at least, was killer. He turned his attention back to the man. Black wavy hair, strong brow, athletic frame, easy movements, sardonic look in the eye. Could be 30, 35. He jotted a few impressions. "So," Fairhaven said, with a small, self-deprecating smile, "the sleazy real estate developer is ready to take your questions. May I record this?" "I would expect no less." Smithback slipped a recorder out of his pocket. Of course, he seemed charming. People like him were experts at charm and manipulation, but he'd never allow himself to be spun. All he had to do was remember who he was dealing with, a heartless, money-grubbing businessman who would sell his own mother for the back rent alone. "Why did you destroy the site on Catherine Street?" he asked. Fairhaven bowed his head slightly. "The project was behind schedule. We were fast-tracking the excavation. It would have cost me $40,000 a day. I'm not in the archaeology business.
Some archaeologists say you destroyed one of the most important sites to be discovered in Manhattan in a quarter century. Fairhaven cocked his head. Really? Which archaeologists? The Society for American Archaeology, for example. A cynical smile broke out on Fairhaven's face. Ah, I see. Well, of course they'd be against it. If they had their way, no one in America would turn over a spade full of soil with an archaeologist standing by with screen, trowel, and toothbrush. Getting back to the site, Mr. Smithback, what I did was perfectly legal. When we discovered those remains, I personally stopped all work. I personally examined the site. We called in forensic experts who photographed everything.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines. Removed the remains with great care and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. We removed the remains with great care, had them examined and then properly buried, all at my own expense. We did not restart work until we had direct authorization from the mayor. What more would you have me do? Smithback felt a small twinge. This was not proceeding quite as expected. He was letting Fairhaven control the agenda. That was the problem. You say you had the remains buried. Why? Was there anything perhaps you were trying to hide? At this, Fairhaven actually laughed, leaning back in his chair, exposing beautiful teeth. You make it sound suspicious. I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I'm a man with some small religious values. These poor people were killed in a hideous way. I wanted to give them a decent burial with an ecumenical service, quiet and dignified, free of the whole media circus. That's what I did. Buried them together with their little effects in a real cemetery. I didn't want their bones ending up in a museum drawer. So I purchased a beautiful tract in the Gates of Heaven Cemetery in Valhalla, New York. I'm sure the cemetery director would be happy to show you the plot. The remains were my responsibility, and frankly, I had to do something with them. The city certainly didn't want them. Right, said Smithback, thinking. It would make a nice sidebar, this quiet burial under the leafy elms. But then he frowned.
Christ, was he getting spun here? Time for a new tack. According to the records, you're a major donor to the mayor's re-election campaign. You get in a pinch at your construction site and he bails you out? Coincidence? Fairhaven leaned back in the chair. Drop the wide-eyed babe-in-the-woods look. You know perfectly well how things work in this town. When I give money to the mayor's campaign, I am exercising my constitutional rights. I don't expect any special treatment, and I don't ask for it. But if you get it, so much the better. Fairhaven smiled broadly, cynically, but said nothing. Smithback felt another twinge of concern. This guy was being very careful about what he actually said. Trouble was, you couldn't record a cynical grin. He stood and walked with what he hoped looked like casual confidence toward the paintings, hands behind his back, studying them, trying to frame a new strategy. Then he moved to the gun case. Inside, polished weapons gleamed. "Interesting choice of office decor," he said, gesturing at the case. "I collect the rarest of handguns. I can afford to. That one you are pointing at, for example, is a Luger, chambered in .45, the only one ever made. I also have a collection of Mercedes-Benz Roadsters, but they take up rather more display space, so I keep them at my place in Sag Harbor." Fairhaven looked at him, still smiling cynically. "We all collect things, Mr. Smithback. What's your passion? Museum monographs and chapbooks, perhaps? Removed for research, then not returned. By accident, of course." Smithback looked at him sharply. Had the guy searched his apartment? But no, Fairhaven was merely fishing. He returned to the chair. "Mr. Fairhaven." Fairhaven interrupted him, his tone suddenly brisk, unfriendly. "Look, Smithback, I know you're exercising your constitutional right to skewer me. The big bad real estate developer is always an easy target, and you like easy targets, because you fellows are all cut from the same cloth. You all think your work is important, but today's newspaper is lining tomorrow's birdcage. It's ephemera. What you do, in the larger scheme of things, is nugatory." Nugatory? What the hell did that mean? It didn't matter. Clearly it was an insult. He was getting under Fairhaven's skin. That was good, wasn't it? "Mr. Fairhaven, I have reason to believe that you've been pressuring the museum to stop this investigation." "I'm sorry, what investigation?" "The one into Enoch Leng and the 19th century killings." "That investigation? Why should I care one way or another about it? It didn't stop my construction project, and frankly, that's all I care about. They can investigate it now until they're blue in the face if they so choose. And I love this phrase all you journalists use, 'I have reason to believe.' What you really mean is, I want to believe, but I haven't a shred of evidence. All you fellows must have taken the same Journalism 101 class, making an ass of yourself while pretending to get the story." Fairhaven allowed himself a cynical laugh. Smithback sat stiffly, listening to the laughter subside. Once again he tried to tell himself he was getting under Fairhaven's skin. He spoke at last, keeping his voice as cool as possible. "Tell me, Mr. Fairhaven, just why is it that you're so interested in the museum?" "I happen to love the museum. It's my favorite museum in the world. I practically grew up in that place, looking at the dinosaurs, the meteorites, the gems. I had a nanny who used to take me. She necked with her boyfriend behind the elephants while I wandered around by myself. But you're not interested in that, because it doesn't fit your image of the greedy real estate developer. Really, Smithback, I'm wise to your game." "Mr. Fairhaven." Fairhaven grinned. "You want a confession?" This temporarily stopped Smithback. Fairhaven lowered his voice to confessional level. "I have committed 2 unforgivable crimes." Smithback tried to maintain the hard-bitten reportorial look he cultivated in instances like these. He knew this was going to be some kind of trick or joke. "My 2 crimes are these. Are you ready?" Smithback checked to see if the recorder was still running. "I am rich, and I am a developer. My 2 truly unforgivable sins, mea culpa. Against all his better journalistic instincts, Smithback found himself getting pissed off. He'd lost the interview. It was, in fact, a dead loss. The guy was a slimeball, but he was remarkably adroit at dealing with the press. So far, Smithback had nothing, and he was going to get nothing. He made one last push anyway. "You still haven't explained." Fairhaven stood. "Smithback, if you only knew how utterly predictable you and your questions are. If you only knew how tiresome and mediocre you are as a reporter, and, I'm sorry to say, as a human being. You'd be mortified. I'd like an explanation." But Fairhaven was pressing a buzzer. His voice smothered the rest of Smithback's question. "Miss Gallagher, would you kindly show Mr. Smith out?" "Yes, Mr. Fairhaven." "This is rather abrupt. Mr. Smithback, I am tired. I saw you because I didn't want to read about myself in the paper, having refused comment. I was also curious to meet you, to see if you were perhaps a cut above the rest. Now that I've satisfied myself on that score, I don't see any reason to continue this conversation." The secretary stood in the door, stout and unmovable. "Mr. Smithback? This way, please." On his way out, Smithback paused in the outermost secretary's office. Despite his efforts at self-control, his frame was quivering with indignation. Fairhaven had been parrying a hostile press for more than a decade. Naturally, he'd gotten very good at it. Smithback had dealt with nasty interviewees before, but this one really got under his skin. Calling him tiresome, mediocre, ephemeral, nugatory? He'd have to look that up. Who did he think he was? Fairhaven himself was too slippery to pin down. No big surprise.
Probably a tough man to work for, I bet. No, he's one of the best supervisors I've had. He actually seems to care about us little folk. Never would have guessed it, Smithback said with a wink, drifting out the door. Probably taking advantage of her and the other little folk on the side, he thought. Back on the street, Smithback allowed himself a most unpresbyterian string of oaths. He was going to dig into this guy's past until he knew every detail, down to the name of his very teddy bear. You couldn't become a big-time real estate developer in New York City and keep your hands clean. There would be dirt, and he would find it. Yes, there would be dirt. By God, there would be dirt. Mandy Eklund climbed the filthy subway stairs to First Street, turned north at Avenue A, and trudged toward Tompkins Square Park. Ahead, the park's anemic trees rose up against a sky faintly smeared with the purple stain of dawn. The morning star, low on the horizon, was fading into oblivion. Mandy pulled her wrap more tightly around her shoulders in a futile attempt to keep out the early morning chill. She felt a little groggy, and her feet ached each time they hit the pavement. It had been a great night at Club Pissoir, though. Music, free drinks, dancing. The whole Ford crowd had been there, along with a bunch of photographers, the Mademoiselle and Cosmo people, everyone who mattered in the fashion world. She really was making it. The thought still amazed her. Only 6 months before, she'd been working at Rodney's in Bismarck, giving free makeovers. Then, the right person happened to come through the shop, and now she was on the testing board at the Ford agency. Eileen Ford herself had taken her under her wing. It was all coming together faster than she'd ever dreamed possible. Her father called almost every day from the farm. It was funny, kind of cute really, how worried he was about her living in New York City. He thought the place was a den of iniquity. He'd freak if he knew she stayed out till dawn. He still wanted her to go to college, and maybe she would someday, but right now she was 18 and having the time of her life. She smiled affectionately at the thought of her conservative old father, riding his John Deere, worrying himself about her. She'd make the call this time, give him a surprise. She turned onto 7th Street, passing the darkened park, keeping a wary eye out for muggers. New York was a lot safer now, but it was still wise to be careful. She felt into her purse, hand closing comfortingly around the small bottle of pepper spray attached to her keychain.
There were a couple of homeless sleeping on pieces of cardboard, and a man in a threadbare corduroy suit sat on a bench drinking and nodding. An early breeze passed through the listless sycamore branches, rattling the leaves. They were just beginning to turn a jaundiced yellow. Once again, she wished her walk-up apartment wasn't so far from a subway station. She couldn't afford cabs, not yet anyway, and walking the 9 blocks home at night was a hassle. At first, it had seemed like a cool neighborhood, but the seediness was starting to get to her. Gentrification was creeping in, but not fast enough. The dingy squats and the old hollow buildings, sealed shut with cinder block, were depressing. The Flatiron District would be better, or maybe even Yorkville. A lot of the Ford models, the ones who'd made it, lived up there. She left the park behind and turned up Avenue C. Silent brownstones rose on either side, and the wind sent trash along the gutters with a dry, skittery sound. The faint ammoniac tang of urine floated out from dark doorways. Nobody picked up after their dogs, and she made her way with care through a disgusting minefield of dog waste. This part of the walk was always the worst. She saw ahead of her a figure approaching down the sidewalk. She stiffened, considered crossing the street, then relaxed. It was an old man, walking painfully with a cane. As he approached, she could see he was wearing a funny derby hat. His head was bowed, and she could make out its even brim, the crisp black lines of its crown. She didn't recall ever seeing anybody wearing a derby except in old black and white movies. He looked very old-fashioned, shuffling along with cautious steps. She wondered what he was doing out so early. Probably insomnia. Old people had it a lot, she'd heard. Waking up at 4 in the morning, couldn't go back to sleep. She wondered if her father had insomnia. They were almost even now. The old man suddenly seemed to grow aware of her. He raised his head and lifted his arm to grasp his hat. He was actually going to tip his hat to her. The hat came up, the arm obscuring everything except the eyes. They were remarkably bright and cold, and they seemed to be regarding her intently. Must be insomnia, she thought. Despite the hour, this old fellow wasn't sleepy at all. "Good morning, miss," said an old, creaky voice. "Good morning," she replied, trying to keep the surprise from her voice. Nobody ever said anything to you on the street. It was so un-New York. It charmed her. As she passed him, she suddenly felt something whip around her neck with horrible speed. She struggled and tried to cry out, but found her face covered with a cloth, damp and reeking with a sickly sweet chemical smell. Instinctively, she tried to hold her breath. Her hand scrambled in her purse and pulled out the bottle of pepper spray, but a terrible blow knocked it to the sidewalk. She twisted and thrashed, moaning in pain and fear, her lungs on fire. She gasped once, and then all swirled into oblivion. In his messy cubicle on the 5th floor of the Times building, Smithback examined with dissatisfaction the list he had handwritten in his notebook. At the top of the list, the phrase Fairhaven's employees had been crossed out. He hadn't been able to get back into the Mogan Fairhaven building. Fairhaven had seen to that. Likewise, neighbors had also been crossed out. He'd been given the bum's rush at Fairhaven's apartment building, despite all his best stratagems and tricks. He looked into Fairhaven's past, to his early business associates, but they were either full of phony praise or simply refused comment. Next, he'd checked out Fairhaven's charities. The New York Museum was a dead loss. No one who knew Fairhaven would talk about him, for obvious reasons. But he had more success with one of Fairhaven's other projects, the Little Arthur Clinic for Children. If success was the right word for it. The clinic was a small research hospital that cared for sick children with orphan diseases, very rare illnesses that the big drug companies had no interest in finding cures for. Smithback had managed to get in, posing as himself, a New York Times reporter interested in their work, without rousing suspicion. They had even given him an informal tour. But in the end, that too was a snow job. The doctors, nurses, parents, even the children sang hosannas for Fairhaven. It was enough to make you sick,
Turkeys at Thanksgiving, bonuses at Christmas, toys and books for the kids, trips to Yankee Stadium. Fairhaven had even attended a few funerals, which must have been tough. And yet, thought Smith back grumpily, all it proved was that Fairhaven's carefully cultivated his public image. The guy was a public relations pro from way back. Smith back had found nothing. Nothing. That reminded him. He turned, grabbed a battered dictionary from a nearby shelf, flipped through the pages until he reached in. Nugatory. Of no importance. Trifling. Smithback put back the dictionary. What was needed here was some deeper digging. Before the time when Fairhaven had gone pro with his life. Back when he was just another pimply high school kid. So Fairhaven thought Smithback was just another run-of-the-mill reporter doing nugatory work? Well, he wouldn't be laughing so hard when he opened his Monday paper. All it took was 10 minutes on the web to hit pay dirt. Fairhaven's class at P.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. S1984, up on Amsterdam Avenue, had recently celebrated the 15th anniversary of their graduation. They had created a web page reproducing their yearbook. Fairhaven hadn't shown up for the reunion, and he might not have even known of the web page. But all the information about him from his old yearbook was posted for all to see. Photos, nicknames, clubs, interests, everything. There he was, a clean-cut, all-around kid smiling cockily out of a blurry graduation photograph. He was wearing a tennis sweater and a checked shirt, a typical well-heeled city boy. His father was in real estate, his mother a homemaker. Smithback quickly learned all kinds of things. That he was captain of the swim team, that he was born under the sign of Gemini, that he was head of the debating club, that his favorite rock group was the Eagles, that he played the guitar badly, that he wanted to be a doctor, that his favorite color was burgundy,
and that he had been voted most likely to become a millionaire. As Smithback scrolled through the website, the sinking feeling returned. It was all so unspeakably boring. But there was one detail that caught his eye. Every student had been given a nickname, and Fairhaven's was the Slasher. He felt his disappointment abate just slightly. The Slasher. It would be nice if the nickname turned up a secret interest in torturing animals. It wasn't much, but it was something. And he'd graduated only 16 years ago. There would be people who remembered him. If there was anything unsavory, Smithback would find it. Let that jerk crack his paper next week and see how fast that smug smile got wiped off. P.S. 1984. Luckily, the school was only a cab ride away. Turning his back on the computer, Smithback stood up and reached for his jacket. The school stood on a leafy Upper West Side block between Amsterdam and Columbus, not far from the museum. A long building of yellow brick surrounded by a wrought iron fence. As far as New York City schools went, it was rather nice. Smithback strode to the front door, found it locked, security, of course, and buzzed. A policeman answered. Smithback flashed his press card and the cop let him in. It was amazing how the place smelled, just like his own high school, far away and long ago. And there was the same taupe paint on the cinder block walls, too. All school principals must have read the same how-to manual, Smithback thought, as the cop escorted him through the metal detector and to the principal's office. The principal referred him to Miss Kite. Smithback found her at her desk, working on student assignments between classes. She was a handsome, gray-haired woman. And when Smithback mentioned Fairhaven's name, he was gratified to see the smile of memory on her face. "Oh, yes," she said. Her voice was kind, but there was a no-nonsense edge to it that told Smithback this was no pushover granny. "I remember Tony Fairhaven well, because he was in my first 12th grade class, and he was one of our top students. He was a National Merit Scholar runner-up." Smithback nodded deferentially and jotted a few notes. He wasn't going to tape record this. That was a good way to shut people up. "Tell me about him, informally. What was he like?" "He was a bright boy, quite popular. I believe he was the head of the swim team. A good, all-around, hard-working student. Did he ever get into trouble?" "Sure, they all did." Smithback tried to look casual. "Really?" "He used to bring his guitar to school and play in the halls, which was against regulations. He played very badly, and it was mostly to make the other students laugh." She thought for a moment. "One day he caused a hall jam." "A hall jam?" Smithback waited. "And then?" "We confiscated the guitar, and that ended it. We gave it back to him after graduation." Smithback nodded, the polite smile freezing on his face. "Did you know his parents?" "His father was in real estate, though of course it was Tony who really made such a success in the business. I don't remember the mother. Brothers? Sisters?" "At that time he was an only child." "Of course there was the family tragedy." Smithback involuntarily leaned forward. "Tragedy?" "His older brother, Arthur, died. Some rare disease." Smithback abruptly made the connection. "Did they call him Little Arthur by any chance?" "I believe they did. His father was Big Arthur. It hit Tony very hard." "When did it happen?" "When Tony was in 10th grade." "So it was his older brother?" "Was he in the school too?" "No. He'd been hospitalized for years. Some very rare and disfiguring disease." "What disease?" "I really don't know." "When you say it hit Fairhaven hard, how so?" "He became withdrawn, antisocial. But he came out of it, eventually." "Yes, yes." "Let me see." Smithback checked his notes. "Let's see. Any problems with alcohol, drugs, delinquency?" Smithback tried to make it sound casual. "No, no, just the opposite," came the curt reply. The look on the teacher's face had hardened. "Tell me, Mr. Smithback, exactly why are you writing this article?" Smithback put on his most innocent face. "I'm just doing a little biographical feature on Mr. Fairhaven. You understand, we want to get a well-rounded picture, the good and the bad. I'm not fishing for anything in particular." "Right, I see. Well, Tony Fairhaven was a good boy, and he was very anti-drug, anti-drinking, even anti-smoking. I remember he wouldn't even drink coffee." She hesitated. "I don't know. If anything, he might have been a little too good. And it was sometimes hard to tell what he was thinking. He was a rather closed boy." Smithback jotted a few more pro forma notes. "Any hobbies?" "He talked about making money quite a bit. He worked hard after school, and he had a lot of spending money as a result. I don't suppose any of this is surprising, considering what he's done. I've read from time to time articles about him, how he pushed through this development or that over a neighborhood's protests. And of course I read your piece on the Catherine Street discoveries. Nothing surprising. The boy has grown into the man, that's all." Smithback was startled. She'd given no indication she even knew who he was, let alone read his pieces. "By the way, I thought your article was very interesting and disturbing." Smithback felt a flush of pleasure. "Thank you. I imagine that's why you're interested in Tony. Well, rushing in and digging up that site so he could finish his building was just like him. He was always very goal-oriented, impatient to get to the end, to finish, to succeed. I suppose that's why he's been so successful as a developer. And he could be rather sarcastic and impatient with people he considered his inferiors." "Right," thought Smithback. "What about enemies? Did he have any?" "Let me see. I just can't remember. He was the kind of boy that was never impulsive, always very deliberate in his—"
He did eventually overcome his qualms and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He did eventually overcome his qualms and got an A in biology, as I recall, but you know how it is once they start calling you a name. Smithback didn't move a muscle. He couldn't believe it.
It got worse and worse. The guy was a candidate for beatification. Mr. Smithback? Smithback made a show of checking his notes. Anything else? The kindly gray-haired teacher laughed softly. Look, Mr. Smithback, if it's dirt you're looking for on Tony, and I can see that it is, you're just not going to find it. He was a normal, all-around, high-achieving boy who seems to have grown into a normal, all-around, high-achieving man. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to my grading. Smithback stepped out of PS 1984 and began walking, rather mournfully, in the direction of Columbus Avenue. This hadn't turned out the way he'd planned at all. He'd wasted a colossal amount of time, energy, and effort, and without anything at all to show for it. Was it possible his instincts were wrong, that this was all a wild goose chase, a dead end, inspired by a thirst for revenge? But no, that would be unthinkable. He was a seasoned reporter. When he had a hunch, it was usually right. So how was it he couldn't find the goods on Fairhaven? As he reached the corner, his eye happened to stray toward a newsstand and the front page of a freshly printed New York Post. The headline froze him in his tracks. Exclusive, second mutilated body found. The story that followed was bylined by Bryce Harriman. Smithback fumbled in his pocket for change, dropped it on the scarred wooden counter, and grabbed a paper. He read with trembling hands. New York, October 10. An as yet unidentified body of a young woman was discovered this morning in Tompkins Square Park in the East Village. She is apparently the victim of the same brutal killer who murdered a tourist in Central Park 2 days ago. In both cases, the killer dissected part of the spinal cord at the time of death, removing a section known as the cauda equina, a bundle of nerves at the base of the spinal cord that resembles a horse's tail, the Post has learned. The actual cause of death appears to have been the dissection itself. The mutilations in both cases appear to have been done with care and precision, possibly with surgical instruments. An anonymous source confirmed the police are investigating the possibility that the killer is a surgeon or other medical specialist. The dissection mimics a description of a surgical procedure discovered in an old document in the New York Museum. The document, found hidden in the archives, describes in detail a series of experiments conducted in the late 19th century by an Enoch Leng. These experiments were an attempt by Leng to prolong his own lifespan. On October 1, 36 alleged victims of Leng were uncovered during the excavation of a building foundation on Catherine Street. Nothing more is known about Leng except that he was associated with the New York Museum of Natural History. What we have here is a copycat killer, said Police Commissioner Carl C. Rocker. A very twisted individual read the article about Leng and is trying to duplicate his work. He declined to comment further on any details of the investigation, except to say that more than 50 detectives had been assigned to the case, and that it was being given the highest priority. Smithback let out a howl of anguish. The tourist in Central Park was the murder assignment that, like a complete fool, he turned down. Instead, he had promised his editor Fairhaven's head on a platter. Now, not only did he have nothing to show for his day of pounding the pavement, but he'd been scooped on the very story he himself had broken, and by none other than his old nemesis, Bryce Harriman. It was his own head that would be on a platter. Nora turned off Canal Street onto Mott, moving slowly through the throngs of people. It was 7 o'clock on a Friday evening, and Chinatown was packed. Sheets of densely printed Chinese newspapers lay strewn in the gutters. The stalls of the fish sellers were set up along the sidewalks, vast arrays of exotic-looking fish laid out on ice. In the windows, pressed duck and cooked squid hung on hooks. The buyers, primarily Chinese, push and shout it frantically, under the curious gaze of passing tourists. 10 Ren's Tea and Ginseng Company was a few hundred feet down the block. She pushed through the door into a long, bright, orderly space. The air of the tea shop was perfumed with innumerable faint scents. At first, she thought the shop was empty, but then, as she looked around once more, she noticed Pendergast at a rear table, nestled between display cases of ginseng and ginger. She could have sworn that the table had been empty just a moment ago. "Are you a tea drinker?" he asked as she approached, motioning her to a seat. "Sometimes." Her subway had stalled between stations for 20 minutes, and she'd had plenty of time to rehearse what she would say. She would get it over with quickly and get out. But Pendergast was clearly in no hurry. They sat in silence while he consulted a sheet filled with Chinese ideographs. Nora wondered if it was a list of tea offerings, but there seemed to be far too many items. Surely there weren't that many kinds of tea in the world. Pendergast turned to the shopkeeper, a small, vivacious woman, and began speaking rapidly. "Nin hao lao bin liang, li mama hao ma?" The woman shook her head. "Bu, ta hai shi lao yangzi, shen ti bu hao." Qing li dai wo xiang tao went on. "Qing ge wo i bei wu long cha hao ma?" The woman walked away, returning with a ceramic pot from which she poured a minuscule cup of tea. She placed the cup in front of Nora. "You speak Chinese?" Nora asked Pendergast. "A little. I confess to speak in Cantonese somewhat more fluently." Nora fell silent. Somehow she was not surprised. "King's tea of osmanthus," said Pendergast, nodding toward her cup. "One of the finest in the world. From bushes grown on the sunny sides of the mountains, new shoots gathered only in the spring." Nora picked up the cup. A delicate aroma rose to her nostrils. She took a sip, tasting a complex blend of green tea and other exquisitely delicate flavors. "Very nice," she said, putting down the cup. "Indeed." Pendergast glanced at her for a moment. Then he spoke again in Mandarin, and the woman filled up a bag, weighed and sealed it, scribbling a price on the plastic wrapping. She handed it to Nora. "For me?" Nora asked. Pendergast nodded. "I don't want any gifts from you. Please take it. It's excellent for the digestion, as well as being a superb antioxidant." Nora took it irritably, then saw the price. "Wait a minute, this is $200? "It will last 3 or 4 months," said Pendergast. "A small price when one considers." "Look," said Nora, setting down the bag. "Mr. Pendergast, I came here to tell you that I can't work for you anymore.
It's a 5-minute walk." Nora looked at him, eyebrows narrowing in surprise. It had never occurred to her how close they were to Mary Green's neighborhood. She recalled the note, written in blood. Mary Green had known she was going to die. Her want had been simple, not to die in complete anonymity. Pendergast gently took her arm. "Come," he said. She did not shrug him off. He spoke again to the shopkeeper, took the tea with a slight bow, and in a moment they were outside on the crowded street. They walked down Mott, crossing first Bayard, then Chatham Square, entering into a maze of dark, narrow streets abutting the East River. The noise and bustle of Chinatown gave way to the silence of industrial buildings. The sun had set, leaving a glow in the sky that barely outlined the tops of the buildings. Reaching Catherine Street, they turned southeast. Nora glanced over curiously as they passed Henry and the site of Mogen Fairhaven's new residential tower. The excavation was much bigger now. Massive foundations and stem walls rose out of the gloom, rebar popping like reeds from the freshly poured concrete. Nothing was left of the old coal tunnel. Another few minutes, and they were on Water Street. Old manufacturing buildings, warehouses, and decrepit tenements lined the street. Beyond, the East River moved sluggishly, dark purple in the moonlight. The Brooklyn Bridge loomed almost above them, and to its left, the Manhattan Bridge arced across the dark river, its span of brilliant lights reflected in the water below. Near Market Slip,
Pendergast stopped in front of an old tenement. It was still inhabited. A single window glowed with yellow light. A metal door was set into the first-floor facade. Beside it was a dented intercom and a series of buttons. "Here it is," said Pendergast. "Number 16. They stood in the gathering darkness. Pendergast began to speak quietly in the gloom. Mary Green came from a working-class family. After her father's upstate farm failed, he brought his family down here. He worked as a stevedore on the docks. But both he and Mary's mother died in a minor cholera epidemic when the girl was 15. Bad water. She had a younger brother, Joseph, 7, and a younger sister, Constance, 5. Nora said nothing. Mary Green tried to take in washing and sewing, but apparently it wasn't enough to pay the rent. There was no other work, no way to earn money. They were evicted. Mary finally did what she had to do to support her younger siblings, whom she evidently loved very much. "How awful," Nora murmured. "That's not the worst. She was arrested when she was 16. It was probably at that point her 2 younger siblings became street children. They called them gutter snipes in those days. There's no more record of them in any city files. They probably starved to death. In 1871, it was estimated there were 28,000 homeless children living on the streets of New York. In any case, later, Mary was sent to a workhouse known as the 5 Points Mission. It was basically a sweatshop, but it was better than prison. On the surface, that would have seemed to be Mary Green's lucky break. Pendergast fell silent. A barge on the river gave out a distant, mournful bellow. "What happened to her then?" "The paper trail ends at the lodging-house door," Pendergast replied. He turned to her, his pale face almost luminous in the gloaming. "Enoch Leng. Dr. Enoch Leng placed himself and his medical expertise at the service of the 5 Points Mission as well as the House of Industry, an orphanage that stood near where Chatham Square is today. He offered his time pro bono. As we know, Dr. Leng kept rooms on the top floor of Chatham's cabinet throughout the 1870s. No doubt he had a house somewhere else in the city. He affiliated himself with the 2 workhouses about a year before Chatham's cabinet burned down. We already know from Chatham's letter that Leng committed those murders, no question. Then why do you need my help? There's almost nothing on record about Leng anywhere. I've tried the Historical Society, the New York Public Library, City Hall. It's as if he's been expunged from the historical record, and I have reason to think Leng himself might have eradicated his files. It seems that Leng was an early supporter of the museum and an enthusiastic taxonomist. I believe there may be more papers in the museum concerning Leng, at least indirectly. Their archives are so vast and disorganized that it would be virtually impossible to purge them. Why me? Why doesn't the FBI just subpoena the files or something? Files have a way of disappearing as soon as they are officially requested, even if one knew which files to request. Besides, I've seen how you operate. That kind of competence is rare. Nora merely shook her head. Mr. Puck has been, and no doubt will continue to be, most helpful. And there's something else. Tenbury McFadden's daughter is still alive. She lives in an old house in Peekskill. She's 95, but I understand very much compos mentis. She may have a lot to say about her father. She may have even known Leng. I have a sense she'd be more willing to speak to a young woman like yourself than to an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You've still never really explained why you've taken such an interest in this case. The reasons for my interest in the case are unimportant. What is important is that a human being should not be allowed to get away with a crime like this, even if that person is long dead. We do not forget Hitler. It's important to remember. The past is part of the present. At the moment, in fact, it's all too much a part of the present. You're talking about these 2 new murders. The whole city was buzzing with the news, and the same words seemed to be on everyone's lips. Copycat killer.
Pendergast nodded silently. "But do you really think the murders are connected? That there's some madman out there who read Smithback's article and is now trying to duplicate Leng's experiments?" "I believe the murders are connected, yes." It was now dark. Water Street and the piers beyond were deserted. Nora shuddered again. "Look, Mr. Pendergast, I'd like to help, but it's like I said, I just don't think there's anything more I can do for you. Personally, I think you'd do better to investigate the new murders, not the old." "That is precisely what I am doing. The solution to the new murders lies in the old." She looked at him curiously. "How so?" "Now is not the time, Nora. I don't have sufficient information to answer, not yet. In fact, I may have already said too much." Nora sighed with irritation. "Then I'm sorry, but the bottom line is that I simply can't afford to put my job in jeopardy a second time, especially without more information. You understand, don't you?" There was a moment's silence. "Of course. I respect your decision." Pendergast bowed slightly. Somehow he managed to give even this simple gesture a touch of elegance. Pendergast asked the driver to let him out a block from his apartment building. As the Rolls-Royce glided silently away, Pendergast walked down the pavement, deep in thought. After a few minutes, he stopped, staring up at his residence, the Dakota, the vast gargoyle-haunted pile on a corner of Central Park West. But it was not this structure that remained in his mind. It was the small, crumbling tenement at number 16 Water Street, where Mary Green had once lived. The house would contain no specific information. It had not been worth searching, and yet it possessed something less definable. It was not just the facts and figures of the past that he needed to know, but its shape and feel. Mary Green had grown up there. Her father had been part of that great post-Civil War exodus from the farms to the cities. Her childhood had been hard, but it may well have been happy. Stevedores earned a living wage. Once upon a time, she had played on those cobbles. Her childish shouts had echoed off some of those very bricks.
And then cholera carried away her parents, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength.
8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. And then cholera carried away her parents and changed her life forever. There were at least 35 other stories like hers, all of which ended so cruelly in that basement charnel. There was a faint movement at the end of the block, and Pendergast turned. An old man in black, wearing a derby hat and carrying a Gladstone bag, was painfully making his way up the sidewalk. He was bowed, moving with the help of a cane. It was almost as if Pendergast's musings had conjured a figure out of the past. The man slowly made his way toward him, his cane making a faint tapping noise. Pendergast watched him curiously for a moment. Then he turned back toward the Dakota, lingering a moment to allow the brisk night air to clear his mind. But there was little clarity to be found. Instead, there was Mary Green, the little girl laughing on the cobbles. It had been days since Nora was last in her laboratory. She eased the old metal door open and flicked on the lights, pausing. Everything was as she had left it. A white table ran along the far wall. Binocular microscope, flotation kit, computer. To the side stood black metal cabinets containing her specimens, charcoal, lithics, bone, other organics. The still air smelled of dust, with a faint overlay of smoke, pinyon, juniper. It momentarily made her homesick for New Mexico. What was she doing in New York City anyway? She was a Southwestern archaeologist. Her brother Skip was demanding she come home to Santa Fe on almost a weekly basis. She had told Pendergast she couldn't afford to lose her job here at the museum. But what was the worst that could happen? She could get a position at the University of New Mexico or Arizona State. They both had superb archaeology departments where she wouldn't have to defend the value of her work to cretins like Brisbane. The thought of Brisbane roused her. Cretins or not, this was the New York Museum. She'd never get another opportunity like this again, not ever. Briskly, she stepped into the office, closing and locking the door behind her. Now that she had the money for the carbon-14 dates, she could get back to real work. At least that was one thing this whole fiasco had done for her, get her the money. Now she could prepare the charcoal and organics for shipping to the radiocarbon lab at the University of Michigan. Once she had the dates, her work on the Anasazi-Aztec connection could begin in earnest. She opened the first cabinet and carefully removed a tray containing dozens of stopper test tubes. Each was labeled, and each contained a single specimen, a bit of charcoal, a carbonized seed, a fragment of a corn cob, a bit of wood or bone. She removed 3 of the trays, placing them on the white table. Then she booted her workstation and called up the catalog matrices. She began cross-checking, making sure every specimen had the proper label and site location. At $275 a shot, it was important to be accurate. As she worked, her mind began to wander back to the events of the past few days. She wondered if the relationship with Brisbane could ever be repaired. He was a difficult boss, but a boss nonetheless. And he was shrewd. Sooner or later, he'd realize that it would be best for everyone if they could bury the hatchet. And Nora shook her head abruptly, a little guilty about this selfish line of thought. Smithback's article hadn't just gotten her into hot water. It had apparently inspired a copycat killer. The tabloids were already dubbing the surgeon. She couldn't understand how Smithbacks thought the article would help. She'd always known he was a careerist, but this was too much. A bumbling egomaniac. She remembered her first sight of him in Page, Arizona, surrounded by bimbos in bathing suits, giving out autographs. Trying to, anyway. What a joke. She should have trusted her first impression of him. Her mind wandered from Smithback to Pendergast. A strange man. She wasn't even sure he was authorized to be working on the case. Would the FBI just let one of their agents freelance like this? Why was he so evasive about his interest? Was he just secretive by nature? Whatever the situation, it was most peculiar. She was out of it now, and glad, very glad. And yet, as she went back to the tubes, she realized she wasn't feeling all that glad. Maybe it was just that this sorting and checking was tedious work. But she realized Mary Green and her sad life was lingering in the back of her mind. The dim tenement, the pathetic dress, the pitiful note. With an effort, she pushed it all away. Mary Green and her family were long gone. It was tragic, it was horrifying, but it was no concern of hers. Sorting completed, she began packing the tubes in their special styrofoam shipping containers. Better to break it down into 3 batches, just in case one got lost. Sealing the containers, she turned to the bills of lading and FedEx shipping labels. A knock sounded at the door. The knob turned, but the locked door merely rattled in its frame. She glanced over. "Who is it?" she called. The hoarse whisper was muffled by the door. "Who?" She felt a sudden fear. "Me, Bill." The furtive voice was louder. Nora stood up with a mixture of relief and anger. "What are you doing here? Open up. Are you kidding? Get out of here, now." "Nora, please. It's important." "It's important that you stay the hell away from me. I'm warning you." "I've got to talk to you." "That's it. I'm calling security." "No, wait." Nora picked up the phone, dialed. The officer she reached said he would be only too glad to remove the intruder. They would be there right away. "Nora!" Smithback cried. Nora sat down at her work table, trying to compose her mind. She closed her eyes. Ignore him. Just ignore him. Security would be there in a moment. Smithback continued to plead at the door. "Just let me in for a minute. There's something you have to know." She heard heavy footfalls and a firm voice. "Sir, you're in an off-limits area." "Hey, let go. I'm a reporter for—" "You will come with us, please, sir." There was the sound of a scuffle. "Nora!" A new note of desperation sounded strong in Smithback's voice. Despite herself, Nora went to the door, unlocked it, and stuck out her head. Smithback was being held between 2 burly security men. He glanced at her, cowlick bobbing reproachfully as he tried to extricate himself. "Nora, I can't believe you called security." "Are you all right, miss?" one of the men asked. "I'm fine, but that man shouldn't be here." "This way, sir. We'll walk you to the door." The men started dragging Smithback off. "Unhand me, oaf! I'll report you, Mr. 3467. "Yes, sir. You do that, sir." "Stop calling me sir. This is assault." "Yes, sir." The men, imperturbable, led him down the hall toward the elevator. As Nora watched, she felt a turmoil of conflicting emotion. Poor Smithback! What an undignified exit! But then had brought it on himself, hadn't he? He needed the lesson. He couldn't just show up like this, all mystery and high drama, and expect her to— "Nora!" came the cry from down the hall. "You have to listen, please."
He insisted on a local anesthetic for the operation. Highly unusual, unheard of actually, but he refused to sign the consent forms otherwise. Then he demanded a mirror. We had to bring one up from obstetrics. I've never had quite such a demanding patient. I thought for a moment I had a surgeon on my operating table. They make the worst patients, you know. What did he want a mirror for? He insisted on watching. His vitals were dropping and he was losing blood, but he absolutely insisted on getting a view of the wound from various angles before he would allow us to operate. Very odd. What kind of profession is Mr. Pendergast in? FBI. The smile evaporated. I see. Well, that explains quite a bit. We put him in a shared room at first. No private ones were available, but then we quickly had to make one available for him. Moved out a state senator to get it. Why? Did Pendergast complain? No, he didn't. The doctor hesitated a moment. He began watching the video of an autopsy. Very graphic. His roommate naturally objected, but it was really just as well, because an hour ago the things started to arrive. He shrugged. He refused to eat hospital food, insisted on ordering in from Balducci's, refused an IV drip,
Refused painkillers, no OxyContin, not even Vicodin or Tylenol number 3. He must be in dreadful pain, but doesn't show it. With these new patient rights guidelines, my hands are tied. It sounds just like him. The bright side is that the most difficult patients usually make the fastest recovery. I just feel sorry for the nurses. The doctor glanced at his watch. You might as well head over there now, room 1501. As Nora approached the room, she noticed a faint odor in the air, something out of place among the aromas of stale food and rubbing alcohol, something exotic, fragrant. A shrill voice echoed out of the open door. She paused in the doorway and gave a little knock. The floor of the room was stacked high with old books, and a riot of maps and papers lay across them. Tall sticks of sandalwood incense were propped inside silver cups, sending up slender coils of smoke. That accounts for the smell, Nora thought. A nurse was standing near the bed, clutching a plastic pill box in one hand and a syringe in the other. Pendergast lay on the bed in a black silk dressing gown. The overhead television showed a splayed body, grotesque and bloody, being worked on by no fewer than 3 doctors. One of the doctors was in the middle of lifting a wobbly brain out of the skull. She looked away. On the bedside table was a dish of drawn butter and the remains of cold water lobster tails. "Mr. Pendergast, I insist you take this injection," the nurse was saying. "You've just undergone a serious operation. You must have your sleep." Pendergast withdrew his arms from behind his head, picked up a dusty volume lying atop the sheets, and began leafing through it nonchalantly. "Nurse, I have no intention of taking that. I shall sleep when I'm ready." Pendergast blew dust from the book's spine and turned the page. "I'm going to call the doctor. This is completely unacceptable, and this filth is highly unsanitary." She waved her hand through the clouds of dust. Pendergast nodded, leafed over another page. The nurse stormed past Nora on her way out. Pendergast glanced at her and smiled. "Ah, Dr. Kelly, please come in and make yourself comfortable." Nora took a seat in a chair at the foot of the bed. "Are you all right?" He nodded. "What happened?" "I was careless." "But who did it? Where? When?" "Outside my residence," said Pendergast. He held up the remote and turned off the video, then laid the book aside. "A man in black, with a cane, wearing a derby hat. He tried to chloroform me. I held my breath and pretended to faint, then broke away. But he was extraordinarily strong and swift, and I underestimated him. He stabbed me, then escaped. You could have been killed. That was the intention. The doctor said it missed your heart by an inch. Yes. When I realized he was going to stab me, I directed his hand to a non-vital place. A useful trick, by the way, if you ever find yourself in a similar position." He leaned forward slightly. "Dr. Kelly, I'm convinced he's the same man who killed Doreen Hollander and Mandy Eklund." Nora looked at him sharply. "What makes you say that?" "I caught a glimpse of the weapon, a surgeon's scalpel with a myringatomy blade. But why you?" Pendergast smiled, but the smile held more pain than mirth. "That shouldn't be hard to answer. Somewhere along the way, we brushed up a little too close to the truth. We flushed him out. This is a very positive development." "A positive development? You could still be in danger." Pendergast raised his pale eyes and looked at her intently. "I am not the only one, Dr. Kelly. You and Mr. Smithback must take precautions." He winced slightly. "You should have taken that painkiller. For what I plan to do, it's essential to keep my head clear. People did without painkillers for countless centuries. As I was saying, you should take precautions. Don't venture out alone on the streets at night. I have a great deal of trust in Sergeant O'Shaughnessy." He slipped a card into her hand. "If you need anything, call him. I'll be up and about in a few days." She nodded. "Meanwhile, it might be a good idea for you to get out of town for a day. There's a talkative, lonely old lady up in Peekskill who would love to have visitors." She sighed. "I told you why I couldn't help anymore, and you still haven't told me why you're spending your time with these old murders." "Anything I told you now would be incomplete.
I have more work of my own to do, more pieces of the puzzle to fit together. But let me assure you of one thing, Dr. Kelly. This is no frivolous field trip. It is vital that we learn more about Enoch Leng. There was a silence. Do it for Mary Green, if not for me. Nora rose to leave. And Dr. Kelly? Yes? Smithback isn't such a bad fellow. I know from experience that he's a reliable man in a pinch. It would ease my mind if, while all this is going on, you two work together. Nora shook her head. No way. Pendergast held up his hand with a certain impatience. Do it for your own safety. And now I need to get back to my work. I look forward to hearing back from you tomorrow. His tone was peremptory. Nora left, feeling annoyed. Yet again, Pendergast had dragged her back into the case, and now he wanted to burden her with that jerk Smithback. Well, forget Smithback. He'd just love to get his hands on part 2 of the story. Him and his Pulitzer. She'd go to Peekskill, all right, but she'd go by herself. Nora glanced from the skull back to the visitor's face. Who are you? Regarding him more carefully now, she noticed just how pale his blue eyes were, how fine his features. With his white skin and the classical planes of his face, he looked as if he'd been sculpted of marble. He made a decorous gesture, somewhere between a nod and a bow. Special Agent Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Nora's heart sank. Was this more spillover from the trouble-plagued Utah expedition? Just what she needed. Do you have a badge? She asked wearily. Some kind of ID? The man smiled indulgently and slipped a wallet out of his suit pocket, allowing it to fall open. Nora bent down to scrutinize the badge. It certainly looked real, and she had seen enough of them over the last 18 months. All right, I believe you. Special Agent. She hesitated. What the gosh was his name? She glanced down, but the shield was already on its way back into the folds of his suit. Pendergast, he finished for her. Then he added, almost as if he had read her thoughts, "This has nothing to do with what happened in Utah, by the way. This is an entirely different case." She looked at him again. This dapper study in black and white hardly looked like the G-men she had met out west. He seemed unusual, even eccentric. There was something almost appealing in the impassive face. Then she glanced back down at the skull.
"I'm not a physical anthropologist," she said quickly. "Bones aren't my field." Pendergast's only reply was to offer her the skull. She reached for it, curious despite herself, turning it over carefully in her hands. Surely the FBI has forensic experts to help them with this sort of thing. The FBI agent merely smiled and walked to the door, closing and locking it. Gliding toward her desk, he plucked the phone from its cradle and laid it gently to one side. "May we speak undisturbed?" "Sure, whatever." Nora knew she must sound flustered and was angry at herself for it. She had never met someone quite so self-assured. The man settled himself into a wooden chair opposite her desk, throwing one slender leg over the other. "Regardless of your discipline, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this skull." She sighed. Should she be talking to this man? What would the museum think? Surely they would be pleased that one of their own had been consulted by the FBI. Maybe this was just the kind of publicity Brisbane wanted. She examined the skull once again. Well, to start with, I'd say this child had a pretty sad life. Pendergast made a tent of his fingers, raising one eyebrow in mute query. The lack of sutural closing indicates a young teenager. The second molar is only just erupted. That would put him or her at around 13, give or take a few years. I would guess female by the gracile brow ridges. Very bad teeth, by the way, with no orthodontry. That suggests neglect at least. And these 2 rings in the enamel indicate arrested growth, probably caused by 2 episodes of starvation or serious illness. The skull is clearly old, although the condition of the teeth suggests a historic, as opposed to prehistoric dating. You wouldn't see this kind of tooth decay in a prehistoric specimen. And anyway, it looks Caucasoid, not Native American.
I would say it's at least 75 to 100 years old. Of course, this is all speculation. Everything depends on where it was found and under what conditions. A carbon-14 date might be worth considering. At this unpleasant reminder of her recent meeting, she paused involuntarily. Pendergast waited. Nora had the distinct feeling that he expected more. Feeling her annoyance returning, she moved toward the window to examine the skull in the bright morning light. And then, as she stared, she felt a sudden sick feeling wash over her. "What is it?" Pendergast asked sharply, instantly aware of the change, his wiry frame rising from the chair with the intensity of a spring. "These faint scratches at the very base of the occipital bone." She reached for the loop that always hung around her neck and fitted it to her eye. Turning the skull upside down, she examined it more closely. "Go on." "They were made by a knife. It's as if someone were removing tissue." "What kind of tissue?" She felt a flood of relief as she realized what it was. These are the kind of marks you would expect to see caused by a scalpel during a post-mortem. This child was autopsied. The marks were made while exposing the upper part of the spinal cord, or perhaps the medulla oblongata. She placed the skull on the table. "But I'm an archaeologist, Mr. Pendergast. You'd do better to use the expertise of someone else. We have a physical anthropologist on staff, Dr. Weidenreich." Pendergast picked the skull up, sealing it in a Ziploc bag. It disappeared into the folds of his suit without a trace, like a magician's trick. "It is precisely your archaeological expertise I need. And now," he continued briskly, replacing the telephone and unlocking the door in swift economical movements, "I need you to accompany me downtown." "Downtown? You mean like headquarters?" Pendergast shook his head. Nora hesitated. "I can't just leave the museum. I've got work to do." "We won't be long, Dr. Kelly. Time is of the essence." "What's this all about?" But he was already out of her office, striding on swift, silent feet down the long corridor. She followed, unable to think of what else to do, as the agent led the tortuous backway down a series of staircases, through birds of the world, Africa, and Pleistocene mammals, arriving at last in the echoing Great Rotunda. "You know the museum pretty well," she said as she struggled to keep up. "Yes." Then they were out the bronze doors and descending the vast sweep of marble stairs to Museum Drive. Agent Pendergast stopped at the base and turned in the bright fall light. His eyes were now white, with only a hint of color. As he moved, she suddenly had the impression of great physical power beneath the narrow suit. "Are you familiar with the New York Archaeological and Historic Preservation Act?" he asked. "Of course. It was the law that stopped digging or construction in the city if anything of archaeological value was uncovered until it could be excavated and documented. A rather interesting site was uncovered in Lower Manhattan. You'll be the supervising archaeologist." "Me? I don't have the experience or authority." "Fear not, Dr. Kelly. I'm afraid we'll find your tenure all too brief." She shook her head. "But why me?" "You've had some experience in this, particular kind of site." "And just what kind of site is that?" "A charnel." She stared. "And now," he said, gesturing toward a '59 silver wraith idling at the curb, "we must be on our way. After you, please." The basement room was small and silent. In its simplicity, it resembled a monk's cell. Only a narrow-legged wooden table and stiff, uncomfortable chair broke the monotony of the uneven stone floor, the damp, unfinished walls. A black light in the ceiling threw a spectral blue pall over the 4 items upon the table: a scarred and rotting leather notebook, a lacquer fountain pen, a tan-colored length of India rubber, and a hypodermic syringe. The figure in the chair glanced at each of the carefully aligned items in turn. Then, very slowly, he reached for the hypodermic. The needle glowed with strange enchantment in the ultraviolet light, and the serum inside the glass tube seemed almost to smoke. He stared at the serum, turning it this way and that, fascinated by its eddies, its countless miniature whirls. This was what the ancients had been searching for, the philosopher's stone, the Holy Grail, the one true maim of God. Much sacrifice had been made to get it, on his part, on the part of the long stream of resources who had donated their lives to its refinement. But any amount of sacrifice was acceptable. Here before him was a universe of life encased in a prison of glass. His life. And to think it all started with a single material. The neuronal membrane of the cauda equina, the divergent sheaf of spinal ganglia with the longest nerve roots of all. To bathe all the cells of the body with the essence of neurons, the cells that did not die. Such a simple concept, yet so very complicated in development. The process of synthesis and refinement was tortuous, and yet he took great pleasure in it, just as he did in the ritual he was about to perform. Creating the final reduction, moving from step to step to step, had become a religious experience for him. It was like the countless Gnostic keys the believer must perform before true prayer can begin, or the harpsichordist who works his way through the 29 Goldberg variations before arriving at the final, pure, unadorned truth Bach intended. The pleasure of these reflections was troubled briefly by the thought of those who would stop him if they could, who would seek him out, follow the carefully obscured trail to this room, put a halt to his noble work. The most troublesome one had already been punished for his presumption, though not as fully punished as intended. Still, there would be other methods, other opportunities. Placing the hypodermic gently aside, he reached for the leather-bound journal, turned over the front cover. Abruptly, a new smell was introduced into the room. Must, rot, decomposition.
He was always struck by the irony of how a volume that, over the years, had itself grown so decayed, managed to contain the secret that banished decay. He turned the pages, slowly, lovingly, examining the early years of painstaking work and research. At last he reached the end, where the notations were still new and fresh. He unscrewed the fountain pen and laid it by the last entry, ready to record his new observations. He would have liked to linger further, but did not dare. The serum required a specific temperature and was not stable beyond a brief interval. He scanned the tabletop with a sigh of something almost like regret. Though of course it was not regret, because in the wake of the injection would come nullification of corporeal poisons and oxidants and the arresting of the aging process. In short, that which had evaded the best minds for 36 centuries. More quickly now, he picked up the rubber strap, tied it off above the elbow of his right arm, tapped the rising vein with the side of a fingernail, placed the needle against the antecubital fossa, slid it home, and closed his eyes. Nora walked away from the red gingerbread Peekskill station, squinting against the bright morning sun. It had been raining when she'd boarded the train at Grand Central, but here only a few small clouds dotted the blue sky above the old riverfront downtown. 3-story brick buildings were set close together, faded facades looking toward the Hudson. Behind them, narrow streets climbed away from the river toward the public library and city hall. Farther still, perched on the rocky hillside, lay the houses of the old neighborhoods, their narrow lawns dotted with ancient trees. Between the aging structures lay a scattering of smaller and newer houses, a car repair shop, the occasional Spanish-American mini-market. Everything looked shabby and superannuated. It was a proud old town in uncomfortable transition, clutching to its dignity in the face of decay and neglect. She checked the directions Clara McFadden had given her over the telephone, then began climbing Central Avenue. She turned right on Washington, her old leather portfolio swinging from one hand, working her way toward Simpson Place.
It was a steep climb, and she found herself panting slightly. Across the river, the ramparts of Bear Mountain could be glimpsed through the trees, a patchwork of autumnal yellows and reds, interspersed with darker stands of spruce and pine. Clara McFadden's house was a dilapidated Queen Anne, with a slate mansard roof, gables, and a pair of turrets decorated with oriel windows. The white paint was peeling. A wraparound porch surrounded the first floor, set off by a spindlework frieze. As she walked up the short drive, the wind blew through the trees, sending leaves swirling around her. She mounted the porch and rang the heavy bronze bell. A minute passed, then two. She was about to ring again when she remembered the old lady had told her to walk in. She grasped the large bronze knob and pushed. The door swung open with the creak of rarely used hinges. She stepped into an entryway, hanging her coat on a lone hook. There was a smell of dust, old fabric, and cats. A worn set of stairs swept upward, and to her right she could see a broad arched doorway, framed in carved oak, leading into what looked like a parlor. A voice, riven with age but surprisingly strong, issued from within. "Do come in," it said. Nora paused at the entrance to the parlor. After the bright day outside, it was shockingly dim, the tall windows covered with thick green drapes ending in gold tassels. As her eyes slowly adjusted, she saw an old woman, dressed in crepe and dark bombazine, ensconced on a Victorian wing chair. It was so dark that at first all Nora could see was a white face and white hands, hovering as if disconnected in the dimness. The woman's eyes were half closed. "Do not be afraid," said the disembodied voice from the deep chair. Nora took another step inside. The white hand moved, indicating another wing chair, draped with a lace antimacassar. "Sit down." Nora took a seat gingerly. Dust rose from the chair. There was a rustling sound as a black cat shot from behind a curtain and disappeared into the dim recesses of the room. "Thank you for seeing me," Nora said. The bombazine crackled as the lady raised her head. "What do you want, child?" The question was unexpectedly direct, and the tone of the voice behind it sharp. "Miss McFadden, I wanted to ask you about your father, Tinsbury McFadden." "My dear, you're going to have to tell me your name again. I am an old lady with a fading memory." "Nora Kelly." The old woman's claw reached out and pulled the chain of a lamp that stood beside her. It had a heavy tasseled lampshade, and it threw out a dim yellow light. Now Nora could see Clara McFadden more clearly. Her face was ancient and sunken, pale veins showing through parchment paper skin. The lady examined her for a few minutes with a pair of glittering eyes. "Thank you, Miss Kelly," she said, turning off the lamp again. "What exactly do you want to know about my father?" Nora took a folder out of the portfolio, squinting through the dimness at the questions she'd scribbled on the train north from Grand Central. She was glad she'd come prepared. The interview was becoming unexpectedly intimidating. The old woman picked up something from a small table beside the wing chair, an old-fashioned pint bottle with a green label. She poured a bit of the liquid into a teaspoon, swallowed it, replaced the spoon. Another black cat, or perhaps the same one, leapt into the old lady's lap. She began stroking it, and it rumbled with pleasure. "Your father was a curator at the New York Museum of Natural History." There was no response from the old lady. "And he was acquainted with a scientist by the name of Enoch Leng." Miss McFadden seemed to grow very still. Then she spoke with acidic sharpness, her voice cutting through the heavy air. It was as if the name had woken her up. "Leng? What about Leng?" "I was curious if you knew anything about Dr. Leng, or had any letters or papers relating to him." "I certainly do know about Leng," came the shrill voice. "He's the man who murdered my father." Nora sat in stunned silence. There was nothing about a murder in anything she had read about McFadden. "I'm sorry?" she said. "Oh, I know they all said he merely disappeared, but they were wrong." "How do you know this?" There was another rustle. "How? Let me tell you how." Miss McFadden turned on the light again, directing Nora's attention to a large, old-framed photograph. It was a faded portrait of a young man in a severe high-button suit. He was smiling. 2 silver front teeth gleamed out of the frame. A roguish eye patch covered one eye. The man had Clara McFadden's narrow forehead and prominent cheekbones. She began to speak, her voice unnaturally loud and angry. "That was taken shortly after my father lost his right eye in Borneo. He was a collector, you must understand. As a young man, he spent several years in British East Africa. He built up quite a collection of African mammals and artifacts collected from the natives. When he returned to New York, he became a curator at the new museum just started by one of his fellow Lyceum members, the New York Museum of Natural History. It was very different back then, Miss Kelly. Most of the early museum curators were gentlemen of leisure, like my father. They did not have systematic scientific training. They were amateurs in the best sense of the word. My father was always interested in oddities, queer things. You are familiar, Miss Kelly, with the cabinets of curiosities?" "Yes," Nora said, as she scribbled notes as quickly as she could. She wished she had brought a voice recorder. "There were quite a few in New York at the time, but the New York Museum quickly started putting them out of business."
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It became my father's role at the museum to acquire these bankrupt cabinet collections. He corresponded with many of the cabinet owners, the Delacourt family, Phineas Barnum, the Cadwallader brothers. One of these cabinet owners was John Kennedy Shottam. The old lady poured herself another spoonful from the bottle. In the light, Nora could make out the label, Lydia Pinkham's Vegetable Tonic. Nora nodded. J.C. Shottam's Cabinet of Natural Productions and Curiosities. Precisely.
There was only a small circle of scientific men in those days, and they all belonged to the Lyceum. Men of varying abilities, I might add. Shotham belonged to the Lyceum, but he was as much a showman as he was a scientist. He had opened a cabinet down on Atherton Street, where he charged a minimal admission. It was mostly patronized by the lower classes. Unlike most of his colleagues, Shotham had these notions of bettering the plight of the poor through education. That's why he situated his cabinet in such a disagreeable neighborhood. He was especially interested in using natural history to inform and educate the young. In any case, he needed help with identifying and classifying his collections, which he had acquired from the family of a young man who had been killed by natives in Madagascar, Alexander Marissos. There was a rustle from the old lady. Once again she extinguished the light, shrouding the room in darkness, throwing the portrait of her father into shadow. "You seem to know a great deal about this, Miss Kelly," Clara McFadden said suspiciously. "I hope I am not annoying you with my story." "Not at all. Please go on." "Shotham's was a rather wretched cabinet. My father helped him from time to time, but it was burdensome to him. It was not a good collection, very haphazard, not systematic. To lure in the poor, especially the urchins, his exhibits tended toward the sensational. There was even something he called a gallery of unnatural monstrosities. It was, I believe, inspired by Madame Tussaud's Chamber of Horrors. There were rumors that some people who went into that gallery never came out again. All rubbish, of course, most likely cooked up by Shotham to increase foot traffic." Clara McFadden removed a lace handkerchief and coughed into it. "It was around that time a man named Leng joined the Lyceum, Enoch Leng." Her voice conveyed a depth of hatred. Nora felt her heart quicken. "Did you know Leng?" "My father talked about him a great deal, especially toward the end. My father, you see, had a bad eye and bad teeth. Leng helped him get some silver bridge work and a special pair of eyeglasses with an unusually thick lens. He seemed to be something of a polymath." She tucked the handkerchief back into some fold of her clothing, took another spoonful of the elixir. "It was said he came from France, a small mountain town near the Belgian border. There was talk that he was a baron, born into a noble family. These scientists are all gossips, you know. New York City at the time was a very provincial place, and Leng made quite an impression. No one doubted he was a very learned man. He called himself a doctor, by the way, and it was said he had been a surgeon and a chemist." She made a vinegary sound. Motes drifted in the heavy air. The cat's purr rumbled on endlessly, like a turbine. The strident voice cut the air again. Shotham was looking for a curator for his cabinet. Leng took an interest in it, although it was certainly the poorest curatorial appointment among the cabinets of Curiosities. Nevertheless, Leng took rooms on the top floor of the cabinet. So far, all this matched the details provided in Shotham's letter. "And when was this?" Nora asked. "In the spring of 1870. Did Leng live at the cabinet? A man of Leng's breeding living in the Five Points? Certainly not. But he kept to himself. He was a strange, elusive man, very formal in his diction and mannerisms. No one, not even my father, knew where he lived. Leng did not encourage intimacy. He spent most of his time at Shotham's or the Lyceum. As I recall, his work at Shotham's cabinet was originally supposed to last only a year or two. At first, Shotham was very pleased with Leng's work. Leng cataloged the collection, wrote up label copy for everything. But then something happened, my father never knew what, and Shotham seemed to grow suspicious of Leng. Shotham wanted to ask him to leave, but was reluctant. Leng paid handsomely for the use of the third floor, and Shotham needed the money. What kind of experiments did Leng perform? I expect the usual. All scientific men had laboratories. My father had one. You said your father never knew what made Shotham suspicious? That would mean McFadden never read the letter hidden in the elephant's foot box. That's correct. My father didn't press him on the subject. Shotham had always been a rather eccentric man, prone to opium and fits of melancholy, and my father suspected he might be mentally unstable. Then, one summer evening in 1881, Shodham's cabinet burned. It was such a fierce fire that they found only a few crumbling remains of Shodham's bones. It was said the fire started on the first floor, a faulty gas lamp. Another bitter noise. But you think otherwise? My father became convinced that Leng started that fire. Do you know why? The lady slowly shook her head. He did not confide in me. After a moment, she continued. It was around the time of the fire that Leng stopped attending the meetings at the Lyceum. He stopped coming to the New York Museum. My father lost touch with him. He seemed to disappear from scientific circles. 30 years must have passed before he resurfaced. When was this? During the Great War. I was a little girl at the time. My father married late, you see. He received a letter from Leng, a very friendly letter, wishing to renew the acquaintance. My father refused. Leng persisted. He began coming to the museum, attending my father's lectures, spending time in the museum's archives. My father became disturbed, and after a while even frightened. He was so concerned I believe he even consulted certain fellow Lyceum members he was close to on the subject. James Henry Percival and Dumont Burley are two names that come to mind. They came to the house more than once, shortly before the end. I see. Nora scribbled some more notes. But you never met Leng? There was a pause. I met him once. He came to our house late one night, with a specimen for my father, and was turned away at the door. He left the specimen behind, a graven artifact from the South Seas, of little value. And? My father disappeared the next day. And you're convinced it was Leng's doing? Yes. How? The old lady patted her hair, her sharp eyes fixed on hers. My dear child, how could I possibly know that? But why would Leng murder him? I believe my father found out something about Leng. Didn't the museum investigate? No one had seen Leng in the museum. No one had seen him visit my father. There was no proof of anything. Neither Percival nor Burley spoke up. The museum found it easier to smear my father's name, to imply that he ran away for some unknown reason, than to investigate. I was just a girl at the time. When I grew older and demanded a reopening of the case, I had nothing to offer. I was rebuffed. And your mother, was she suspicious? She was dead by that time. What happened to Leng? After his visit to my father, nobody ever saw or heard from him again. Nora took a breath.
Old-fashioned black coat, formally dressed. That's a very vivid description. Leng was the kind of person who stayed with you long after he was gone. And yet, you know, it was his voice I remember most. It was low, resonant, strongly accented, with the peculiar quality of sounding like two people speaking in unison. The gloom that filled the parlor seemed inexplicably to deepen. Nora swallowed. She had already asked all the questions she had planned to. "Thank you very much for your time, Miss McFadden," she said as she rose. "Why do you bring all this up now?" the old lady asked abruptly. Nora realized that she must not have seen the newspaper article or heard anything about the recent copycat killings of the surgeon. She wondered just what she should say. She looked about the room, dark, frozen in shadowy Victorian clutter. She did not want to be the one to upset this woman's world. "I'm researching the early cabinets of Curiosities." The old lady transfixed her with a glittering eye. "An interesting subject, child, and perhaps a dangerous one." Special Agent Pendergast lay in the hospital bed, motionless, save for his pale eyes. He watched Nora Kelly leave the room and close the door. He glanced over at the wall clock, 9 p.m. precisely. A good time to begin. He thought back over each word Nora had uttered during her visit, looking for any trivial fact or passing reference that he might have overlooked on first hearing. But there was nothing more. Her visit to Peekskill had confirmed his darkest suspicions. Pendergast had long believed Leng killed Shodham and burned the cabinet.
And he felt sure that McFadden's disappearance was also at the hands of Leng. No doubt, Shotham had challenged Leng shortly after placing his letter in the elephant's foot box. Leng had murdered him and covered it up with the fire. Yet the most pressing questions remained. Why had Leng chosen the cabinet as his base of operations? Why did he begin volunteering his services at the houses of industry a year before killing Shotham? And where did he relocate his laboratory after the cabinet burned? In Pendergast's experience, serial killers were messy. They were incautious, they left clues. But Leng was, of course, very different. He was not, strictly speaking, a serial killer. He had been remarkably clever. Leng had left a kind of negative imprint wherever he went. The man seemed defined by how little was known about him. There was more to be learned, but it was deeply hidden in the masses of information strewn about his hospital room. There was only one way to coax this information out. Research alone would not suffice. And then there was the growing problem of his increasing lack of objectivity regarding this case, his growing emotional involvement. If he did not bring himself sharply under control, if he did not reassert his habitual discipline, he would fail. And he could not fail. It was time to make his journey. Pendergast's gaze shifted to the massings of books, maps, and old periodicals that filled half a dozen surgical carts in his room. His eyes moved from surface to tottering surface. The single most important piece of paper lay on his bedside table, the plans for Shotham's cabinet. One last time he picked it up and gazed at it, memorizing every detail. The seconds ticked on. He laid down the yellowing plat. It was time. But first, something had to be done about the intolerable landscape of noise that surrounded him. After his condition was upgraded from serious to stable, Pendergast had himself transferred from St. Luke's Roosevelt to Lenox Hill Hospital. The old facility on Lexington Avenue had the thickest walls of any building in the city, save for his own Dakota. Even here, however, he was assaulted by sounds. The bleat of the blood oxygen meter above his bed, the gossiping voices at the nurse's station, the hissings and beepings of the telemetry machines and ventilators, the adenoidal patient snoring in the adjacent room, the rumble of the forced air ducts deep in the walls and ceiling. There was nothing he could do that would physically stop these sounds, yet they could be made to disappear through other means. It was a powerful mind game he had developed, an adaptation of Chong Cha Ran, an ancient Bhutanese Buddhist meditative practice. Pendergast closed his eyes. He imagined a chessboard inside his head, on a wooden table, standing in a pool of yellow light. Then he created two players. The first player made his opening move. The second followed. A game of speed chess ensued, and then another and another. The two players changed strategies, forming adaptive counterattacks. Inverted Hannum, two knights defense, Vienna Gambit. One by one, the more distant noises dropped away. When the final game ended in a draw, Pendergast dissolved the chess set. Then, in the darkness of his mind's eye, he created four players, seated around a card table. Pendergast had always found bridge a nobler and subtler game than chess, but he rarely played it with others, because, outside of his late family, he had found few worthy partners. Now the game began, each player ignorant of all but his own 13 cards, each player with his own strategies and intellectual capabilities. The game began with roughs and slams and deep finesses. Pendergast toyed with the players, shifting Blackwood, Gerber, and Stamen conventions, positing a forgetful declarer, understood signals between East and West. By the time the first rubber was completed, all distractions were gone. The noises had ceased. In his mind, only a profound silence reigned.
Pendergast turned further inward. It was time for the memory crossing to begin. Several minutes of intense mental concentration passed. Finally, he felt ready. In his mind's eye, he rose from his bed. He felt light, airy, like a ghost. He saw himself walk through the empty hospital corridors, down the stairwell, across the arched foyer, and out onto the wide front steps of the hospital. Only the building was no longer a hospital. 120 years before, it had been known as the New York Rest Home for Consumptives. Pendergast stood on the steps for a moment, glancing around in the gathering dusk. To the west, toward Central Park, the Upper East Side had become a patchwork of hog farms, wildlands, and rocky eminences. Small groups of hovels sprouted up here and there, huddled together as if for protection against the elements. Gas lamps stood along the avenue, infrequent this far north of the populous downtown, throwing small circles of light down onto the dusky macadam. The prospect was vague, indistinct. Detail at this location was unimportant. Pendergast did, however, allow himself to sample the air. It smelled strongly of coal smoke, damp earth, and horse manure. He descended the steps, turning onto 76th Street and walking east toward the river. Here it was more thickly settled, newer brownstones abutting old wood and frame structures. Carriages swayed down the straw street. People passed him silently, the men dressed in long suits with thin lapels, women in bustles and veiled hats. At the next intersection, he boarded a streetcar, paying 5 cents for the ride down to 42nd Street. There, he transferred to the Bowery 3rd Avenue Elevated Railway, paying another 20 cents. This extravagant price ensured him a palace car with curtained windows and plush seats. The steam locomotive heading the train was named the Chauncey M. Depew. As it hurtled southward, Pendergast sat without moving in his velveteen chair. Slowly, he allowed sound to intrude once more into his world. First, the clatter of the wheels on the tracks, and then the chatter of his passengers. They were engrossed with the concerns of 1881, the president's recovery and the imminent removal of the pistol ball, the Columbia Yacht Club sailing regatta on the Hudson earlier that afternoon, the miraculous curative properties of the Wilsonia magnetic garment.
There were still gaps, of course, hazy dark patches like fog about which Pendergast had little or no information. No memory crossing was ever complete. There were details of history that had been irrevocably lost. When the train at last reached the lower stretches of the Bowery, Pendergast disembarked. He stood on the platform a moment, looking around a little more intently now. The elevated tracks were erected over the sidewalks rather than along the middle of the street, and the awnings below were covered in a greasy film of oil drippings and ash. The Chauncey M. Depew gave a shriek, beginning its furious dash to the next stop. Smoke and hot cinders belched from its stack, scattering into the leaden air. He descended skeletal wooden stairs to ground level, alighting outside a small shop. He glanced at its signboard. George Washington Abacus, physiognomic operator and professor of the tonsorial art. The broad thoroughfare before him was a sea of bobbing plug hats. Trams and horse cars went careering down the center of the road. Peddlers of all kinds jostled the narrow sidewalk, crying out their trade to all who would listen. "Pots and pans," called a tinker. "Mend your pots and pans." A young woman trundling a steaming cauldron on wheels cried, "Oysters, here's your brave, good oysters." At Pendergast's left elbow, a man selling hot corn out of a baby's perambulator fished out an ear, smeared it with a butter-soaked rag, and held it out invitingly. Pendergast shook his head and eased his way into the milling crowd. He was jostled, there was a momentary fog, a loss of concentration, and then Pendergast recovered. The scene returned. He moved south, gradually bringing all 5 senses fully alive to the surroundings.
The noise was almost overwhelming, clattering horseshoes, countless snatches of music and song, yelling, screaming, whinnying, cursing. The air was supercharged with the odors of sweat, dung, cheap perfume, and roasting meats. Down the street at 43 Bowery, Buffalo Bill was playing in the Scout of the Plain stage show at the Windsor. Several other theaters followed, huge signs advertising current performances. Fedora, Peck's Bad Boy, The Darkness to the North, Kit, the Arkansas Traveler. A blind Civil War veteran lay between two entrances, cap held out imploringly. Pendergast glided past with barely a glance. At a corner, he paused to get his bearings, then turned onto East Broadway Street. After the frenzy of Bowery, he entered a more silent world. He moved past the myriad shops of the old city, shuttered and dark at this hour. Saddleries, millinery shops, pawnbrokers, slaughterhouses. Some of these buildings were distinct. Others, places Pendergast had not succeeded in identifying, were vague and shadowy, shrouded in that same indistinct fog. At Catherine Street, he turned toward the river. Unlike on East Broadway, all the establishments here, grog shops, sailors' lodging houses, oyster cellars, were open. Lamps cast lurid red stripes out into the street. A brick building loomed at the corner, low and long, streaked with soot. Its granite cornices and arched lintels spoke of a building done in a poor imitation of the neo-Gothic style. A wooden sign, gold letters edged in black, hung over the door. J.C. Shottam's Cabinet of Natural Productions, Curiosities. A trio of bare electric bulbs in metal cages illuminated the doorway, casting a harsh glare onto the street. Shottam's was open for business. A hired hawker shouted at the door. Pendergast could not catch the words above the noise and bustle. A large signboard standing on the pavement in front advertised the featured attractions. See the double-brained child. Visit our new annex, showing displays of female figures in real water. Pendergast stood on the corner, the rest of the city fading into fog as he focused his concentration on the building ahead, meticulously reconstructing every detail. Slowly, the walls came into sharper focus. The dingy windows, the interiors, the bizarre collections, the maze of exhibit halls, as his mind integrated and shaped the vast quantity of information he had amassed. When he was ready, he stepped forward and queued up. He paid his 2 pennies qua man in a greasy stovepipe hat and stepped inside. A low foyer greeted his eye, dominated on the far side with a mammoth skull. Standing next to it was a moth-eaten Kodiak bear, an Indian birch-bark canoe, a petrified log. His eyes traveled around the room. The large thigh bone of an antediluvian monster stood against the far wall, and there were other eclectic specimens laid out helter-skelter. The better exhibits, he knew, were deeper inside the cabinet. Corridors ran off to the left and right, leading to halls packed with teeming humanity. In a world without movies, television, or radio, and where travel was an option only for the wealthiest, the popularity of this diversion was not surprising. Pendergast bore left. The first part of the hall consisted of a systematic collection of stuffed birds laid out on shelves. This exhibit, a feeble attempt to insinuate a little education, held no interest to the crowd, which streamed past on the way to less edifying exhibits ahead. The corridor debouched into a large hall, the air hot and close. In the center stood what appeared to be a stuffed man, brown and wizened, with severely bowed legs, gripping a post. The label pinned below read, "Pygmy man of darkest Africa, who lived to be 355 years of age before death by snakebite." Closer inspection revealed it to be a shaved orangutan, doctored to look human, apparently preserved through smoking. It gave off a fearful smell. Nearby was an Egyptian mummy, standing against the wall in a wooden sarcophagus. There was a mounted skeleton missing its skull, labeled "Remains of the beautiful Countess Adèle de Brissac, executed by guillotine, Paris 1789. Next to it was a rusty piece of iron, dabbed with red paint, marked "The Blade That Cut Her." Pendergast shook his head and turned his attention to the noisy audience. He found himself mildly surprised. There were many more young people than he had assumed, as well as a greater cross-section of humanity, from high to low. Young bloods and fancy men strolled by, puffing on cigars, laughing condescendingly at the exhibits. A group of tough-looking youths swaggered past, sporting the red flannel fireman shirts, broadcloth pantaloons, and greased soaplock hair that identified them as Bowery boys. There were workhouse girls, women of the streets, urchins, street peddlers, and barmen. It was, in short, the same kind of crowd that thronged the streets outside. Now that the workday was done for many, they came to Chatham's for an evening's entertainment. The 2-penny admission was within reach of all. 2 doors at the far end of the hall led to more exhibits, one to the exhibits of ladies, the other marked Gallery of Unnatural Monstrosities. This latter was narrow and dark, and it was the exhibit that Pendergast had come to see. The sounds of the crowds were muffled here, and there were fewer visitors, mostly nervous, gaping youngsters. The carnival atmosphere had changed into something quieter, more eerie. The darkness, the closeness, the stillness, all conspired to create the effect of fear. At the first turn of the gallery stood a table, on which was a large jar of thick glass, stoppered and sealed, containing a floating human baby. 2 miniature, perfectly formed arms stuck out from its forehead. Pendergast peered closer and saw that, unlike many of the other exhibits, this one had not been doctored. He passed on. There was a small alcove containing a dog with a cat's head, this one clearly fake, the sewing marks visible through the thinning hair. It stood next to a giant clam, propped open, showing a skeletonized foot inside. The label copy told the gruesome story of the hapless pearl diver.
Around another corner, there was a great miscellany of objects in jars of formaldehyde, a Portuguese man-of-war, a giant rat from Sumatra, a hideous brown thing the size of a flattened watermelon, marked liver, from a woolly mammoth frozen in Siberian ice. Next to it was a Siamese twin giraffe fetus. The next turn revealed a shelf with a human skull with a hideous bony growth on the forehead, labeled the Rhinoceros Man of Cincinnati. Pendergast paused, listening. Now the sounds of the crowd were very faint, and he was alone. Beyond, the darkened hall made one last sharp turn. An elaborately stylized arrow pointed toward an unseen exhibit around the corner. A sign read, "Visit Wilson One-Handed, for those who dare." Pendergast glided around the corner. Here it was almost silent. At the moment, there were no other visitors. The hall terminated in a small alcove. In the alcove was a single exhibit, a glass case containing a desiccated head. The shriveled tongue still protruded from the mouth, looking like a cheroot clamped between the twisted lips. Next to it lay what appeared to be a dried sausage, about a foot long, with a rusty hook attached to one end by leather straps. Next to that, the frayed end of a hangman's noose. A label identified them. The head of the notorious murderer and robber Wilson One-Handed hung by the neck until dead, Dakota Territory, July 4, 1868. The noose from which he swung. The forearm stump and hook of Wilson One-Handed, which brought in a bounty of $1,000. Pendergast examined the cramped room. It was isolated and very dark. It was cut off from view of the other exhibits by a sharp turn of the corridor. It would comfortably admit only one person at a time. A cry for help here would be unheard out in the main galleries. The little alcove ended in a cul-de-sac.
As Pendergast stared at it, pondering, the wall wavered, then disappeared, as fog once again enshrouded his memory construct, and the mental image fell away. But it did not matter. He had seen enough, threaded his way through sufficient passages to understand. And now, at last, he knew how Leng had procured his victims. Patrick O'Shaughnessy stood on the corner of 72nd and Central Park West, staring at the facade of the Dakota apartment building. There was a vast arched entrance to an inner courtyard, and beyond the entrance, the building ran at least a third of the way down the block. It was there, in the darkness, that Pendergast had been attacked. In fact, it probably looked just about like this when Pendergast was stabbed, except for the old man, of course, the one Pendergast had seen wearing a derby hat. Astonishing that the guy had almost managed to overpower the FBI agent, even factoring in the element of surprise. O'Shaughnessy wondered again just what he was doing here. He was off duty. He should be in JW's hoisting a few with friends, or messing about his apartment, listening to that new recording of The Bartered Bride. They weren't paying him, so why should he care? But he found, strangely enough, that he did care. Custer, naturally, had dismissed it as a simple mugging. Freaking rube out-of-towner, no surprise he got his ass mugged. Well, O'Shaughnessy knew Pendergast was no rube. The man probably played up his New Orleans roots just to keep people like Custer off guard. And he didn't think Pendergast had gotten mugged either. But now it was time to decide, just what was he going to do about it? Slowly, he began to walk toward the site of the attack. Earlier in the day, he'd visited Pendergast in the hospital. Pendergast had hinted to him that it would be useful, more than useful, to have the coroner's report on the bones found at the construction site. To get it, O'Shaughnessy realized he would have to go around Custer. Pendergast also wanted more information on the developer, Fairhaven, who Custer had made it clear was off-limits. It was then O'Shaughnessy realized he had crossed some invisible line, from working for Custer to working for Pendergast. It was a new, almost heady feeling. For the first time in his life, he was working with someone he respected. Someone who wasn't going to prejudge him on old history or treat him as a disposable fifth-generation Irish cop. That was the reason he was here, at the Dakota, on his night off. That's what a partner did when the other one got into trouble. Pendergast, as usual, was silent on the attack. But to O'Shaughnessy, it had none of the air marks of a mugging. He remembered, dimly, his days at the academy, all the statistics on various types of crimes and how they were committed. Back then, he had big ideas about where he was going in the force. That was before he took $200 from a prostitute because he felt sorry for her, and he had to admit to himself because he needed the money. O'Shaughnessy stopped, coughed, spat on the sidewalk. Back at the academy, it had been motive means opportunity. Take motive for starters. Why kill Pendergast? Put the facts in order. 1. The guy is investigating a 130-year-old serial killer. No motive there. Killer's dead. 2. A copycat killer springs up. Pendergast is at the autopsy before there's even an autopsy. Gosh, thought O'Shaughnessy, he must have known what was going on even before the doctor did. Pendergast had already made the connection between the murder of the tourist and the 19th century killings. How? 3. Pendergast gets attacked. Those were the facts as O'Shaughnessy saw them. So what could he conclude? That Pendergast already knew something important, and the copycat serial killer knew it too. Whatever it was important enough that this killer took a big risk in targeting him on 72nd Street, not exactly deserted even at 9 o'clock in the evening, and had almost succeeded in killing him, which was the most astonishing thing of all. O'Shaughnessy swore. The big mystery here was Pendergast himself. He wished Pendergast would level with him, share more information. The man was keeping him in the dark. Why? Now that was a question worth asking. He swore again. Pendergast was asking a great deal, but he wasn't giving anything in return. Why was he wasting a fine fall evening tramping around the Dakota looking for clues that weren't there for a guy who didn't want help? Cool it, O'Shaughnessy told himself. Pendergast was the most logical, methodical guy he'd ever met. He'd have his reasons, all in good time. Meanwhile, this was a waste. Time for dinner and the latest issue of opera news. O'Shaughnessy turned to head home. And that's when he saw the tall, shadowy figure come into view at the corner. Instinctively, O'Shaughnessy shrank into the nearest doorway. He waited. The figure stood on the corner, precisely where he himself had stood only a few minutes before, glancing around. Then it started down the street toward him, slowly and furtively. O'Shaughnessy stiffened, receding deeper into the shadows. The figure crept down to the angle of the building, pausing right at the spot where Pendergast had been assaulted. The beam of a flashlight went on. He seemed to be inspecting the pavement, looking around. He was dressed in a long, dark coat, which could easily be concealing a weapon. He was certainly no cop. And the attack had not been in the papers. O'Shaughnessy made a quick decision. He grasped his service revolver in his right hand and pulled out his shield with his left. Then he stepped out of the shadows. "Police officer," he said, quietly but firmly, "don't move. Keep your hands where I can see them." The figure jumped sideways with a yelp, holding up a pair of gangly arms. "Wait, don't shoot, I'm a reporter." O'Shaughnessy relaxed as he recognized the man. "So it's you," he said, holstering his gun, feeling disappointed. "Yeah, and it's you." Smithback lowered his trembling arms. "The cop from the opening. Sergeant O'Shaughnessy." "Right. What are you doing here?" "Same as you, probably," said O'Shaughnessy.
Then he stopped abruptly, remembering he was speaking to a reporter. It wouldn't be good for this to get back to Custer. Smithback mopped his brow with a soiled handkerchief. "You scared me greatly. Sorry, you look suspicious." Smithback shook his head. "I imagine I did." He glanced around. "Find anything?" "No." There was a brief silence. "Who do you think did it? Think it was just some mugger?" Although Smithback was echoing the same question he'd asked himself moments before, O'Shaughnessy merely shrugged. The best thing to do was to keep his mouth shut. Surely the police have some kind of theory. O'Shaughnessy shrugged again. Smithback stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Look, I understand if it's confidential. I can quote you not for attribution." O'Shaughnessy wasn't going to fall into that trap. Smithback sighed, looking up at the buildings with an air of finality. "Well, there's nothing much else to be seen around here, and if you're going to clam up, I might as well go get a drink, try to recover from that fright you gave me." He snugged the handkerchief back into his pocket. "Night, officer." He began to walk away. Then he stopped, as if struck by an idea. "Want to come along?" "No, thanks." "Come on," the reporter said. "You don't look like you're on duty." I said no. Smithback took a step closer. "You know, now that I think about it, maybe we could help each other out here. Know what I mean? I need to keep in touch with this investigation into the surgeon." "The surgeon? Haven't you heard? That's what the Post is calling this serial killer. Cheesy, huh? Anyway, I need information, and I'll bet you need information. Am I right?" O'Shaughnessy said nothing. He did need information, but he wondered if Smithback really had something or was just misleading him. "I'll level with you, Sergeant. I got scooped on that tourist killing in Central Park, and now I have to scramble to get new developments or my editor will be very displeased. A little advance notice here and there, nothing too specific, just a nod from a friend. You, for instance. That's all." "What kind of information do you have?" O'Shaughnessy asked guardedly. He thought back a minute to what Pendergast had said. "Do you have anything on, say, Fairhaven?" Smithback rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding? I've got a sackful on him. Not that it'll do you much good, but I'm willing to share. Let's talk about it over a drink."
O'Shaughnessy glanced up and down the street. Despite his better judgment, he found himself tempted. Smithback might be a hustler, but he seemed a decent sort of hustler, and he'd even worked with Pendergast in the past, though the reporter didn't seem too eager to reminisce about it. And finally, Pendergast had asked him to put together a file on Fairhaven. Where? Smithback smiled. Are you kidding? The best bars in New York City are just 1 block west, on Columbus. I know a great place where all the museum types go. It's called the Bones. Come on, the first round's on me. The fog grew thicker for a moment. Pendergast waited, maintaining his concentration. Then through the fog came flickerings of orange and yellow. Pendergast felt heat upon his face. The fog began to clear. He was standing outside J.C. Shottam's cabinet of natural productions and curiosities. It was night. The cabinet was burning. Angry flames leapt from the first and second-story windows, punching through billowing clouds of black, acrid smoke. Several firemen and a bevy of police were frantically roping off the street around the building and pushing curious onlookers back from the conflagration. Inside the rope, several knots of firefighters arced hopeless streams of water into the blaze, while others scurried to douse the gas lights along the sidewalk. The heat was a physical force, a wall. Standing on the street corner, Pendergast's gaze lingered appreciatively on the fire engine, a big black boiler on carriage wheels, belching steam, Amaskeg Manufacturing Company, in gold letters on its sweating sides. Then he turned toward the onlookers. Would Leng be among them, admiring his handiwork? No, he would have been long gone. Leng was no pyromaniac. He would be safely ensconced in his uptown house, location unknown. The location of the house was a great question. But another, perhaps more pressing question remained. Where had Leng moved his laboratory? There was a tremendous searing crack. Roof timbers collapsed inward with a roiling shower of sparks. An appreciative murmur rose from the crowd. With a final look at the doomed structure, Pendergast began threading his way through the crowd. A little girl rushed up, no older than 6, threadbare and frighteningly gaunt. She had a battered straw broom in her hand, and she swept the street corner ahead of him industriously, clearing away the dung and pestilential garbage, hoping pathetically for a coin. "Thank you," Pendergast said, tossing her several broad copper pennies. She looked at the coins, eyes wide at her good fortune, then curtsied awkwardly. "What's your name, child?" Pendergast asked gently. The girl looked up at him, as if surprised to hear an adult speak to her in a solicitous tone. "Constance Green, sir," she said. "Green?" Pendergast frowned. "Of Water Street?" "No, sir, not any more." Something seemed to have frightened the girl, and with another curtsy, she turned and melted away down a crowded side street. Pendergast stared down the foul street and its seething crowds for some time. Then, with a troubled expression on his face, he turned and slowly retraced his steps. A barker stood in the doorway of Brown's restaurant, delivering the bill of fare in a loud, breathless, ceaseless litany. Boiled lemon capersars, roast beef, roast mutton and totters, boiled a man, cabbage, vegetables, walk in sir, take a seat sir. Pendergast moved on thoughtfully, listening to the City Hall bell toll the urgent fire alarm. Making his way to Park Street, he passed a chemist's shop, closed and shuttered, an array of bottles in diverse sizes and colors decorating the window. Payne's celery compound, swamp root, D.A. Jance's Indian cure oil, good for man and beast. 2 blocks down Park, he stopped abruptly. He was fully attentive now, eyes open to every detail. He had painstakingly researched this region of old New York, and the fog of his memory construct retreated well into the distance. Here, Baxter and Worth Streets angled in sharply, creating a crazy quilt of intersections known as the 5 Points. In the bleak landscape of urban decay that stretched before him, there was none of the carefree revelry Pendergast had found earlier along Bowery. 30 years before, in the 1850s, the Points had been the worst slum in all New York, in all America, worse even than London's 7 Dials. It remained a miserable, squalid, dangerous place, home to 50,000 criminals, drug addicts, prostitutes, orphans, confidence men, villains of all shape and description. The uneven streets were broken and scored into dangerous ruts, brimming with garbage and offal. Hogs wandered about, rooting and wallowing in the fouled gutters. The houses seemed prematurely aged, their windows broken, tar paper roofs hanging free, timber sagging. A single gas lamp threw light into the intersection. On all sides, narrow streets marched off into endless darkness. The doors of the first-floor taverns were flung wide against the summer heat. The smells of liquor and cigar smoke issued forth. Women lolled in the doorways, exchanging crude remarks with others in the neighboring saloons or interacting with passers-by. Across the way, nickel-a-night flop houses, riddled with vermin and pestilence, sat between the shabby cowsheds of fencers of stolen goods. Pendergast gazed carefully around at the scene, scrutinizing the topography, the architecture, for any clue, any hidden link that a mere study of historical records could not provide. At last he turned eastward, where a vast 5-story structure sat, decayed and listing, dark even in the light of the gas lamp.
This was the former old brewery, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. This was the former old brewery, at one time the worst of all the 5 Points tenements. Children who had the misfortune to be born within were known to pass months or even years without tasting the outside air. Now, thanks to the efforts of a charitable group, it had been rebuilt as the 5 Points mission, an early urban renewal project for which, in 1880, the good Dr. Enoch Leng had volunteered his medical services pro bono. He had continued to work there into the early 90s when the historical record on Leng vanished abruptly. Pendergast walked slowly toward the building. An ancient sign for the old brewery remained painted along its upper story, dominating the far newer and cleaner 5 Points mission sign beneath. He considered entering the building, then decided against it.
There was another visit he had to make first. Behind the 5 Points mission, a tiny alley ran north into a dark cul-de-sac. Moist, fetid air seeped out from the darkness. Many years before, when the Points region had been a marshy pond known as the Collect, Aaron Burr had installed a large subterranean pump for the natural springs at this spot, founding the New Amsterdam Water Company. The pond grew increasingly foul, however, and eventually had been filled in to make way for tenements. Pendergast paused thoughtfully. Later, this alleyway had been known as Cow Bay, the most dangerous street in the 5 Points. It had been crowded with tall wooden tenements with names like Brickbat Mansion and the Gates of Hell, tenanted by violent alcoholics who would stab a man for the clothes on his back. Like many structures in the 5 Points, these were warrens of vile-smelling chambers, honeycombed with secret panels and doors that connected to other houses on adjoining streets by networks of underground passageways, allowing criminals easy escape from pursuing law enforcement. In the mid-19th century, the street had averaged a murder a night. Now, it was home to an ice delivery company, a slaughterhouse, and an abandoned substation of the city's waterworks, shut down in 1879 when the Uptown Reservoir rendered it obsolete. Pendergast moved on another block, then turned left onto Little Water Street. At the far corner was the 5 Points House of Industry, the other orphanage graced with the medical attention of Enoch Leng. It was a tall Beaux-Arts building, punctuated along its north end by a tower. A small rectangular widow's walk, buttressed by iron fencing, sat atop its mansard roof. The building looked woefully out of place among the shabby wooden houses and ramshackle squatteries. He stared up at the heavy-browed windows. Why had Leng chosen to lend his services to these two missions, one after the other, in 1880? The year before Shodham's cabinet burned? If he was looking for an endless source of impoverished victims whose absence would cause no alarm, the cabinet was a better choice than a workhouse. After all, one could have only so many mysterious disappearances before someone grew suspicious. And why had Leng chosen these missions in particular? There were countless others in Lower Manhattan. Why had Leng decided to work and presumably draw his pool of victims from this spot? Pendergast stepped back onto the cobbles, glancing up and down the lane, thinking. Of all the streets he had traveled, Little Water Street was the only one no longer extant in the 20th century. It had been paved over, built upon, forgotten. He had seen old maps that showed it naturally, but no map ever drawn had superimposed its course onto present-day Manhattan. An incredibly shabby man with a horse and cart came down the street, ringing a bell, collecting garbage for tips, a brace of tame hogs following behind. Pendergast did not heed him. Instead, he glided back down the narrow road, pausing at the entrance to Cow Bay. Although with the disappearance of Little Water Street it was difficult to tell on modern maps, Pendergast now saw that the two missions would both have backed onto these terrible old tenements. Those dwellings were gone, but the warren of tunnels that once served their criminal residents would have remained. He glanced down both sides of the alley. Slaughterhouse, ice factory, abandoned waterworks. It suddenly made perfect sense. More slowly now, Pendergast walked away, heading for Baxter Street and points north. He could, of course, have ended his journey at this point, have opened his eyes to the present-day books and tubes and monitor screens. But he preferred to continue the discipline of this mental exercise, to take the long way back to Lenox Hill Hospital. He was curious to see if the fire at Shodham's cabinet had been brought under control. Perhaps he would hire a carriage uptown. Or better yet, walk up past the Madison Square Garden Circus, past Delmonico's, past the palaces of Fifth Avenue. There was much to think about, much more than he had previously imagined, and 1881 was as good a place as any to do it in. Nora stopped at the nurse's station to ask directions to Pendergast's new room. A sea of hostile faces greeted the question. Clearly, Nora thought, Pendergast was as popular at Lenox as he had been at St. Luke's Roosevelt. She found him lying up in bed, the blinds shut tight against the sun. He looked very tired, his face gray. His blonde white hair hung limply over his high forehead, and his eyes were closed. As she entered, they slowly opened. "I'm sorry," Nora said. "This is a bad time." "Not at all. I did ask you to see me. Please clear off that chair and sit down." Nora moved the stack of books and papers from the chair to the floor, wondering again what this was about. She'd already given him her report about her visit with the old lady, and told him it would be her last assignment for him. He had to understand that it was time for her to get back to her own career. As intriguing as it was, she was not about to commit professional harakiri over this business. Pendergast's eyes had drooped until they were almost closed, but she could still see the pale irises behind the slitted lids. "How are you?" Courtesy required she ask that question, but there wouldn't be any others. She'd listen to what he had to say, then leave. "Leng acquired his victims from the cabinet itself," Pendergast said. "How do you know?" "He captured them at the back of one of the halls, most likely a small cul-de-sac housing a particularly gruesome exhibit. He would lie in wait until a visitor was alone, then he'd snatch his victim, take the unfortunate through a door at the rear of the exhibit, which led down the back stairs to the coal cellar. It was a perfect setup. Street people vanished all the time in that neighborhood. Undoubtedly, Leng selected victims that would not be missed. Street urchins, workhouse boys and girls. He spoke in a monotone, as if reviewing his findings within his own mind instead of explaining them to her. From 1872 to 1881, he used the cabinet for this purpose. 9 years. 36 victims that we know of, perhaps many more. Leng disposed of in some other way. As you know, there had in fact been.
The cabinet, with its high volume of foot traffic, was no longer necessary. In fact, it had become a liability. It was imperative for Leng to cover his tracks and start afresh. There was a silence. Then Pendergast resumed. A year before the cabinet burned, Leng offered his services to 2 workhouses in the vicinity, the 5 Points House of Industry and the 5 Points Mission. The 2 were connected by the warren of old underground tunnels that riddled the entire 5 Points area in the 19th century. In Leng's day, a foul alley known as Cow Bay lay between the workhouses. Along with the sordid tenements you'd expect, Cow Bay was home to an ancient subterranean pumping station dating back to the days of the collect pond. The waterworks were shut down and sealed for good about a month before Leng allied himself with the workhouses. That is no mere coincidence of dates. What are you saying? The abandoned waterworks was the site of Leng's production laboratory, the place he went after burning Shodham's cabinet. It was secure, and better still, it provided easy underground access to both workhouses. An ideal place to begin production of the substance he believed would prolong his life. I have the old plans for the waterworks, here. Pendergast waved his hand, weakly. Nora glanced over at the complex set of diagrams. She wondered what had so exhausted the agent. He had seemed much better the day before. She hoped he hadn't taken a turn for the worse. Today, of course, the workhouses, the tenements, even many of the streets are gone. A 3-story brownstone was built directly above the site of Leng's production laboratory, number 99 Doyer Street, erected in the 1920s off Chatham Square. Broken into 1-bedroom flats with a separate 2-bedroom apartment in the basement. Any traces of Leng's laboratory would lie under that building. Nora thought for a moment. Excavating Leng's production laboratory would no doubt be a fascinating archaeological project. There would be evidence there, and as an archaeologist she could find it.
She wondered once again why Pendergast was so interested in these 19th century murders. It would be of some historical solace to know that Mary Green's killer had been brought to light. She abruptly terminated the line of thought. She had her own work to do, her own career to salvage. She had to remind herself once again that this was history. Pendergast sighed, turned slightly in the bed. "Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Now you'd better go. I'm badly in need of sleep." Nora glanced at him in surprise. She had been expecting another plea for her help. "Why did you ask to see me exactly?" "You've been a great help to me in this investigation. More than once you've asked for more information than I could give you. I assumed you wished to know what I've discovered. You've earned that at the very least. There's a detestable term one hears bandied about these days: closure. Detestable, but in this case appropriate. I hope this knowledge will bring you some degree of closure and allow you to continue your work at the museum without a sense of unfinished business. I offer my sincerest thanks for your help. It has been invaluable." Nora felt a twinge of offense at this abrupt dismissal. She reminded herself that this was what she had wanted, wasn't it? After a moment she spoke. "Thanks for saying so. But if you ask me, this business sounds totally unfinished. If you're right about this, 99 Doyer Street seems like the next logical stop." "That is correct. The basement apartment is currently unoccupied, and an excavation below the living room floor would be most instructive. I plan to rent the apartment myself and undertake that excavation. And that is why I must recover as quickly as possible. Take care, Dr. Kelly." He shifted with an air of finality. "Who's going to do the excavation?" she asked. "I will find another archaeologist." Nora looked at him sharply. "Where?" "Through the New Orleans field office. They are most flexible when it comes to my, projects." "Right," said Nora briskly. "But this isn't a job for just any archaeologist. This requires someone with special skills in—" "Are you offering?" Nora was silent. "Of course you're not. That's why I didn't ask. You've more than once expressed your desire to return to a more normal course of work. I've imposed upon you too much as it is. Besides, this investigation has taken a dangerous turn, far more so than I initially assumed. An assumption I have paid for, as you can see. I would not wish you exposed to any more danger than you have been already." Nora stood up. "Well," she said, "I guess that's settled. I've enjoyed working with you, Mr. Pendergast, if enjoy is the right word. It's certainly been interesting." She felt vaguely dissatisfied with this outcome, even though it was what she had come down here to achieve. "Indeed," said Pendergast. "Most interesting." She began to walk toward the door, then stopped, remembering something. "But I may be in touch with you again. I got a note from Reinhard Puck in the archives. Says he's found some new information, asked me to stop by later this afternoon. If it seems useful, I'll pass it on." Pendergast's pale eyes were still regarding her attentively. "Do that. And again, Dr. Kelly, you have my thanks. Be very careful." She nodded, then turned to leave, smiling at the baleful stares that greeted her as she passed the nurse's station. The door to the archives gave out a sharp creak as Nora eased it open. There had been no response to her knocking, and the door was unlocked, in clear violation of regulations. Very strange. The smell of old books, papers, and the odor of corruption that seemed to suffuse the entire museum hung in her nostrils. Puck's desk lay in the center of a pool of light, a wall of darkness beyond. Puck himself was nowhere to be seen. Nora checked her watch. 4 p.m. She was right on time. She released the door and it sighed back into place. She turned the lock, then approached the desk, heels clicking on the marble floor. She signed in automatically, scrawling her name at the top of a fresh page in the logbook. Puck's desk was neater than usual, and a single typewritten note sat in the middle of the green felt pad. She glanced at it. "I'm on the Triceratops in the back." The Triceratops, Nora thought, looking into the gloom. Leave it to Puck to be off dusting old Nullix. But where the hell was the Triceratops? She didn't recall having seen one. And there were no lights on in the back that she could see. The very Triceratops could be anywhere. She looked around. No diagram of the archives either. Typical. Feeling an undercurrent of irritation, she moved to the banks of ivory light switches. She snapped a few on at random. Light sprang up here and there, deep within the archives, casting long shadows down the rows of metal shelving. Might as well turn them all on, she thought, flipping whole rows of switches with the edge of her hand. But even with all the lights, the archives remained curiously shadowy and dim, large pools of darkness and long dim aisles predominating. She waited, half expecting Puck to call out to her. There was no sound except the distant ticking of steam pipes and the hiss of the forced air ducts. "Mr. Puck," she called tentatively. Her voice reverberated and died. No answer. She called again, louder this time. The archives were so vast she wondered if her voice could penetrate to the rear. For a minute she considered coming back another time. But Puck's message had been most insistent. Vaguely she recalled seeing some mounted fossil skeletons on her last visit. Maybe she would find the Triceratops among them. With a sigh, she began walking down one of the aisles, listening to the clatter of her shoes against the marble. Although the entrance to the aisle had been brightly lit, it soon grew shadowy and dim.
It was amazing how poorly illuminated the place was. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It was amazing how poorly illuminated the place was. In the middle sections of the aisles, far from the lights, one almost needed a flashlight to make out the objects stacked on the shelves. At the next pool of light, Nora found herself at a junction from which several aisles wandered away at a variety of angles. She paused, considering which to take. "It's like Hansel and Gretel in here," she thought, "and I'm fresh out of breadcrumbs." The aisle closest to her left went in a direction that, she remembered, led to a grouping of stuffed animals. But its few lights were burned out and it vanished into darkness. Nora shrugged and took the next aisle over. It felt so different walking these passages alone. The last time, she'd been with Pendergast and Puck.
She had been thinking about Chatham and hadn't paid much attention to her surroundings. With Puck guiding their steps, she hadn't even bothered to notice the strange jogs these aisles took, the odd angles at which they met. It was the most eccentric layout imaginable, made even more eccentric by its vast size. Her thoughts were interrupted as the aisle took a sharp turn to the left. Around the corner, she unexpectedly came upon a number of freestanding African mammals: giraffes, a hippo, a pair of lions, wildebeests, kudu, water buffalo. Each was wrapped in plastic, bestowing a muffled, ghostly appearance. Nora stopped. No sign of a triceratops. And once again, the aisles led away in half a dozen directions. She chose one at random, followed it through one jog, then another, coming abruptly to another intersection. This was getting ridiculous. "Mr. Puck," she called out loudly. The echoes of her voice gradually faded away. The hiss of forced air filled the ensuing silence. She didn't have time for this. She would come back later, and she'd call first to make sure Puck was waiting at his desk. Better still, she'd just tell him to take whatever it was he wanted to show her directly to Pendergast. She was off the case anyway. She turned to walk out of the archives, taking what she thought would be the shortest path. After a few minutes, she came to a stop beside a rhino and several zebras. They looked like lumpy sentinels beneath the omnipresent plastic, giving off a strong smell of paradichlorobenzene. These aisles didn't look familiar, and she didn't seem to be any closer to the exit. For a moment, she felt a small current of anxiety. Then she shook it away with a forced laugh. She'd just make her way back to the giraffes, then retrace her steps from there. As she turned, her foot landed in a small puddle of water. She looked up just as a drop of water splattered on her forehead. Condensation from the pipes far overhead. She shook it away and moved on. But she couldn't seem to find her way back to the giraffes. This was crazy. She'd navigated through trackless deserts and dense rainforests. How could she be lost in a museum in the middle of New York City? She looked around, realizing it was her sense of direction she had lost. With all these angled aisles, these dimly lit intersections, it had become impossible to tell where the front desk was. She'd have to. She abruptly froze, listening intently. A soft pattering sound. It was hard to tell where it had come from, but it was close. "Mr. Puck, is that you?" Nothing. She listened, and the pattering sound came again. Just more water dripping somewhere, she thought. Even so, she was more eager than ever to find the door. She chose an aisle at random and moved down it at a brisk walk, heels clicking rapidly against the marble. On both sides of the aisle, the shelves were covered with bones stacked like cordwood, each with a yellowing tag tied to its end. The tags flapped and fluttered in the dead air stirred by her passage. The place was like a crypt. Amidst the silence, the darkness, and the ghoulish specimens, it was hard not to think about the set of grisly murders that had occurred just a few years before, within this very sub-basement. It was still the subject of rumor and speculation in the staff lounge. The aisle ended in another jog. Very it, thought Nora, looking up and down the long rows of shelving that vanished into the gloom. Another welling of anxiety, harder to fight down this time. And then, once again, she heard, or thought she heard, a noise from behind. This time, it wasn't a pattering, so much as the scrape of a foot on stone. "Who's there?" she demanded, spinning around. "Mr. Puck?" Nothing, save the hiss of steam and the drip of water. She began walking again, a little faster now, telling herself not to be afraid, that the noises were merely the incessant shiftings and settlings of an old, decrepit building. The very corridors seemed watchful. The click of her heels was unbearably loud. She turned a corner and stepped in another puddle of water. She pulled back in disgust. Why didn't they do something about these old pipes? She looked at the puddle again. The water was black, greasy, not in fact water at all. Oil had leaked on the floor, or maybe some chemical preservative. It had a strange sour smell. but it didn't look like it had leaked from anywhere. She was surrounded by shelves covered with mounted birds, beaks open, eyes wide, wings upraised. What a mess, she thought, turning her expensive bally shoe sideways to find that the oily liquid had soiled the sole and part of the stitching. This place was a disgrace. She pulled an oversized handkerchief from her pocket, a necessary accoutrement to working in a dusty museum, and wiped it along the edge of the shoe. And then, abruptly, she froze. Against the white background of the handkerchief, the liquid was not black. It was a deep, glistening red. She dropped the handkerchief and took an involuntary step back, heart hammering. She looked at the pool, stared at it with sudden horror. It was blood, a whole lot of blood. She looked around wildly. Where had it come from? Had it leaked out of a specimen? But it seemed to be just sitting there, all along, a large pool of blood in the middle of the aisle. She glanced up, but there was nothing, just the dim ceiling 30 feet above, crisscrossed with pipes. Then she heard what sounded like another footfall, and through a shelf of specimens she glimpsed movement. Then silence returned, but she had definitely heard something. "Move, move," all her instincts cried out. Nora turned and walked quickly down the long aisle. Another sound came, fast footsteps, the rustle of fabric, and she paused again to listen. Nothing but the faint drips from the pipes. She tried to stare through the isolated gaps in the shelves. There was a wall of specimen jars, snakes coiled in formaldehyde, and she strained to see through. There seemed to be a shape on the other side, large and black, rippled and distorted by the stacks of glass jars. She moved, and it moved in turn. She was sure of it. She backtracked quickly, breath coming faster, and the dark shape moved as well. It seemed to be pacing her in the next aisle, perhaps waiting for her to reach either one end or the other. She slowed and, struggling to master her fear, tried walking as calmly as she could toward the end of the aisle. She could see, hear, the shape so near now, moving as well. "Mr. Puck?" she ventured, voice quavering. There was no answer. Suddenly, Nora found herself running. She arrowed down the aisle, sprinting as fast as she could. Swift footfalls sounded in the adjoining.
This regard, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing, tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation, narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension.
Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. There was silence, and for a moment, relief surged through her. She had managed to lose her pursuer. And then she caught the sound of faint breathing from the adjoining aisle. Relief disappeared as quickly as it had come. She had not outrun him. No matter what she did, no matter where she ran, he had continued to pace her, one aisle over. "Who are you?" she asked. There was a faint rustle, then an almost silent laugh. Nora looked to the left and right, fighting back panic, desperately trying to determine the best way out. These shelves were covered with stacks of folded skins, parchment dry, smelling fearfully of decay. Nothing looked familiar. 20 feet farther down the aisle, she spied a gap in the shelving, on the side away from the unknown presence. She sprinted ahead and turned into the gap, then doubled back into yet another adjoining aisle. She stopped, crouched, waited. Footfalls sounded several aisles over, coming closer, then receding again. He had lost her. Nora turned and began moving, as stealthily as possible, through the aisles, trying to put as much distance as possible between herself and the pursuer. But no matter which way she turned, or how fast she ran, whenever she stopped, she could hear the footfalls, rapid and purposeful, seeming to keep pace. She had to figure out where she was. If she kept running around aimlessly, eventually he would catch her. She looked around. This aisle ended in a wall. She was at the edge of the archives. Now at least she could follow the wall, make her way to the front. Crouching, she moved along as quickly as she could, listening intently for the sound of footsteps, her eye scanning the dimness ahead. Suddenly, something yawned out from the gloom. It was a triceratops skull, mounted on the wall, its outlines shadowy and vague in the poor light. Relief flooded through her. Puck must be around here somewhere. The intruder wouldn't dare approach them simultaneously. She opened her mouth to call out softly. But then she paused, looking more closely at the dim outline of the dinosaur. Something was odd. The silhouette was all wrong. She began to move cautiously toward it, and then, abruptly, she stopped once again. There, impaled on the horns of the triceratops, hung a body, naked from the waist up, arms and legs hanging loose. 3 bloody horns stuck right through the man's back. It looked as if the triceratops had gored the person, hoisting him into the air. Nora took a step back. Her mind took in the details as if from a long distance away. The balding head with a fringe of gray hair, the flabby skin, the withered arms. Where the horns had speared through the lower back, the flesh was one long open wound. Blood had collected around the base of the horns, running in dark rivulets around the torso, and dripping onto the marble. "I'm on the triceratops, in the back. In the back!" She heard a scream, realizing that it had come from her own throat. Blindly she wheeled away and ran, veering once and then again, racing down the aisles as quickly as she could move her legs. And then, abruptly, she found herself in a cul-de-sac. She spun to retrace her steps, and there, blocking the end of the row, stood an antique, black-hatted figure. Something gleamed in his gloved hands. There was nowhere to go but up. Without an instant's thought, she turned, grabbed the edge of a shelf, and began climbing. The figure came flying down the aisle, black cloak billowing behind. Nora was an experienced rock climber. Her years as an archaeologist in Utah, climbing to caves and Anasazi cliff dwellings, were not forgotten. In a minute she had reached the top shelf, which swayed and groaned under the unexpected weight. She turned frantically, grabbed the first thing that came to hand, a stuffed falcon, and looked down once again. The black-hatted man was already below, climbing, face obscured in deep shadow. Nora aimed, then threw. The falcon bounced harmlessly off one shoulder. She looked around desperately for something else. A box of papers, another stuffed animal, more boxes. She threw one, then another, but they were too light, useless. Still the man climbed. With a sob of terror, she swung over the top shelf and started descending the other side. Abruptly, a gloved hand darted between the shelving, caught hold of her shirt. Nora screamed, ripping herself free. A dim flash of steel, and a tiny blade swept past her, missing her eye by inches. She swung away as the blade made another glittering arc toward her. Pain abruptly blossomed in her right shoulder. She cried out, lost her grip. Landing on her feet, she broke her fall by rolling to one side. On the far side of the shelving, the man had quickly climbed back down to the ground. Now he began climbing directly through the shelf, kicking and knocking specimen jars and boxes aside. Again she ran, running wildly, blindly from aisle to aisle. Suddenly a vast shape rose out of the dimness before her. It was a woolly mammoth. Nora recognized it immediately. She'd been here once before with Puck. But which direction was out? As she looked around, Nora realized she would never make it. The pursuer would be upon her in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, she knew there was only one thing to do. Reaching for the light switches at the end of the aisle, she brushed them off with a single movement, plunging the surrounding toradors once again into darkness. Quickly, she felt beneath the mammoth's scratchy belly. There it was, a wooden lever. She tugged, and the trapdoor fell open. Trying to make as little noise as possible, she climbed into the hot, stuffy belly, pulling the trapdoor up behind her. Then she waited, inside the mammoth. The air stank of rot, dust, jerked meat, mushrooms. She heard a rapid series of clicks. The lights came back on. A stray beam worked through a small hole in the animal's chest, an eye hole for the circus worker. Nora looked out, trying to control her rapid breathing, to push away the panic that threatened to overwhelm her. The man in the derby hat stood not 5 feet away, back turned. Slowly he rotated himself 360 degrees, looking, listening intently. He was holding a strange instrument in his hands, 2 polished ivory handles joined by a thin, flexible steel saw with tiny serrations. It looked like some kind of dreadful antique surgical instrument. He flexed it, causing the steel wire to bend and shimmy. His gaze came to rest on the mammoth. He took a step toward it, his face in shadow. It was as if he knew this was where she was hiding. Nora tensed, readying herself to fight to the end. And then, just as suddenly as he'd approached, he was gone. "Mr. Puck?" a voice was calling. "Mr. Puck, I'm here. Mr. Puck?" It was Oscar Gibbs. Nora waited, too terrified to move. The voice came closer, and finally, Oscar Gibbs appeared around the corner of the aisle. "Mr. Puck, where are you?" With a trembling hand, Nora reached down, unlatched the trapdoor, and lowered herself out of the belly of the mammoth. Gibbs turned, jumped back, and stood there.
Smithback loved the electric atmosphere of a big press conference, called hastily after some dreadful event, packed with city officials and police brass laboring under the misapprehension that they could spin the unruly Fourth Estate of New York. He remained in his seat, calm, legs folded, tape recorder loaded, and shotgun mic poised, while pandemonium raged around him. To his professional nose, it smelled different today. There was an undertone of fear. More than fear, actually, closer to ill-suppressed hysteria. He'd seen it as he'd ridden the subway downtown that morning, walked the streets around City Hall. These 3 copycat killings, one on top of another, were just too strange. People were talking of nothing else. The whole city was on the verge of panic. Off to one side, he caught sight of Bryce Harriman, expostulating with a policeman who refused to let him move closer to the front. All that fine vocational training at Columbia Journalism School wasted on the New York Post.
He should have taken a nice quiet professorship at his old alma mater, teaching callow youth how to write a flawless inverted pyramid. True, the jerk had scooped him on the second murder, on the copycat angle, but surely that was just luck, wasn't it? There was a stir in the crowd. The wing doors of the press room belched out a group of blue suits, followed by the mayor of New York City, Edward Montefiore. The man was tall and solid, very much aware that all eyes were upon him. He paused, nodding to acquaintances here and there, his face reflecting the gravity of the moment. The New York City mayoral race was in full swing, being conducted as usual at the level of 2-year-olds. It was imperative that he catch this killer, bring the copycat murders to an end. The last thing the mayor wanted was to give his rival yet more fodder for his nasty television advertisements, which had been decrying the city's recent upsurge in crime. More people were coming onto the stage. The mayor's spokeswoman, Mary Hill, a tall, extremely poised African-American woman. The fat police captain, Sherwood Custer, in whose precinct this whole mess had started. The police commissioner, Rocker, a tall, weary-looking man. And finally, Dr. Frederick Colopy, director of the museum, followed by Roger Brisbane. Smithback felt a surge of anger when he saw Brisbane, looking urbane in a neatly tailored gray suit. Brisbane was the one who had messed up everything between him and Nora. Even after Nora's horrible discovery of Puck's murdered corpse, after being chased and nearly caught herself by the surgeon, she had refused to see him, to let him comfort her. It was almost as if she blamed him for what happened to Puck and Pendergast. The noise level in the room was becoming deafening. The mayor mounted the podium and raised his hand. At the gesture, the room quickly fell silent. The mayor read from a prepared statement, his Brooklyn accent filling the room. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press," he began, "from time to time, our great city, because of its size and diversity, has been stalked by serial killers. Thankfully, it has been many years since the last such plague. Now, however, it appears we are faced with a new serial killer, a true psychopath. 3 people have been murdered in the space of a week, and in a particularly violent way. While the city is now enjoying the lowest murder rate of any major metropolitan area in the country, thanks to our vigorous enforcement efforts and zero tolerance for lawbreaking, this is clearly 3 murders too many. I called this press conference to share with the public the strong and effective steps we are taking to find this killer, and to answer as best we can questions you might have about this case and its somewhat sensational aspects. As you know, openness has always been a top priority of my administration. I therefore have brought with me Carl Rocker, the police commissioner, Sherwood Custer, precinct captain, Director Frederick Colopy, and Vice President Roger Brisbane of the New York Museum of Natural History, where the latest homicide was discovered. My spokeswoman, Mary Hill, will field the questions. But first, I will ask Commissioner Rocker to give you a briefing on the case." He stepped back and Rocker took the microphone. "Thank you, Mr. Mayor." His low, intelligent voice, dry as parchment, filled the room. "Last Thursday, the body of a young woman, Doreen Hollander, was discovered in Central Park. She had been murdered and a peculiar kind of dissection or surgical operation performed on her lower back. While the official autopsy was in progress and the results were being evaluated, a second killing took place. Another young woman, Mandy Eklund, was found in Tompkins Square Park. Forensic analysis indicated that her manner of death and the violence done to her person matched the killing of Doreen Hollander. And yesterday, the body of a 54-year-old man, Reinhard Puck, was discovered in the archives of the New York Museum. He was the museum's head archivist. The body showed mutilations identical to Miss Eklund's and Miss Hollander's. There was a flurry of raised hands, shouts, gestures. The commissioner quelled them by holding up both hands. As you know, a letter was discovered in these same archives, referring to a 19th century serial killer. This letter described similar mutilations conducted as a scientific experiment by a doctor named Leng in Lower Manhattan 120 years ago. The remains of 36 individuals were discovered at a building site on Catherine Street, presumably the spot where Dr. Leng did his depraved work. There was another flurry of shouts. Now the mayor broke in again. An article about the letter appeared in last week's New York Times. It described in detail the kind of mutilations Leng had performed on his victims more than a century ago, as well as the reason why he had carried them out. The mayor's eyes roved the crowd and paused momentarily on Smithback. The journalist felt a shiver of pride at the implied recognition. His article. That article appears to have had an unfortunate effect. It appears to have stimulated a copycat killer, a modern psychopath. What was this? Smithback's smugness vanished before a quickly rising sense of outrage. I am told by police psychiatrists this killer believes in some twisted way that by killing these people, he will accomplish what Leng tried to accomplish a century ago. That is, extend his lifespan. The sensationalistic approach of the Times article, we believe, inflamed the killer and stimulated him to act. This was outrageous. The mayor was blaming him. Smithback looked around and saw that many eyes in the room were on him. He stifled his first impulse to stand up and protest. He had been doing his job as a reporter. It was just a story. How dare the mayor make him the scapegoat? I am not blaming anyone in particular, Montefiore droned on, but I would ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the press, to please show restraint in your coverage. We already have 3 brutal killings on our hands. We are determined not to allow any more. All leads are being followed up vigorously. Let us not inflame the situation. Thank you. Mary Hill stepped forward to take questions. There was a roar, an instant outcry, as everyone stood up, gesturing madly. Smithback remained seated, flushing deeply. He felt violated. He tried to collect his thoughts, but his shock and outrage made him unable to think. Mary Hill was taking the first question. "You said the murderer performed an operation on his victims," somebody asked. "Basically, the lower portion of the spinal cord had been removed in all 3 victims," the commissioner himself answered. "It's being said that the latest operation was actually performed in the museum," shouted another reporter. "Is that so?" "It is true that a large pool of blood was discovered in the archives, not far from the victim."
It appears the blood was in fact from the victim, but more forensic tests are underway. Whether the operation was actually performed there must await further lab work. "I understand that the FBI have been on the scene," a young woman shouted. "Could you tell us the nature of their involvement?" "That is not entirely correct," Rocker answered. "An FBI agent has taken an unofficial interest in the 19th century serial killings, but he has no connection to this case. Is it true that the 3rd body was impaled on the horns of a dinosaur?" The commissioner winced slightly. "Yes, the body was found affixed to a triceratops skull. Clearly we are dealing with a seriously deranged individual. About the mutilation of the bodies, is it true that only a surgeon could have done it? It is one lead we are following up." "I just want to clarify one point," another reporter said. "Are you saying that the Smithback piece in the Times caused these murders?" Smithback turned. It was Bryce Harriman, the gush. Commissioner Rocker frowned. What Mayor Montefiore said was... Once again, the mayor intervened. "I was merely calling for restraint. To be sure, we wish that article had never appeared. 3 people might be alive today. And the methods the reporter used to acquire his information bear some ethical scrutiny, to my mind. But no, I've not said the article caused the killings. Another reporter. Isn't it a bit of a diversion, Your Honor, to blame a reporter who was only doing his job? Smithback craned his neck. Who said that? He was going to buy that man a drink. That is not what I said. I merely said, but you clearly implied that the article triggered the killings. He was going to buy that man drinks and dinner. As Smithback looked around, he could see many of the returning glances were sympathetic. The mayor, in attacking him, had indirectly attacked the entire press corps. Harriman had shot himself in the foot by bringing up the subject. He felt emboldened. Now they would have to call on him. They would have to. "May I have the next question, please?" Mary Hill asked. "Do you have any suspects?" "We've been given a very clear description of the suspect's attire," Commissioner Rocker said. "A tall, slender Caucasian male, between 6 foot and 6'2", wearing an old-fashioned black coat and a derby hat, was seen in the archives around the time Mr. Puck's body was found. A similarly dressed man, with a rolled umbrella or cane, was also seen in the vicinity of the second crime scene. I'm not at liberty to give any details beyond that." Smithback stood up, waved. Mary Hill ignored him. "Mrs. Perez of New York Magazine, your question, please." "I have a question for Dr. Calapi of the museum. Sir, do you think the killer, known as the surgeon, is a museum employee? Given that the most recent victim seems to have been killed and dissected in the museum, I mean." Calapi cleared his throat and stepped forward. "I believe the police are looking into that," he said in a well-modulated voice. "It seems highly unlikely. All our employees now go through criminal background checks, are psychologically profiled, and are thoroughly drug-tested. And it hasn't been proven that the killing actually took place in the museum, I might add." There was another roar as Hill looked for more questions. Smithback shouted and waved his hands along with the rest. Christ, they weren't really going to ignore him? "Mr. Diller of Newsday, your question, please." She was avoiding him, the witch. "I'd like to address my question to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, how is it that the site on Catherine Street was inadvertently destroyed? Wasn't this a site of major historical importance?" The mayor stepped forward. "No, it was not of historical significance." "No historical significance? The largest serial killing in the nation's history? Mr. Diller, this press conference is about the present-day homicides. Please, let's not conflate the two. We had no legal reason to stop construction of a $100 million building. The bones and effects were photographed, studied by the medical examiner, and removed for further analysis. Nothing more could be done. Is it perhaps because Mogen Fairhaven is a major donor to your campaign?" "Next question," rapped out Hill. Smithback stood up and shouted, "Mr. Mayor, since aspersions have been cast." "Miss Epstein of WNBC," cried Mary Hill, her powerful voice drowning him out. A slender newswoman stood up, holding a mic, a camera turned on her. "Excuse me," Smithback quickly took advantage of the temporary lull. "Miss Epstein, since I have been personally attacked, may I respond?" The famous anchorwoman didn't pause for a second. "Of course," she said graciously, and turned to her cameraman to make sure he got it on tape. "I'd like to address my question to Mr. Brisbane," Smithback continued, not pausing for a second. "Mr. Brisbane, why has the letter that started all this been put off limits, along with all the items from the Chatham collection? The museum isn't trying to hide something, is it?" Brisbane rose with an easy smile. "Not at all. Those materials have merely been temporarily removed for conservation. It's standard museum procedure. In any case, the letter has already inflamed one copycat murderer into action. To release it now would be irresponsible. The materials are still available to qualified researchers. Is it not true that you tried to prevent employees from working on the case?" "Not at all. We've cooperated all along. The record speaks for itself." Gosh. Smithback thought fast. "Mr. Brisbane, Mr. Smithback, care to give someone else a turn?" Mary Hill's voice once again sliced through the air.
"No," Smithback cried, to scattered laughter. "Mr. Brisbane, isn't it true that Mogen Fairhaven, which gave the museum $2 million last year, not to mention the fact that Fairhaven himself sits on your board, has put pressure on the museum to stop this investigation?" Brisbane colored, and Smithback knew his question had hit home. "That is an irresponsible allegation. As I said, we've cooperated all along. So you deny threatening your employee, Dr. Nora Kelly, forbidding her to work on the case? Keep in mind, Mr. Brisbane, that we have yet to hear from Nora Kelly herself, the one who found the third victim's body, I might add, and who was chased by the surgeon and almost killed in turn. The clear implication was that Nora Kelly might have something to say that would not agree with Brisbane's account. Brisbane's face darkened as he realized he'd been backed into a corner. "I will not answer these hectoring questions." Beside him, Calliope looked grim. Smithback felt a swell of triumph. "Mr. Smithback," said Mary Hill acidly, "are you quite done monopolizing this press conference? Clearly the 19th century homicides have nothing to do with the current serial killings, except as inspiration." "And how do you know that?" Smithback cried out, his triumph now secure. The mayor now turned to him. "Are you suggesting, sir," he said facetiously, "that Dr. Leng is still alive and continuing his business?" There was a solid round of laughter in the hall. "Not at all." "Then I suggest you sit down, my friend." Smithback sat down amid more laughter, his feelings of triumph squashed. He had scored a hit, but they knew how to hit back. As the questions droned on, it slowly dawned on him just what he had done, dragging Nora's name into the press conference. It didn't take him nearly as long to figure out how she would feel about it. Doyer Street was a short, narrow dogleg of a lane at the southeastern edge of Chinatown. A cluster of tea shops and grocery stores stood at the far end, festooned with bright neon signs in Chinese. Dark clouds scudded across the sky, whipping scraps of paper and leaves off the sidewalk. There was a distant roll of thunder. A storm was coming. O'Shaughnessy paused at the entrance of the deserted lane, and Nora stopped beside him. She shivered with both fear and cold.
She could see him peering up and down the sidewalk, eyes alert for any sign of danger, any possibility that they had been followed. "Number 99 is in the middle of the block," he said in a low voice. "That brownstone there." Nora followed the indicated direction with her eyes. It was a narrow building like all the others, a 3-story structure of dirty green brick. "Sure you don't want me to go in with you?" O'Shaughnessy asked. Nora swallowed. "I think it'd be better if you stayed here and watched the street." O'Shaughnessy nodded, then slipped into the shadow of a doorway. Taking a deep breath, Nora started forward. The sealed envelope containing Pendergast's banknotes felt like a lead weight within her purse. She shivered again, glancing up and down the dark street, fighting her feeling of agitation. The attack on her and Puck's brutal murder had changed everything. It had proven these were no mere psychotic copycat killings. It had been carefully planned. The murderer had access to the museum's private spaces. He had used Puck's old royal typewriter to type that note, luring her to the archives. He had pursued her with terrifying coolness. She'd felt the man's presence, mere inches away from her, there in the archives. She'd even felt the sting of his scalpel. This was no lunatic. This was someone who knew exactly what he was doing, and why. Whatever the connection between the old killings and the new, this had to be stopped. If there was anything she could do to get the killer, she was willing to do it. There were answers beneath the floor of number 99 Doyer Street. She was going to find those answers. Her mind returned to the terrifying chase, in particular to the flash of the surgeon's scalpel as it flicked toward her, faster than a striking snake. It was an image that she found herself unable to shake. Then the endless police questioning.
and afterward her trip to Pendergast's bedside, to tell him she had changed her mind about Doyer Street. Pendergast had been alarmed to hear of the attack, reluctant at first, but Nora refused to be swayed. With or without him, she was going down to Doyer's. Ultimately, Pendergast had relented, on the condition that Nora keep O'Shaughnessy by her side at all times, and he had arranged for her to receive the fat packet of cash. She mounted the steps to the front door, steeling herself for the task at hand. She noticed that the apartment names beside the buzzers were written in Chinese. She pressed the buzzer for apartment 1. A voice rasped out in Chinese. "I'm the one interested in renting the basement apartment," she called out. The lock snapped free with a buzz. She pushed on the door and found herself in a hallway lit by fluorescent lights. A narrow staircase ascended to her right. At the end of the hallway, she could hear a door being endlessly unbolted. It opened at last, and a stooped, depressed-looking man appeared, in shirt sleeves and baggy slacks, peering down the hall at her. Nora walked up. "Mr. Ling Li?" He nodded and held the door open for her. Beyond was a living room, with a green sofa, a formica table, several easy chairs, and an elaborate red and gold carved bas-relief on the wall, showing a pagoda and trees. A chandelier, grossly oversized for the space, dominated the room. The wallpaper was lilac, the rug red and black. "Sit down," the man said. His voice was faint, tired. She sat down, sinking alarmingly into the sofa. "How you hear about this apartment?" Lee asked. Nora could see from his expression he was not pleased to see her. Nora launched into her story. "A lady who works in the Citibank down the block from here told me about it." "What lady?" Lee asked, more sharply. "In Chinatown," Pendergast had explained, "most landlords prefer to rent to their own. I don't know her name. My uncle told me to talk to her, said that she knew where to find an apartment in this area. She told me to call you." "Your uncle?" "Yes, Uncle Huang. He's with the DHCR." This bit of information was greeted with a dismayed silence. Pendergast figured that having a Chinese relative would make it easier for her to get the apartment. That he worked for the Department of Housing and Community Renewal, the city division that enforced the rent laws, made it all the better. "Your name?" "Betsy Winchell." Nora noticed a large dark presence move from the kitchen into the doorway of the living room. It was apparently Lee's wife, arms folded, 3 times his size, looking very stern. "Over the phone, you said the apartment was available. I'm prepared to take it right away. Please show it to me." Lee rose from the table and glanced at his wife. Her arms tightened. "Follow me," he said. They went back into the hall, out the front door, and down the steps. Nora glanced around quickly, but O'Shaughnessy was nowhere to be seen. Lee removed a key, opened the basement apartment door, and snapped on the lights. She followed him in. He closed the door and made a show of relocking, no fewer than 4 locks. It was a dismal apartment, long and dark. The only window was a small, barred square beside the front door. The walls were of painted brick, once white but now gray, and the floor was covered with old brick pavers, cracked and chipped. Nora looked at them with professional interest. They were laid but not cemented. What was beneath? Dirt? Sand? Concrete? The floor looked just uneven and damp enough to have been laid on dirt. "Kitchen and bathroom in back," said Lee, not bothering to point. Nora walked to the rear of the apartment. Here was a cramped kitchen, leading into 2 dark bedrooms and a bath. There were no closets. A window in the rear wall, below grade, allowed fetal brown light from an air shaft to enter between thick steel bars. Nora emerged. Lee was examining the lock on the front door. "Have to fix lock," he said, in a portentous tone. "Many robber try to get in. You have a lot of break-ins?" Lee nodded enthusiastically. "Oh yes, many robber. Very dangerous." "Really? Many robber?
Many mugger. He shook his head sadly. The apartment looks safe at least. Nora listened. The ceiling seemed fairly soundproof. At least she could hear nothing from above. Neighborhood not safe for girl. Every day murder, mugging, robber, rape. Nora knew that, despite its shabby appearance, Chinatown was one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. "I'm not worried," she said. "Many rule for apartment," said Lee, trying another tack. "Is that right? No music, no noise, no man at night." Lee seemed to be searching his mind for other strictures a young woman would find objectionable. "No smoke, no drink, keep clean every day." Nora listened, nodding her agreement. "Good. That sounds perfect. I like a neat, quiet place, and I have no boyfriend." With a renewed flash of anger, she thought of Smithback and how he had dragged her into this mess by publishing that article. To a certain extent, Smithback had been responsible for these copycat killings. Just yesterday, he'd had the nerve to bring up her name at the mayor's news conference for the whole city to hear. She felt certain that, after what happened in the archives, her long-term prospects at the museum were even more questionable than before. Utility not include, of course. No air condition? Nora nodded. Lee seemed at a loss. Then his face brightened with a fresh idea. "After suicide, no allow gun in apartment." "Suicide? Young woman hang herself. Same age as you." "A hanging? I thought you mentioned a gun." The man looked confused for a moment. Then his face brightened again. "She hang, but it no work. Then shoot herself." "I see." She favored the comprehensive approach. "Like you, she no have boyfriend. Very sad." "How terrible." "It happened right in there," said Lee. "Not find body for 3 days. Bad smell." He rolled his eyes and added, in a dramatic undertone, "Many worm." "How dreadful," Nora said. Then she smiled. "But the apartment is just perfect. I'll take it." Lee's look of depression deepened, but he said nothing.
She followed him back up to his apartment, Nora, starting with the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8.10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. She followed him back up to his apartment. Nora sat back down at the sofa, uninvited. The wife was still there, a formidable presence in the kitchen doorway. Her face was screwed into an expression of suspicion and displeasure. Her crossed arms looked like balsa-colored hams. The man sat down unhappily. "So," said Nora, "let's get this over with. I want to rent the apartment. I need it immediately. Today, right now."
"Have to check reference," Lee replied feebly. "There's no time, and I'm prepared to pay cash. I need the apartment tonight, or I won't have a place to sleep." As she spoke, she removed Pendergast's envelope. She reached in and took out a brick of $100 bills. The appearance of the money brought a loud expostulation from the wife. Lee did not respond. His eyes were on the cash. "I have here first month's rent, last month's rent, and a month's deposit." Nora thumped the roll on the tabletop. $6,600, cash. Bring out the lease. The apartment was dismal and the rent bordered on outrageous, which was probably why it wasn't gone already. She hoped that hard cash was something Lee could not afford to ignore. There was another sharp comment from the wife. Lee ignored her. He went into the back and returned a few minutes later, laying 2 leases in front of her. They were in Chinese. There was a silence. "Need reference," said the wife stolidly, switching to English for Nora's benefit. "Need credit check." Nora ignored her. "Where do I sign?" "There," the man pointed. Nora signed Betsy Winchell with a flourish on both leases, and then hand-wrote on each lease a crude receipt. $6,600 received by Mr. Ling Lee. "My Uncle Huang will translate it for me. I hope for your sake there's nothing illegal in it. Now you sign, initial the receipt." There was a sharp noise from the wife. Lee signed his name in Chinese, emboldened, it seemed, by the opposition of his wife. "Now give me the keys and we're done." "Have to make copy of keys. You give me those keys. It's my apartment now. I'll make the copies for you at my own expense. I need to start moving in right away." Lee reluctantly handed her the keys. Nora took them, folded one of the leases into her pocket, and stood up. "Thank you very much," she said cheerfully, holding out her hand. Lee shook it limply. As the door closed, Nora heard another sharp eruption of displeasure from the wife. This one sounded as if it might go on for a long time. Nora immediately returned to the apartment below. O'Shaughnessy appeared by her side as she unlocked the door. Together they slipped into the living room, and Nora secured the door with deadbolts and chains. Then she moved to the barred window. 2 nails stuck out from either side of the lintel, on which someone had once hung a makeshift curtain. She removed her coat and hung it across the nails, blocking the view from outside. "Cozy place," O'Shaughnessy said, sniffing. "Smells like a crime scene." Nora didn't answer. She was staring at the floor, already working out the dig in her mind. While O'Shaughnessy cased the apartment, Nora made a circuit of the living room, examining the floor, gritting it off, plotting her lines of attack. Then she knelt and, taking a penknife from her pocket, a knife her brother Skip had given her for her 16th birthday and which she never traveled with, eased it between the edges of 2 bricks. Slowly, deliberately, she cut her way through the crust of grime and old floor wax. She rocked the knife back and forth between the bricks, gently loosening the stonework. Then, bit by bit, she began to work the closest brick from its socket. In a moment it was free. She pulled it out. Earth. The damp smell rose toward her nostrils. She poked her finger into it. Cool, moist, a little slimy. She probed with the penknife, found it compact but yielding, with little gravel or rocks. Perfect. She straightened up, looked around. O'Shaughnessy was standing behind her, looking down curiously. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Checking the subflooring." "And?" "It's old fill, not cement." "Is that good?" "It's outstanding." "If you say so." She tapped the brick back into place, then stood. She checked her watch. 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. The museum would close in 2 hours. She turned to O'Shaughnessy. "Look, Patrick, I need you to get up to my office at the museum, plunder my field locker for some tools and equipment I'll need." O'Shaughnessy shook his head. "Nothing doing. Pendergast said I was to stay with you. I remember. But I'm here now, safe. There must be 5 locks on that door. I won't be going anywhere. I'll be a lot safer here than walking the streets. Besides, the killer knows where I work. Would you rather I went uptown and you waited here? Why go anywhere? What's the hurry? Can't we wait until Pendergast is out of the hospital?" She stared at him.
"The clock's ticking, Patrick. There's a killer out there." O'Shaughnessy looked at her, hesitated. "We can't afford to just sit around. I hope you're not going to give me a hard time. I need those tools, and I need them now." Still hesitation. Nora felt her anger rise. "Just do it, okay?" "Okay." O'Shaughnessy sighed. "Double lock the door behind me, and don't open it for anybody. Not the landlord, not the fire department, not Santa Claus. Only me. Promise?" Nora nodded. "I promise." "Good. I'll be back ASAP." She drew up a quick list of items, gave O'Shaughnessy directions, and locked the door carefully behind him, shutting out the sound of the growing storm. Slowly, she stepped away from the door, her eyes swiveling around the room, coming to rest at last on the brickwork beneath her feet. 100 years before, Leng, for all his genius, could not have anticipated the reach of modern archaeology. She would excavate this site with the greatest care, sifting through his old laboratory layer by layer, bringing all her skills to bear in order to capture even the smallest piece of evidence. And there would be evidence, she knew that. There was no such thing as a barren archaeological site. People, wherever they went, whatever they did, always left a record. Taking out her penknife, she knelt and, once again, began easing the blade between the old bricks. There was a sudden peal of thunder, louder than any that had come before. She paused, heart beating wildly with terror. She forced her feelings back under control, shaking her head ruefully. No killer was going to stop her from finding out what was beneath this floor. She wondered briefly what Brisbane would say to this work. The hell with him, she thought. She turned the penknife over in her hands, closed it with a sigh. All her professional life, she had unearthed and catalogued human bones without emotion, with no connection to the ancient skeletons beyond a shared humanity. But Mary Green had proven utterly different. There, outside the girl's house, Pendergast had thrown Mary Green's short life and awful death into sharp relief. For the first time, Nora realized she had excavated, handled, the bones of someone that she could understand, grieve for. More and more, Pendergast's tale of Mary Green was sinking in, despite her attempts to keep a professional distance. And now, she had almost become another Mary Green. That made it personal, very personal. Her thoughts were interrupted by the rattle of wind at the door, and another fainter rumble of thunder. Nora rose to her knees, opened the penknife again, and began scraping vigorously at the brickwork beneath her feet. It was going to be a long night. Nora stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, feeling uncomfortably conspicuous. Pendergast closed the door behind her, looking serenely indifferent to the incongruity of the elegant vehicle parked amid the dust and noise of a large construction site. They crossed the street, pausing at a high chain-link fence. Beyond, the rich afternoon light illuminated the skeletal foundations of a row of old buildings. Several large dumpsters full of bricks lined the perimeter.
2 police cars were parked along the curb, and Nora could see uniformed cops standing before a hole in a brick retaining wall. Nearby stood a knot of businessmen in suits. The construction site was framed by forlorn tenements that winked back at them through empty windows. The Mogen Fairhaven Group are building a 65-story residential tower on this site, said Pendergast. Yesterday, about 4 o'clock, they broke through that brick wall there. A worker found the skull I showed you in a barrow inside, along with many, many more bones. Nora glanced in the indicated direction. What was on the site before? A block of tenements built in the late 1890s. The tunnel, however, appears to predate them. Nora could see that the excavator had exposed a clear profile. The old retaining wall lay beneath the 19th century footings, and the hole near its base was clearly part of an earlier structure. Some ancient timbers, burned and rotten, had been piled to one side. As they walked along the fence, Pendergast leaned toward her. "I'm afraid our visit may be problematic, and we have very little time. The site has changed alarmingly in just the last few hours. Mogen Fairhaven is one of the most energetic developers in the city.
And they have a remarkable amount of, pull. Notice there are no members of the press on hand? The police were called very quietly to the scene. He steered her toward a chained gate in the fence, manned by a cop from whose belt dangled cuffs, radio, nightstick, gun, and ammunition. The combined weight of the accoutrements pulled the belt down, allowing a blue-shirted belly to hang comfortably out. Pendergast stopped at the gate. "Move on," said the cop. "Nothing to see here, pal." "On the contrary," Pendergast smiled and displayed his identification. The cop leaned over, scowling. He looked back up into the agent's face, then back down, several times. "FBI?" He hiked up his belt with a metallic jangle. "Those are the 3 letters, yes." And Pendergast placed the wallet back in his suit. "And who's your companion?" "An archaeologist. She's been assigned to investigate the site." "Archaeologist? Hold on." The cop ambled across the lot, stopping at the knot of policemen. A few words were exchanged, then one of the cops broke away from the group. A brown-suited man followed at a trot. He was short and heavy-set, and his pulpy neck bulged over a tight collar. He took steps that were too big for his stubby legs, giving his walk an exaggerated bounce. "What the hell's this?" he panted as he approached the gate, turning to the newly arrived cop. "You didn't say anything about the FBI?" Nora noticed that the new cop had gold captain's bars on his shoulders. He had thinning hair, a sallow complexion, and narrow black eyes. He was almost as fat as the man in the brown suit. The captain looked at Pendergast. "May I see your identification?" His voice was small and tight and high. Pendergast once again removed his wallet. The captain took it, examined it, and handed it back through the gate. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pendergast. The FBI has no jurisdiction here, particularly the New Orleans office. You know the procedure." "Captain?" "Custer." "Captain Custer, I am here with Dr. Nora Kelly of the New York Museum of Natural History, who has been placed in charge of the archaeological survey. Now, if you'll let us in." "This is a construction site," broke in the brown-suited man. "We're trying to build a building here, in case you hadn't noticed. They've already got a man looking at the bones. Christ almighty, we're losing $40,000 a day here, and now the FBI?" "And who might you be?" Pendergast asked the man, in a pleasant voice. His eyes flickered from side to side. "Ed Shank." "Ah, Mr. Shank." In Pendergast's mouth, the name sounded like some kind of crude implement. "And your position with Mogen Fairhaven?" "Construction manager." Pendergast nodded. "Of course you are. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Shank." Immediately he turned back to the captain, ignoring Shank completely. "Now, Captain Custer," he continued in the same mild voice, "am I to understand that you will not open the gate and allow us to proceed with our work? This is a very important project for the Mogen Fairhaven Group and for this community. Progress has been slower than it should be, and there's concern at the very highest levels. Mr. Fairhaven visited the site himself yesterday evening. The last thing they want is more delays. I've had no word about FBI involvement, and I don't know anything about any archaeological business." He stopped. "Who are you calling?" Custer demanded. Pendergast said nothing, the smile still on his face. His fingers flew over the tiny buttons with amazing speed. The captain's eyes darted toward Shank, then away again. "Sally?" Pendergast spoke into the phone. "Agent Pendergast here. May I speak with Commissioner Rocker?" "Now look," began the captain. "Yes, please, Sally. You're a treasure. Perhaps we could discuss this inside." There was a rattling of keys. Captain Custer began to unlock the gate. "If you could kindly interrupt him for me, I'd be so grateful." "Mr. Pendergast, there's no need for this," said Custer. The gate swung open. "Sally?" "I'll call back," said Pendergast, snapping the phone shut. He stepped past the gate, Nora at his side. Without pausing or speaking, the FBI agent took off across the rubbled ground, trotting directly toward the hole in the brick wall. The others, taken by surprise, began to follow.
"Mr. Pendergast, you have to understand," the captain said as he struggled to keep up. Shank followed angrily, like a bull. He stumbled, cursed, kept coming. As they approached the hole, Nora could see a faint glow within and a flash of light. A pause, another flash. Someone was taking pictures. "Mr. Pendergast," Captain Custer called. But the lithe FBI agent was bounding up the pile of rubble. The others halted at the base, breathing heavily. Nora followed Pendergast, who had already vanished into the dark hole. She paused on the broken wall and peered down. "Do come in," said Pendergast, in his most inviting southern voice. She scrambled down the fallen bricks, coming to a stop on the damp floor. There was another flash of light. A man in a white lab coat was bent over, examining something in a small arched niche. A photographer stood at another niche with a 4x5 camera, bracketed by 2 slave flash units. The man in the white coat straightened up, peering at them through the dust. He had a thick shock of gray hair that, combined with his round black-framed glasses, made him look faintly like an old Bolshevik revolutionary. "Who the devil are you, barging in like this?" he cried, his voice echoing down the barrow. "I was not to be disturbed." "FBI," rapped out Pendergast. His voice was now totally different, sharp, stern, officious. With a snap of leather, he shoved his badge toward the man's face. "Oh," the man said, faltering. "I see." Nora looked from one to the other, surprised at Pendergast's apparent ability to read people instantly, then manipulate them accordingly. "May I ask you to please vacate the site while my colleague, Dr. Kelly, and I make an examination? Look here, I'm in the middle of my work. Have you touched anything?" It came out as a threat. "No, not really. Of course, I've handled some of the bones." "You handled some of the bones?" "Consistent with my responsibility to determine cause of death? You handled some of the bones?" Pendergast pulled a thin pad and a gold pen from his jacket pocket and made a note, shaking his head in disgust. "Your name, Doctor?" "Von Bronk." "I'll make a note of it for the hearing. And now, Dr. Van Bronk, if you'll kindly let us proceed." "Yes, sir." Pendergast watched as the M.E. and the photographer climbed laboriously out of the tunnel. Then he turned to Nora and spoke in a low, rapid voice. "It's your site now. I've bought us an hour, maybe less, so make the best of it." "The best of what?" Nora asked in a panic.
Just what, and do not read aloud. Any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture.
Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Just what am I supposed to be doing? I've never... You're trained in ways that I'm not. Survey the site. I want to know what happened here. Help me understand it. In an hour? I don't have any tools, anything to store samples. We're almost too late as it is. Did you notice they had the precinct captain on the site? As I said, Mogan Fairhaven pulls an enormous amount of weight. This will be our only chance. I need the maximum amount of information in the minimum amount of time. It's extremely important. He handed her the pen and pad, then withdrew 2 slender pen lights from his coat and passed one to her. Nora switched it on. For its size, the pen light was very powerful. She looked around, taking note of her surroundings for the first time. It was cool and silent. Motes drifted in the single banner of light streaming through the broken hole. The air smelled corrupt, a mixture of fungus, old meat, and mold. She breathed it in deeply nevertheless, trying to focus. Archaeology was a slow, methodical business. Here, faced with a ticking clock, she barely knew where to begin. She hesitated another moment. Then she began to sketch the tunnel. It was about 80 feet long, 10 feet high at the arch, bricked up at the ends. The ceiling was filmed with cracks. The dust covering the floor had been recently disturbed, more so than could be explained by the presence of a single medical examiner. Nora wondered how many construction workers and policemen had already wandered through here. Half a dozen niches ran along both walls. She walked along the wet floor of the tunnel, sketching, trying to get an overall sense of the space. The niches, too, had once been bricked up, but now the bricks had been removed and were stacked beside each alcove. As she turned the flashlight into each niche, she saw essentially the same thing: a jumble of skulls and bones, shreds of clothing, bits of old flesh, gristle, and hair. She glanced over her shoulder. At the far end, Pendergast was making his own examination, profile sharp in the shaft of light, quick eyes darting everywhere. Suddenly he knelt, peering intently not at the bones, but at the floor, plucking something out of the dust. Completing her circuit, Nora turned to examine the first niche more closely. She knelt in front of the alcove and scanned it quickly, trying to make sense of the charnel heap, doing her best to ignore the smell. There were 3 skulls in this niche. The skulls were not connected to the backbones. They had been decapitated, but the rib cages were complete, and the leg bones, some flexed, were also articulated. Several vertebrae seemed to have been damaged in an unusual way, cut open as if to expose the spinal cord. A snarled clump of hair lay nearby, short, a boy's. Clearly, the corpses had been cut into pieces and piled in the niche, which made sense considering the dimensions of the alcove. It would have been inconvenient to fit a whole body in the cramped space, but one severed into parts. Swallowing hard, she glanced at the clothing. It appeared to have been thrown in separately from the body parts. She reached out a hand, paused with an archaeologist's habitual restraint, then remembered what Pendergast had said. Carefully, she began lifting out the clothing and bones, making a mental list as she did so. 3 skulls, 3 pairs of shoes, 3 articulated rib cages, numerous vertebrae, and assorted small bones. Only one of the skulls showed marks similar to the skull Pendergast had originally showed her. But many of the vertebrae had been cut open in the same way, from the first lumbar vertebrae all the way to the sacrum. She kept sorting. 3 pairs of pants, buttons, a comb, bits of gristle and desiccated flesh, 6 sets of leg bones, feet out of their shoes. The shoes had been tossed in separately. If only I had sample bags, she thought. She pulled some hair out of a clump, part of the scalp still attached, and shoved it in her pocket. This was crazy. She hated working without proper equipment. All her professional instincts rebelled against such hasty, careless work. She turned her attention to the clothing itself. It was poor and rough and very dirty. It had rotted, but, like the bones, showed no signs of rodent gnawing. She felt for her loop, fitted it to her eye, and looked more closely at a piece of clothing. Lots of lice, dead of course. There were holes that seemed to be the result of excessive wear, and the clothing was heavily patched. The shoes were battered, some with hobnails worn completely off. She felt in the pockets of one pair of pants, a comb, a piece of string. She went through another set of pockets. Nothing. A third set yielded a coin. She pulled it out, the fabric crumbling as she did so. It was a U.S. large cent, dated 1877. She slipped everything hastily into her own pockets. She moved to another alcove and again sorted and inventoried the remains as fast as she could. It was similar. 3 skulls and 3 dismembered bodies, along with 3 sets of clothing. She felt in the pockets of the pants. A bent pen and 2 more pennies, 1880 and 1872. Her eyes returned to the bones. Once again, those strange marks on the vertebrae. She looked more closely. The lumbar vertebrae, always the lumbar, opened carefully, almost surgically, and pried apart. She slipped one of them into her pocket. She went down the tunnel, examining each niche in turn, scribbling her observations in Pendergast's notebook. Each niche held exactly 3 corpses. All had been dismembered in the same fashion, at the neck, shoulders, and hips. A few of the skulls had the same dissection marks she had noticed on the specimen Pendergast first showed her. All of the skeletons displayed severe trauma to the lower spinal column. From her cursory examination of skull morphology, they seemed to fit within the same age bracket, 13 to 20 or so, and were a mixture of male and female, with male predominating. She wondered what the forensic examiner had discovered. That would be time to find out later. 12 niches, 3 bodies to a niche. All very neat, very precise. At the next to the last niche, she stopped. Then she stepped back into the middle of the tunnel, trying hard not to think about the implications of what she was seeing, keeping her mind strictly on the facts. At any archaeological site, it was important to stand still, to be quiet, to quell the intellect, and simply absorb the feel of the place. She gazed around, trying to forget about the ticking clock, to blot out her preconceptions. A basement tunnel, pre-1890, carefully walled-up niches, bodies and clothes of some 36 young men and women. What was it built for? She glanced over at Pendergast. He was still at the far end, examining the bricked-up wall, prying out a bit of mortar with a knife. She returned to the alcove, carefully noting the position of each bone, each article of clothing. 2 sets of breeches, with nothing in the pockets. A dress, filthy, torn, pathetic. She looked more closely. A girl's dress, small, slender. She picked up the brown skull nearby. A young female, a teenager, perhaps 16 or 17. She felt a wave of horror. Just underneath it was her mass of hair, long golden tresses.
In her absorption, she had not heard him return. Pendergast was by the entrance to the barrow, in urgent discussion with some uniformed figures peering down from above. "If you call this sort of thing interesting," she said, "I know you're not with the ME's office, so that must make you an FBI forensics expert." Nora colored. "I'm not a medical doctor. I'm an archaeologist." Dr. Van Bronk's eyebrows shot up and a sardonic smile spread over his face. He had a perfectly formed little mouth that looked as if it had been painted on by a Renaissance artist. It glistened as it articulated the precise words. "Ah, not a medical doctor. I believe I misunderstood your colleague. Archaeology. How nice." She had not had an hour. She had not even had half an hour.
She slid the dress back into the alcove, shoving it into a dusty crevice in the back. "And have you found anything of interest, Doctor?" she asked as casually as she could. "I'd send you my report," he said, "but then I could hardly expect you to understand it. All that professional jargon, you know." He smiled, and now the smile did not look friendly at all. "I'm not finished here," she said. "When I am, I'd be glad to chat further." She began to move toward the last alcove. "You can continue your studies after I remove the human remains. You're not moving anything until I've had a chance to examine it. Tell that to them." He nodded over her shoulder. "I don't know where you got the impression this was an archaeological site. Fortunately, that's all been straightened out." Nora saw a group of policemen sliding into the barrow, heavy evidence lockers in their hands. The space was soon filled with a cacophony of curses, grunts, and loud voices. Pendergast was nowhere to be seen. Last to enter were Ed Schenk and Captain Custer. Custer saw her and came forward, picking his way gingerly across the bricks, followed by a brace of lieutenants. "Dr. Kelly, we've gotten orders from headquarters," he said, his voice quick and high-pitched. "You can tell your boss he's sadly confused. This is an unusual crime scene, but of no importance to present-day law enforcement, particularly the FBI. It's over 100 years old." "And there's a building that needs to be built," Nora thought, glancing at Schenk. "I don't know who hired you, but your assignment's over. We're taking the human remains down to the ME's office. What little else is here will be bagged and tagged." The cops were dropping the evidence lockers onto the damp floor, and the chamber resounded with hollow thuds. The ME began removing bones from the alcoves with rubber-gloved hands and placing them into the lockers, tossing the clothing and other personal effects aside. Voices mingled with the rising dust. Flashlight beams stabbed through the murk. The site was being ruined before her eyes. "Can my men escort you out, miss?" said Captain Custer, with exaggerated courtesy. "I can find my own way," Nora replied. The sunlight temporarily blinded her. She coughed, breathed in the fresh air, and looked around. The Rolls was still parked at the street, and there was Pendergast, leaning against it, waiting. She marched out the gate. His head was tilted away from the sun, his eyes half closed. In the bright afternoon light, his skin looked as pale and translucent as alabaster. "That police captain was right, wasn't he?" she said. "You've got no jurisdiction here." He slowly lowered his head, a troubled look on his face. She found her anger evaporating. He removed a silk handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at his forehead. Almost as she watched, his face reassumed his habitual opaque expression, and he spoke. "Sometimes there's no time to go through proper channels. If we'd waited until tomorrow, the site would have been gone. You see how quickly Mogan Fairhaven works. If this site were declared of archaeological value, it would shut them down for weeks, which of course they could not allow to happen. But it is of archaeological value." Pendergast nodded. "Of course it is. But the battle is already lost, Dr. Kelly, as I knew it would be." As if in response, a large yellow excavator fired up, its motor coughing and snarling. Construction workers began to appear, emerging from trailers and truck cabs. Already the blue lockers were coming out of the hole and being loaded into an ambulance. The excavator lurched and made a lumbering move toward the hole, its bucket rising, iron teeth dribbling dirt. "What did you find?" Pendergast asked. She paused. Should she tell him about the paper in the dress? It was probably nothing, and besides, it was gone. She tore the hastily scribbled pages from the pad and returned it to him. "I'll write up my general observations for you this evening," she said. "The lumbar vertebrae of the victims seem to have been deliberately opened. I slipped one into my pocket." Pendergast nodded. "There were numerous shards of glass embedded in the dust. I took a few for analysis. Other than the skeletons, there were some pennies in the alcoves, dated 1872, 1877, and 1880. A few articles in the pockets. "The tenements here were erected in 1897, murmured Pendergast, almost to himself, his voice grave. "There's our terminus ante quem. The murders took place before 1897, and were probably clustered around the dates of the coins, that is, the 1870s. A black stretch limousine slid up behind them. Its tall man in an elegant charcoal suit got out, followed by several others. The man glanced around the site, his gaze quickly zeroing in on Pendergast. He had a long, narrow face, eyes spaced wide apart, black hair, and cheekbones so high and angular they could have been fashioned with a hatchet. And there's Mr. Fairhaven himself, to ensure there are no more untoward delays," Pendergast said. "I think this is our cue to leave." He opened the car door for her, then climbed in himself. "Thank you, Dr. Kelly," he said, indicating to his driver to start the car. "Tomorrow we will meet again, in a more official capacity, I trust." As they eased out into the Lower East Side traffic, Nora looked at him. "How did you learn about this site anyway? It was just uncovered yesterday." "I have contacts, most helpful in my line of work." "I'll bet. Well, speaking of contacts, why didn't you just try your friend the police commissioner again? Surely he could have backed you up." The Rolls turned smoothly onto East River Drive, its powerful engine purring. "Commissioner?" Pendergast blinked over at her. "I don't have the pleasure of his acquaintance." "Then who were you calling back then?" "My apartment." And he smiled ever so slightly. The wind shook the barred door, and occasional flickers of lightning and grumblings of thunder penetrated the room. Now that O'Shaughnessy had returned, the two worked together, the policeman moving the dirt, Nora focusing on uncovering the details. They labored by the light of a single yellow bulb. The room smelled strongly of decaying earth. The air was close, humid, and stifling. She had opened a 4-square-meter dig in the living room floor. It had been carefully gridded off, and she had stepped down the excavation, each meter grid to a different level, allowing her to climb in and out of the deepening hole. The floor bricks were neatly piled against the far wall. The door leading to the kitchen was open, and through it a large pile of brown dirt was visible, piled in the center of the room atop a sheet of heavy plastic. Beside it was a smaller sheet of plastic containing bagged items recovered from the dig site. At last Nora paused, putting her trowel aside to take stock. She removed her safety helmet, drew the back of her hand across her brow, replaced the helmet on her head. It was well past midnight, and she felt exhausted. The excavation at its deepest point had gone down more than 4 feet below grade, a lot of work. It was difficult, also, to work this rapidly while maintaining a professional excavation. She turned to O'Shaughnessy. "Take 5. I'd like to examine this soil profile."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation.
Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. About time. He straightened up, resting on his shovel. His brow was streaming with sweat. Nora shone her flashlight along the carefully exposed wall of dirt, reading it as one might read a book. Occasionally, she would shave off a little with a trowel to get a clearer view. There was a layer of clean fill on the top, going down 6 inches, laid, no doubt, as a base for the more recent brick floor. Below was about 3 feet of coarser fill, laced with bits of post-1910 crockery and china. But she could see nothing from Leng's laboratory, at least nothing obvious. Still, she had flagged and bagged everything by the book. Beneath the coarse fell, they had struck a layer containing bits of trash, rotting weeds, pieces of mold-blown bottles, soup bones, and the skeleton of a dog. Ground debris from the days when the site had been a vacant lot. Under that was a layer of bricks. O'Shaughnessy stretched, rubbed his back. Why do we have to dig so far down? In most old cities, the ground level rises at a fixed rate over time. In New York, it's about 3/4 of a meter every 100 years. She pointed toward the bottom of the hole. Back then, that was ground level. So these old bricks below are the original basement flooring? I think so. The floor of the laboratory. Leng's laboratory. And yet it had yielded few clues. There was a remarkable lack of debris, as if the floor had been swept clean. She had found some broken glassware wedged into the cracks of the brick, an old fire grate with some coal, a button, a rotten trolley ticket, a few other odds and ends. It seemed that Leng had wanted nothing behind. Outside, a fresh flash of lightning penetrated the coat Nora had hung over the window. A second later, thunder rumbled. The single bulb flickered, browned, then brightened once again. She continued staring thoughtfully at the floor. At last, she spoke. First, we need to widen the excavation, and then, I think, we'll have to go deeper. Deeper, said O'Shaughnessy, a note of incredulity in his voice. Nora nodded. Leng left nothing on the floor, but that doesn't mean he left nothing beneath it. There was a short, chilly silence. Outside, Dwyer Street lay prostrate under a heavy rain. Water ran down the gutters and disappeared into the storm drains, carrying with it trash, dog turds, drowned rats, rotting vegetables, the guts of fish from the market down the street. The occasional flash of lightning illuminated the darkened facades, shooting darts of light into the curling fogs that licked and eddied about the pavement. A stooped figure in a derby hat, almost obscured beneath a black umbrella, made its way down the narrow street. The figure moved slowly, painfully, leaning on a cane as it approached. It paused ever so briefly before number 99 Dwyer Street. Then it drifted on into the miasma of fog, a shadow merging with shadows until one could hardly say that it had been there at all. Custer leaned back in his oversized Mediterranean office chair with a sigh. It was 11:45 on Saturday morning, and by rights he should have been out with the bowling club, drinking beer with his buddies. He was a precinct commander, for goodness sake, not a homicide detective. Why did they want him in on a freaking Saturday? Very pointless public relations nonsense.
He'd done nothing but sit around all morning listening to the asbestos rattle in the heating ducts. A waste of a perfectly good weekend. At least Pendergast was out of action for the time being. But what exactly had he been up to? When he'd asked O'Shaughnessy about it, the man was very evasive. You'd think a cop with a record like his would do himself a favor, learn what to kiss and when. Well, Custer had had enough. Come Monday, he was going to tighten the leash on that puppy, but good. The buzzer on his desk rang, and Custer poked at it angrily. What the gosh is it now? I was not to be disturbed. Commissioner Rocker is on line 1, Captain, came Noyes' voice, carefully neutral. Oh my gosh, what a mess, thought Custer. His shaking hand hovered over the blinking light on his telephone. What the gosh did the commissioner want with him? Hadn't he done everything they'd asked him to do? The mayor, the chief, everybody. Whatever it wasn't his fault. A fat, trembling finger depressed the button. Custer? The commissioner's desiccated voice filled his ear. What is it, sir? Custer squeaked, making a belated effort to lower the pitch of his voice. Your man, O'Shaughnessy. Yes, sir. What about O'Shaughnessy? I'm a little curious here. Why exactly did he request a copy of the forensic report from the ME's office on the remains found down on Catherine Street? Did you authorize this? The voice was slow, weary. What the gosh was O'Shaughnessy up to? Custer's mind raced. He could tell the truth, say that O'Shaughnessy must have been disobeying his orders. But that would make him look like a fool, a man who couldn't control his own. On the other hand, he could lie. He chose the latter, more habitual course. Commissioner, he managed to bring his voice down to a relatively masculine pitch. I authorized it. You see, we didn't have a copy down here for our files. It's just a formality, you know, dotting every T and crossing every I. We do things by the book, sir. There was a silence. Custer, since you are so nimble with aphorisms, you surely know the expression, let sleeping dogs lie? Yes, sir. I thought the mayor made it clear we were going to let that particular sleeping dog lie. Rocker didn't sound like he had the greatest faith in the mayor's judgment. Yes, sir. O'Shaughnessy isn't freelancing, is he, Custer? He's not by any chance helping that FBI agent while he's laid up, is he? He's a solid officer, loyal and obedient. I asked him to get the report. In that case, I'm surprised at you, Custer. Surely you know that once the report is down at the precinct, every cop there will have access to it, which is one step from laying it on the doorstep of the New York Times. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't think of that. I want that report, every copy of that report, sent back up to me, personally, by courier. You understand? No copy is to remain at precinct. Yes, sir. Gosh, how was he going to do that? He would have to get it from O'Shaughnessy, the difficult person. I get the funny feeling, Custer, that you don't quite appreciate the full situation here. This Catherine Street business has nothing to do with any criminal investigation. It is a historical matter. That forensic report belongs to Mogan Fairhaven. It's private property. They paid for it, and the remains were found on their land. Those remains have been given a respectful but anonymous burial in a private cemetery, with the appropriate religious ceremonies, all arranged by Mogan Fairhaven. The matter is closed. Follow me so far? Yes, sir. Now, Mogan Fairhaven is a good friend of the mayor, as the mayor has taken pains to point out to me, and Mr. Fairhaven himself is working very hard to see that he is re-elected. But if this situation gets any more botched up, Fairhaven might not be so enthusiastic in his support. He might decide to sit this one out. He might even decide to throw his weight behind the other fellow who's running. I understand, sir. Good. Now we've got a psychopath out there, this so-called surgeon.
It was rotten and waterlogged, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text.
Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It was rotten and waterlogged, and it crumbled under the trowel. She quickly plucked out the pieces, then began prying up its neighbors, one after the other. O'Shaughnessy stood above her, watching. They had worked through the night and past noon of the following day, widening the excavation to 8 square meters. She felt weary beyond description, but this was still one task she wanted to do herself. Once it gotten wind of their progress, Pendergast had forced himself out of his hospital bed, despite the fearful protests of the doctors and nurses, and made the journey down to Doyer Street himself. Now he lay near the dig site on an orthopedic mattress, newly delivered from Duxiana. He remained there, arms across his chest, eyes closed, moving infrequently. With his black suit and pallid face, he looked alarmingly like a corpse. At Pendergast's request, Proctor, his chauffeur, had delivered a variety of items from the Dakotam apartment. A small table, a Tiffany lamp, and an array of medicines, unguents, and French chocolates, along with a stack of obscure books and maps. The soil beneath the floor of Leng's old laboratory was waterlogged and foul-smelling. Nora cleared a 1-meter square of the floor bricks, then began digging a diagonal test trench with her trowel. Anything under the floor would not be deep. There wasn't much farther to go. She was almost in the water table. She struck something. A deft bit of brushwork revealed a rusted, rotten 19th-century umbrella, only its whalebone skeleton intact. She carefully cleared around it, photographed it in situ, then removed it and laid its rotting pieces on a sheet of acid-free specimen paper. "You found something?" Pendergast asked, eyes still closed. A long white hand removed a chocolate from a box and placed it in his mouth. The remains of an umbrella. She worked more quickly. The dirt was looser, muddier. 14 inches down, in the left-hand corner of the grid, her trowel struck heavily against something. She began clearing away the sodden dirt around it. Then her brush hand jerked aside reflexively. It was a circlet of hair about a smooth dome of brown bone. A distant rumble of thunder pierced the silence. The storm was still upon them. She heard a faint intake of breath from O'Shaughnessy. "Yes?" Pendergast's voice came instantly. "We've got a skull here." "Keep digging, if you please." Pendergast didn't sound surprised. Working carefully with the brush, heart pounding uncomfortably in her chest, Nora cleared away more dirt. The frontal bone came slowly into view. Then 2 eye sockets, slimy, sticky matter still clinging inside. A foul smell rose, and she gagged involuntarily. This was no clean Anasazi skeleton that had been buried 1,000 years in dry sand. Plucking her t-shirt up over her nose and mouth, she continued. A bit of nasal bone became exposed, the opening cradling a twisted piece of cartilage. Then, as the maxilla was exposed, came a flash of metal. "Please describe." Again, Pendergast's weak voice broke the silence of the room. "Give me another minute." Nora brushed, working down the craniofacial bones. When the face was exposed, she sat back on her heels. "All right, we have a skull of an older adult male with some hair and soft matter remaining, probably due to the anaerobic environment of the site. Just below the maxilla, there are 2 silver teeth, partly fallen from the upper jaw, attached to some old bridge work. Below that, just inside the jaws, I see a pair of gold spectacles, one lens of which has black opaque glass." "Ah, you have found Tinberry McFadden." There was a pause, and Pendergast added, "We must keep going. Still to be found are James Henry Percival and Dumont Burley, members of the Lyceum and colleagues of our Dr. Leng. 2 people unlucky enough to have also received J.C. Shodham's confidences. The little circle is complete." "That reminds me," Nora said. "I remembered something while I was digging last night. The first time I asked Puck to show me the Shodham material, he said in passing that Shodham was quite popular these days. I didn't pay much attention to it then, but after what happened, I began to wonder who had—" She stopped. "Who had that particular journey ahead of us," Pendergast finished the thought for her. Suddenly, there was the rattle of the doorknob. All eyes turned. The knob rattled, turned again. There was a series of concussive raps on the door, which reverberated through the small apartment. A pause followed, then a second volley of frantic pounding. O'Shaughnessy looked up, hand dropping to his automatic. "Who's that?" A shrill female voice sounded outside the door. "What go on here? What that smell? What you doing there? Open up." "It's Mrs. Lee," Nora said as she rose to her feet. "The landlady." Pendergast lay still. His pale cat's eyes flitted open for a moment, then closed again. He looked as if he was settling in for a nap. "Open up! What go on in there?" Nora climbed out of the trench, moved to the door. "What's the problem?" she said, keeping her voice steady. O'Shaughnessy joined her. "Problem with smell. Open up." "There's no smell in here," said Nora. "It must be coming from somewhere else." "It come from here, up through floor. I smell all night. It much worse now when I come out of apartment. Open up." "I'm just cooking, that's all. I've been taking a cooking class, but I guess I'm not very good yet. And that no cooking smell. Smell like gosh. This nice apartment building. I call police." Another furious volley of pounding. Nora looked at Pendergast, who lay still, wraith-like, eyes closed. She turned to O'Shaughnessy. "She wants the police," he said with a shrug. "But you're not in uniform. I've got my shield. What are you going to say?" The pounding continued. The truth, of course. O'Shaughnessy slid toward the door, undid the locks, and let the door fall open. The squat, heavy-set landlady stood in the door. Her eyes darted past O'Shaughnessy, saw the gigantic hole in the living room floor, the piles of dirt and bricks beyond, the exposed upper half of a skeleton. A look of profound horror blossomed across her face. O'Shaughnessy opened his wallet to display his shield, but the woman seemed not to notice. She was transfixed by the hole in the floor, the skeleton grinning up at her from the bottom. "Mrs. Lee, was it? I'm Sergeant O'Shaughnessy of the New York Police Department." Still the lady stared, slack-jawed. "There's been a murder in this apartment," O'Shaughnessy said matter-of-factly. "The body was buried under the floor. We're investigating. I know it's a shock. I'm sorry, Mrs. Lee." Finally, the woman seemed to take notice of him. She turned slowly, looking first at his face, then at his badge, then at his gun. "What?" "A murder, Mrs. Lee, in your apartment."
She looked back at the huge hole. Within it, the skeleton lay peacefully, wrapped in its mantle of earth. Above, in the bed, Pendergast lay still, arms crossed over his chest, in a similar attitude of repose. "Now, Mrs. Lee, I'm going to ask you to go back quietly to your apartment. Tell no one about this. Call no one. Lock and bolt your door. Do not let anyone in unless they show you one of these." O'Shaughnessy shoved the badge closer to her face. "Do you understand, Mrs. Lee?" She nodded dumbly, eyes wide. "Now go on upstairs."
As the squad car carrying Captain Sherwood Custer turned the corner onto Doyers Street, the captain stared through the windshield, tensing at the noisy group of reporters. It was a smallish group, but he could see they were the worst of the lot. Noises angled the car into the curb, and Custer opened his door, heaving his frame out onto the street. As he approached the brownstone, the reporters began calling to him. And there was the worst of all, that man Smithbutt or whatever, arguing with the uniformed officer standing on the front steps. "It isn't fair," he was crying in an outraged tone, oversized cowlick jiggling atop his head. "You let him in, so you've got to let me in." The officer ignored this, stepping aside to let Custer pass the yellow crime scene tape. "Captain Custer," the reporter cried, turning to him, "Commissioner Rocker has refused to speak with the press. Will you comment on the case, please?" Custer did not respond. The commissioner, he thought. The commissioner himself was here. He was going to be chewed out, but good. Let this particular sleeping dog lie, the man had said. Custer had not only wakened the dog, but it had caused him trouble, thanks to O'Shaughnessy. They signed him in at the door, and Custer stepped through, Noyes following at his heels. They made their way quickly down to the basement apartment. Outside, the reporter could still be heard, voice raised in protest. The first thing Custer noticed when he stepped into the apartment was a big hole, lots of dirt. There were the usual photographers, lights, forensics, in ME, the SOC people. And there was the commissioner. The commissioner glanced up and spotted him. A spasm of displeasure went across his face. "Custer," he called, nodding him over. "Yes, sir." Custer swallowed, gritted his teeth. This was it. "Congratulations." Custer froze. Rocker's sarcasm was a bad sign, and right in front of everybody, too. He stiffened. "I'm sorry, sir. This was completely unauthorized from beginning to end, and I'm personally going to—" He felt the commissioner's arm snake around his shoulder, pull him closer. Custer could smell stale coffee on his breath. Custer: "Yes, sir?" "Please, just listen," the commissioner muttered. "Don't speak. I'm not here to attend to excuses. I'm here to put you in charge of this investigation." This was a really bad sign. He'd been victimized by the commissioner's sarcasm before, but not like this. Never like this. Custer blinked. "I'm truly sorry, sir." "You're not listening to me, Captain." Arms still around his shoulder, the commissioner steered Custer away from the press of officials, back into the rear of the narrow apartment. "I understand your man O'Shaughnessy had something to do with uncovering this site. Yes, and I am going to severely— Captain, will you let me finish?" "Yes, sir." "The mayor has called me twice this morning. He's delighted." Delighted? Custer wasn't sure if this was more sarcasm or something even worse. Delighted. The more attention that gets deflected from the new copycat murders, the happier he is. New murders are very bad for approval ratings. Thanks to this discovery, you're the cop of the hour, for the mayor at least. Silence. It was clear to Custer that Rocker didn't fully share the mayor's good opinion. "So are we crystal clear, Captain? This is now officially your case." "What case?" Custer was momentarily confused. Were they opening an official investigation into these old killings too? "The surgeon case." Rocker waved his hand dismissively at the huge hole with their skeletons. "This is nothing. This is archaeology. This is not a case." "Right. Thank you, sir," Custer said.
Don't thank me. Thank the mayor. It was his, suggestion that you handle it." Rocker let his arm slip from Custer's shoulder. Then he stood back and looked at the captain, a long, appraising glance. "Feel you can do this, Captain?" Custer nodded. The numbness was beginning to fade. "The first order of business is damage control. These old murders will give you a day, maybe two, before the public's attention returns to the surgeon. The mayor may like seeing these old murders getting the attention, but frankly, I don't. It'll give the copycat killer ideas, egg him on." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "I brought in Bryce Harriman. You know him?" "No." "He's the one who first put a finger on the copycat angle. We need to keep him where we can see him. We'll give him an exclusive, but we'll control the information he gets. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good. He's a nice sort, eager to please. He's waiting out front. Remember to keep the conversation on the old bones and on this site, not on the surgeon or the new killings. The public may be confounding the two, but we're sure as hell not." Custer turned back toward the living room, but Rocker put out a hand to stop him. "And, Captain, once you're done with Harriman, I'd suggest you get to work on this new case of yours. Get right to work. Catch that killer. You don't want another fresher stiff turning up on your watch, do you? Like I said, you've got a little breathing space here. Make use of it." "Yes, sir." Rocker continued to peer at him from beneath lowered brows. Then he grunted, nodded, and gestured Custer on ahead of him. The living room was, if possible, even more crowded than it had been moments before. At the commissioner's signal, a tall, slender man stepped out of the shadows. Horn-rimmed glasses, slicked-back hair, tweed jacket, blue Oxford shirt, tasseled loafers. "Mr. Harriman," Rocker said, "this is Captain Custer." Harriman gave Custer's hand a manly shake. "Nice to meet you in person, sir." Custer returned the handshake. Despite his instinctive distrust of the press, he found himself approving of the man's deferential attitude. "Sir." When was the last time a reporter had called him sir? The commissioner glanced gravely from one man to the other. "Now, if you'll excuse me, Captain, I have to get back to 1 Police Plaza." Custer nodded. "Of course, sir." He watched the man's broad back as it disappeared through the door. Noyes was suddenly there in front of Custer, hand extended. "Allow me to be the first to congratulate you, sir." Custer shook the limp hand. Then he turned back to Harriman, who was smiling beneath the horn rims, impeccably knotted rep tie snugged against a button-down collar. A dweeb, without doubt, but a very useful dweeb. It occurred to Custer that giving Harriman an exclusive would take that other pesky reporter, the one whose voice was still clamoring out in the street, down a few notches. Slow him down, get him off their backs for a while. It was bracing how quickly he was adjusting to his new responsibility. "Captain Custer," the man said, notebook poised. "Yeah? May I ask you a few questions?" Custer gestured magnanimously. "Shoot." O'Shaughnessy stepped into the captain's outer office, automatically looking around for Noyes. He had a pretty good idea why Custer wanted to see him. He wondered if the subject of the prostitute's $200 would come up, as it sometimes did when he got a little too independent for some flatterer's taste. Normally he wouldn't care. He'd had years to practice letting it all roll off his back. Ironic, he thought, that the trouble was about to come now, just when he'd gotten on an investigation he found himself caring about. Noyes came around the corner, chewing gum, his arms full of papers, his perpetually wet lower lip hanging loose from a row of brown teeth. "Oh," he said. He dropped a pile on his desk, took his sweet time sitting down, then leaned toward a speaker. "He's here," he called into it. O'Shaughnessy sat down, watching Noyes. The man always chewed that nasty, old-fashioned, violet-scented gum, favored by dowagers and alcoholics. The outer office reeked of it. 10 minutes later, the captain appeared in the door, hiking up his pants and tucking in his shirt. He jerked his chin at O'Shaughnessy to indicate he was ready for him. O'Shaughnessy followed him back into the office. The captain sank heavily into his chair. He rolled his eyes toward O'Shaughnessy,
strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He rolled his eyes toward O'Shaughnessy with a stare that was meant to be tough but only looked baleful. Goodness gracious, O'Shaughnessy! He wagged his head from side to side, jowls flapping like a beagle. Goodness gracious! There was a silence. Gimme the report. O'Shaughnessy took a long breath. No? What do you mean, no? I don't have it anymore. I gave it to Special Agent Pendergast. The captain stared at O'Shaughnessy for at least a minute. You gave it to that difficult person? Yes, sir. May I ask why? O'Shaughnessy did not answer immediately. Fact was, he didn't want to get put off this case. He liked working with Pendergast. He liked it a lot. For the first time in years, he found himself lying awake at night thinking about the case, trying to fit the pieces together, dreaming up new lines of investigation. Still, he wasn't going to flatter. Let the showdown come. He requested it, for his investigation. You asked me to assist him, and that's what I did. The jowls began to quiver. O'Shaughnessy, I thought I made it clear that you were to seem to be helpful, not to be helpful. O'Shaughnessy tried to look puzzled. I don't think I quite understand you, sir. The captain rose from his chair with a roar. You know very well what I'm talking about. O'Shaughnessy stood his ground, feigning surprise now as well as puzzlement. No, sir, I don't. The jowls began to shake with rage. O'Shaughnessy, you impudent little... Custer broke off, swallowed, tried to get himself under control. Sweat had broken out above his thick, rubbery upper lip. He took a deep breath. I'm putting you down for administrative leave. Gosh, really? On what grounds? Don't give me that. You know why. Disobeying my direct orders, freelancing for that FBI agent, undermining the department, not to mention getting involved in that excavation down on Doyer Street. O'Shaughnessy knew well that the discovery had been a boon to Custer. It had temporarily taken the heat off the mayor, and the mayor had thanked Custer by putting him in charge of the investigation. I followed procedure, sir, in my liaison work with Special Agent Pendergast.
The hell you did. You've kept me in the dark every step of the way, despite these endless freaking reports you keep filing, which you know very well I don't have time to read. You went way around me to get that report. Goodness, O'Shaughnessy, I've given you every opportunity here, and all you do is defy me. I'll file a grievance with the union, sir. And I'd like to state for the record that, as a Catholic, I am deeply offended by your profanity involving the name of our Savior. There was an astonished silence, and O'Shaughnessy saw that Custer was about to lose it completely. The captain spluttered, swallowed, clenched and unclenched his fists. As for the police union, said Custer in a strained, high voice, bring 'em on. As for the other, don't think you can out-Jesus me, you sanctimonious jerk. I'm a church-going man myself. Now lay your shield and peace down here, he thumped his desk, and get your Irish self out. Go home and boil some potatoes and cabbage. You're on administrative leave pending the result of an internal affairs investigation. Another internal affairs investigation, I might add. And at the union hearing, I'm going to ask for your dismissal from the force. With your record, that won't be too hard to justify. O'Shaughnessy knew this wasn't an empty threat. He removed his gun and badge and dropped them one at a time on the table. Is that all, sir? He asked, as coolly as possible. With satisfaction, he saw Custer's face blacken with rage yet again. Is that all? Isn't that enough? You better start pulling your resume together, O'Shaughnessy. I know a McDonald's up in the South Bronx that needs a rent-a-cop for the graveyard shift. As O'Shaughnessy left, he noticed that Nose's eyes, brimming with wet, sycophantic satisfaction, followed him out the door. He paused on the steps of the station house, momentarily blinded by the sunlight. He thought of the many times he trudged up and down these stairs on yet another aimless patrol or pointless piece of bureaucratic busywork. It seemed a little odd that, despite his carefully groomed attitude of nonchalance, he felt more than a twinge of regret. Pendergast and the case would have to make do without him. Then he sighed, shrugged, and descended the steps. His career was over, and that was that. To his surprise, a familiar car, a Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith, was idling silently at the curb. The door was opened by the invisible figure in the rear. O'Shaughnessy approached, leaned his head inside. "I've been put on administrative leave," he said to the occupant of the rear seat. Pendergast, leaning back against the leather, nodded. "Over the report?" "Yup." "And that mistake I made 5 years ago didn't help any? How unfortunate. I apologize for my role in your misfortune, but get in if you please. We don't have much time." "Didn't you hear what I said?" "I did. You're working for me now." O'Shaughnessy paused. "It's all arranged. The paperwork is going through as we speak. From time to time, I have need of, consulting specialists." Pendergast patted a sheaf of papers lying on the seat beside him. "It's all spelled out in here. You can sign them in the car. We'll stop by the FBI office downtown and get you a photo ID. It's not a shield, unfortunately, but it should serve almost as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Pendergast, but you should know they're opening an... I know all about it. Get in, please." O'Shaughnessy climbed in and closed the door behind him, feeling slightly dazed. Pendergast gestured toward the papers. "Read them. You won't find any nasty surprises. $50 an hour, guaranteed minimum 30 hours a week, benefits, and the rest." "Why are you doing this?" Pendergast gazed at him mildly. "Because I've seen you rise to the challenge. I need a man with the courage of his convictions. I've seen how you work. You know the streets. You can talk to the people in a way I can't. You're one of them. I'm not. Besides, I can't push this case alone. I need someone who knows his way around the Byzantine workings of the NYPD. And you have a certain compassion. Remember, I saw that tape. I'm going to need compassion." O'Shaughnessy reached for the papers, still dazed. Then he stopped. "On one condition," he said. "You know a lot more about this than you've let on. And I don't like working in the dark." Pendergast nodded. "You're quite right. It's time we had a talk. And once we've processed your papers, that's the next order of business. Fair enough?" "Fair enough." And O'Shaughnessy took the papers, scanned them quickly. Pendergast turned to the driver. "Federal Plaza, please, Proctor, and quickly." Nora paused before the deep archway, carved of sand-colored stone streaked with gray. Although it had been recently cleaned, the massive Gothic entrance looked old and forbidding. It reminded Nora of Traitor's Gate at the Tower of London. She half expected to see the iron teeth of a portcullis winking from the ceiling, defenestrating knights peering out of arrow slits above, cauldrons of boiling pitch at the ready. At the base of an adjoining wall, before a low iron railing,
Beside the archway, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Beside the archway, a doorman stood in a large sentry box of bronze and glass, staring implacably out at 72nd Street, silent and erect as a Buckingham Palace guard. He seemed oblivious of her presence, but when she stepped beneath the archway, he was before her in a flash, pleasant but unsmiling. "May I help you?" he asked. "I have an appointment to see Mr. Pendergast. Your name?" "Nora Kelly." The guard nodded, as if expecting her. "Southwest lobby," he said, stepping aside and pointing the way. As Nora walked through the tunnel toward the building's interior courtyard, she saw the guard return to his sentry box and pick up a telephone. The elevator smelled of old leather and polished wood. It rose several floors, came to an unhurried stop. Then the door slid open to reveal an entryway, a single oak door at its far end, standing open. Within the doorway stood Agent Pendergast, his slender figure haloed in the subdued light. "So glad you could come, Dr. Kelly," he said in his mellifluous voice, stepping aside to usher her in. His words were, as always, exceedingly gracious, but there was something tired, almost grim in his tone. Still recovering, Nora thought. He looked thin, almost cadaverous, and his face was even whiter than usual, if such a thing were possible. Nora stepped forward into a high-ceilinged, windowless room.
She looked around curiously. 3 of the walls were painted a dusky rose, framed above and below by black molding. The 4th was made up entirely of black marble, over which a continuous sheet of water ran from ceiling to floor. At the base, where the water gurgled quietly into a pool, a cluster of lotus blossoms floated. The room was filled with the soft, pleasant sound of water and the faint perfume of flowers. 2 tables of dark lacquer stood nearby. One held a mossy tray in which grew a setting of bonsai trees, dwarf maples by the look of them. On the other, inside an acrylic display cube, the skull of a cat was displayed. Coming closer, Nora realized that the skull was, in fact, carved from a single piece of Chinese jade. It was a work of remarkable, consummate artistry, the stone so thin it was diaphanous against the black cloth of the base. Sitting nearby on one of several small leather sofas was Sergeant O'Shaughnessy, in mufti. He was crossing and uncrossing his legs and looking uncomfortable. Pendergast closed the door and glided toward Nora, hands behind his back. "May I get you anything? Mineral water? Lillet? Sherry?" "Nothing, thanks." "Then if you will excuse me for a moment." And Pendergast disappeared through a doorway that had been set almost invisibly into one of the rose-colored walls. "Nice place," she said to O'Shaughnessy. "You don't know the half of it. Where'd he get all the dough?" "Bill Smith, that is, a former acquaintance of mine, said he'd heard it was old family money. Pharmaceuticals, something like that." They lapsed into silence, listening to the whispering of the water. Within a few minutes, the door opened again and Pendergast's head reappeared. "If the 2 of you would be so kind as to come with me?" he asked. They followed him through the door and down a long, dim hallway. Most of the doors they passed were closed, but Nora caught glimpses of a library full of leather and buckram-bound volumes and what looked like a rosewood harpsichord, and a narrow room whose walls were covered with oil paintings, 4 or 5 high in heavy gilt frames. Another, windowless, rice paper walls and tatami mats covering its floor. It was spare, almost stark, and, like the rest of the rooms, very dimly lit. Then Pendergast ushered them into a vast, high-ceilinged chamber of dark, exquisitely wrought mahogany. An ornate marble fireplace dominated the far end. 3 large windows looked out over Central Park. To the right, a detailed map of 19th century Manhattan covered an entire wall. A large table sat in the room's center. Upon it, several objects resting atop a plastic sheet. 24 fragments of broken glass pieces, a lump of coal, a rotten umbrella, and a punched tramcar ticket. There was no place to sit. Nora stood back from the table while Pendergast circled it several times in silence, staring intently, like a shark circling its prey. Then he paused, glancing first at her, then at O'Shaughnessy. There was an intensity, even an obsession in his eyes that she found disturbing. Pendergast turned to the large map, hands behind his back once again. For a moment he simply stared at it. Then he began to speak, softly, almost to himself. "We know where Dr. Leng did his work, but now we are confronted with an even more difficult question. Where did he live? Where did the good doctor hide himself on this teeming island? Thanks to Dr. Kelly, we now have some clues to narrow our search. The tram ticket you unearthed was punched for the West Side Elevated Tramway. So it's safe to assume Dr. Leng was a West Sider. He turned to the map and, using a red marker, drew a line down Fifth Avenue, dividing Manhattan into 2 longitudinal segments. Coal carries a unique chemical signature of impurities depending on where it is mined. This coal came from a long-defunct mine near Haddonfield, New Jersey. There was only one distributor for this coal in Manhattan, Clark & Sons. They had a delivery territory that extended from 110th Street to 139th Street. Pendergast drew 2 parallel lines across Manhattan, one at 110th Street and one at 139th Street. Now we have the umbrella. The umbrella is made of silk. Silk is a fiber that is smooth to the touch, but under a microscope shows a rough, almost toothy texture. When it rains, the silk traps particles, in particular pollen. Microscopic examination of the umbrella showed it to be heavily impregnated with pollen from a weed named Trismegistus gonfalonii, commonly known as marsh dropseed. It used to grow in bogs all over Manhattan, but by 1900 its range had been restricted to the marshy areas along the banks of the Hudson River. He drew a red line down Broadway, then pointed to the small square it bordered. Thus, it seems reasonable to assume that our Dr. Leng lived west of this line, no more than 1 block from the Hudson. He kept the marker, then glanced back at Nora and O'Shaughnessy. "Any comments so far?" "Yes," said Nora. "You said Clark & Sons delivered coal to this area uptown, but why was this coal found downtown in his laboratory?" "Leng ran his laboratory in secret. He couldn't have coal delivered there, so he would have brought small amounts of coal down from his house." "I see." Pendergast continued to scrutinize her. "Anything else?" The room was silent. "Then, we can assume our Dr. Leng lived on Riverside Drive between 110th Street and 139th Street, or on one of the side streets between Broadway and Riverside Drive. That is where we must concentrate our search. You're still talking hundreds, maybe thousands of apartment buildings. 1,305, to be exact. Which brings me to the glassware." Pendergast silently.
Leng purchased his chemicals at the most convenient place. As you can see, there is no shop near his lab downtown, so let us postulate he purchased his chemicals near his house uptown. We can thus eliminate these 2 east side shops. That leaves 3 on the west side. But this one is too far downtown, so we can eliminate it as well. He made crosses through 3 of the 5 dots. That leaves these 2 others. The question is, which one? Once again, his question was greeted by silence. Pendergast laid down the piece of glass and circled the table yet again, then stopped in front of the map. He shopped at neither one. He paused. Because 1,2-aluminophosphocyanates is a dangerous poison. A person buying it might attract attention. So let us assume instead that he shopped at the chemist farthest from his haunts. His house, the museum, the downtown lab. A place where he would not be recognized. Clearly that has to be this one, here, on East 12th Street. New Amsterdam Chemists. He drew a line around the dot. This is where Leng shopped for his chemicals. Pendergast spun around, pacing back and forth before the map. In a stroke of good fortune, it turns out New Amsterdam Chemists is still in business. There may be records, even be some residual memory. He turned to O'Shaughnessy. "I will ask you to investigate. Visit the establishment and check their old records. Then search for old people who grew up in the neighborhood, if necessary. Treat it as you would a police investigation." "Yes, sir." There was a brief silence. Then Pendergast spoke again. "I'm convinced Dr. Leng didn't live on any of the side streets between Broadway and Riverside Drive. He lived on Riverside Drive itself. That would narrow things down from over 1,000 buildings to less than 100. O'Shaughnessy stared at him. "How do you know Leng lived on the drive?" "The grand houses were all along Riverside Drive. You can still see them, mostly broken up into tiny apartments or abandoned now, but they're still theirs, some of them anyway. Do you really think Leng would have lived on a side street, in middle-class housing? This man had a great deal of money. I've been thinking about it for some time. He wouldn't want a place that could be walled in by future construction. He'd want light, a healthy flow of fresh air, and a pleasant view of the river. A view that could never be obstructed. I know he would." "But how do you know?" O'Shaughnessy asked. Suddenly, Nora understood. Because he expected to be there for a very, very long time. There was a long silence in the cool, spacious room. A slow and very uncharacteristic smile gathered on Pendergast's face. "Bravo," he said.
He went to the map and drew a red line down Riverside Drive from 139th Street to 110th. Here is where we must look for Dr. Leng. There was an abrupt, uncomfortable silence. "You mean Dr. Leng's house?" said O'Shaughnessy. "No," said Pendergast, speaking very deliberately. "I mean Dr. Leng." With a huge sigh, William Smithback, Jr. settled into the worn wooden booth in the rear of the Blarney Stone Tavern. Situated directly across the street from the New York Museum's southern entrance, the tavern was a perennial haunt of museum staffers. They had nicknamed the place the Bones because of the owner's penchant for hammering bones of all sizes, shapes, and species into every available surface. Museum wags like to speculate that, were the police to remove the bones for examination, half of the city's missing persons cases, still on the books, would be solved immediately. Smithback had spent many long evenings here in years past, notebooks and beer-spattered laptop in attendance, working on various books. His book about the museum murders, his follow-up book about the subway massacre. It had always seemed like a home away from home to him, a refuge against the troubles of the world. And yet tonight, even the bones held no consolation for him. He recalled a line he'd read somewhere, Brendan Behan perhaps, about having a thirst so mighty it cast a shadow. That's how he felt. It had been the worst week of his life, from this terrible business with Nora to his useless interview with Fairhaven. And to top it all, he'd just been scooped by the freaking Post, by his old nemesis Bryce Harriman no less, twice. First on the tourist murder in Central Park, and then on the bones discovered down on Doyer Street. By rights, that was his story. How had that weenie Harriman gotten an exclusive? He couldn't get an exclusive from his own girlfriend, for goodness sakes. Who did he know? To think he, Smithback, had been kept outside with the milling hacks while Harriman got the royal treatment, the inside story. Gosh, he needed a drink. The droopy-eared waiter came over, hangdog features almost as familiar to Smithback as his own. "The usual, Mr. Smithback?" "No. You got any of the 50-year-old Glen Grant?" "At $36, the waiter said dolefully. "Bring it. I want to drink something as old as I feel." The waiter faded back into the dark, smoky atmosphere. Smithback checked his watch and looked around irritably. He was 10 minutes late, but it looked like O'Shaughnessy was even later than he was. He hated people who were even later than he was, almost as much as he hated people who were on time. The waiter rematerialized, carrying a brandy sniffer with an inch of amber-colored liquid in the bottom. He placed it reverently before Smithback. Smithback raised it to his nose, swirled the liquid about, inhaled the heady aroma of Highland malt, smoke, and fresh water that, as the Scots said, had flowed through peat and over granite. He felt better already. As he lowered the glass, he could see Boylan, the proprietor, in the front, handing a black and tan over the bar with an arm that looked like it had been carved from a twist of chewing tobacco. And past Boylan was O'Shaughnessy, just come in and looking about. Smithback waved, averting his eyes from the cheap polyester suit that practically sparkled despite the dim light and cigar fumes. How could a self-respecting man wear a suit like that? "'Tis himself," said Smithback, in a disgraceful travesty of an Irish accent, as O'Shaughnessy approached. "Ach, aye," O'Shaughnessy replied, easing into the far side of the booth. The waiter appeared again as if by magic, ducking deferentially. "The same for him," said Smithback, and then added, "You know, the 12-year-old." "Of course," said the waiter. "What is it?" O'Shaughnessy asked. "Glen Grant, single malt Scotch, the best in the world. On me." O'Shaughnessy grinned. "What, you forcin' a darn Presbyterian drink down me throat? That's like listening to Verdi in translation. I'd prefer Powers." Smithback shuddered. "That stuff? Trust me, Irish whiskey is better suited to degreasing engines than to drinking. The Irish produce better writers, the Scots better whiskey." The waiter went off, returning with a second sniffer. Smithback waited as O'Shaughnessy sniffed, winced, took a swig. "Drinkable," he said, after a moment. As they sipped in silence, Smithback shot a covert glance at the policeman across the table. So far, he'd gotten precious little out of their arrangement, although he'd given him a pile on Fairhaven. And yet he found he had come to like the guy. O'Shaughnessy had a laconic, cynical, even fatalistic outlook on life that Smithback understood completely. Smithback sighed and sat back. "So, what's new?" O'Shaughnessy's face instantly clouded. "They fired me." Smithback sat up again abruptly. "What? When?" "Yesterday." "Not fired exactly, not yet. Put on administrative leave. They're opening an investigation." He glanced up suddenly. "This is just between you and me." Smithback sat back. "Of course. I've got a hearing next week before the Union Board, but it looks like I'm done for." "Why? Because you did a little moonlighting?" "Custer's angry. He'll bring up some old history. A bribe I took 5 years ago. That, along with insubordination and disobeying orders, will be enough to drag me down. That fat jerk." There was another silence.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. There's one potential source shot to pieces, Smithback thought. Too bad. He's a decent guy. "I'm working for Pendergast now," O'Shaughnessy added in a very low voice, cradling his drink. This was even more of a shock. Pendergast? How so? Perhaps all was not lost. He needed a man Friday. Someone to pound the pavement for him, help track things down. At least, that's what he said. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to head down to the East Village, snoop around a shop where Pendergast thinks Leng might have bought his chemicals. Gosh, now this was an interesting development indeed. O'Shaughnessy working for Pendergast, no longer shackled by the NYPD rules about talking to journalists. Maybe this was even better than before. "If you find something, you'll let me know?" Smithback asked. "That depends. On what? On what you can do for us with that something." "I'm not sure I understand. You're a reporter, right? You do research?" "It's my middle name. Why? You guys need my help with something?" Smithback suddenly glanced away. "I don't think Nora would like that. She doesn't know. Neither does Pendergast." Smithback looked back, surprised. But O'Shaughnessy didn't look like he planned to say anything else about it. No use trying to force anything out of this guy, Smithback thought.
I'll wait till he's good and ready. He took a different tack. So, how'd you like my file on Fairhaven? Fat. Very fat. Thanks. Just a lot of mess, I'm afraid. Pendergast seemed pleased. He told me to congratulate you. Pendergast's a good man, Smithback said cautiously. O'Shaughnessy nodded, sipped. But you always get the sense he knows more than he lets on. All this talk about how we have to be careful, how our lives are in danger. But he refuses to spell it all out. And then, out of nowhere, he drops a bomb on you. His eyes narrowed. And that's where you may come in. Here we go. Me? I want you to do a little digging. Find something out for me. There was a slight hesitation. See, I worry the injury may have hit Pendergast harder than we realized. He's got this crazy theory. So crazy, when I heard it, I almost walked out right then. Yeah? Smithback took a casual sip, carefully concealing his interest. He knew very well what a crazy theory of Pendergast's could turn out to mean. Yeah, I mean, I like this case. I'd hate to turn away from it. But I can't work on something that's nuts. I hear that. So what's Pendergast's crazy theory? O'Shaughnessy hesitated, longer this time. He was clearly struggling with himself over this. Smithback gritted his teeth. Get the man another drink. He waved the waiter over. We'll have another round, he said. Make mine Powers. Have it your way. Still on me. They waited for the next round to arrive. How's the newspaper business? O'Shaughnessy asked. Lousy. Got scooped by the Post. Twice. I noticed that. I could have used some help there, Patrick. The phone call about Doyer Street was nice, but it didn't get me inside. Hey, I gave you the tip. It's up to you to get yourself inside. How'd Harriman get the exclusive? I don't know. All I know is they hate you. They blame you for triggering the copycat killings. Smithback shook his head. Probably gonna can me now. Not for a scoop, 2 scoops. And Patrick, don't be so naive. This is a blood-sucking business, and you either succeed or get taken advantage of. The metaphor didn't have quite the ring Smithback intended, but it conveyed the message. O'Shaughnessy laughed mirthlessly. That about sums it up in my business, too. His face grew graver. But I know what it's like to be canned. Smithback leaned forward conspiratorially. Time to push a little. So, what's Pendergast's theory? O'Shaughnessy took a sip of his drink. He seemed to arrive at some private decision. If I tell you, you'll use your resources, see if there's any chance it's true. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. And you'll keep it to yourself? No story? At least, not yet? That hurt, but Smithback managed to nod in agreement. Okay. O'Shaughnessy shook his head. Not that you could print it anyway. It's totally unpublishable. Smithback nodded. I understand. This was sounding better and better. O'Shaughnessy glanced at him. Pendergast thinks this guy Leng is still alive. He thinks Leng succeeded in prolonging his life. This stopped Smithback cold. He felt a shock of disappointment. Gosh, Patrick, that is crazy. That's absurd. I told you so. Smithback felt a wave of desperation. This was worse than nothing. Pendergast had gone off the deep end. Everybody knew a copycat killer was at work here. Leng, still alive after a century and a half? The story he was looking for seemed to recede further into the distance. He put his head in his hands. How? Pendergast believes that the examination of the bones on Doyer Street, the Catherine Street autopsy report, and the Doreen Hollander autopsy results all show the same exact pattern of marks. Smithback continued to shake his head. So Lang's been killing all this time? For what? The last 130 years? That's what he thinks. He thinks the guy is still living up on Riverside somewhere. For a moment, Smithback was silent, toying with the matches. Pendergast needed a long vacation. He's got Nora examining old deeds, identifying which houses dating prior to 1900 weren't broken into apartments. looking for property deeds that haven't gone into probate for a very, very long time. That sort of thing. Trying to track Leng down. A total waste, Smithback thought. What's going on with Pendergast? He finished his now tasteless drink. Don't forget your promise. You'll look into it? Check the obituaries, comb old issues of the Times for any crumbs you can find? See if there's even a chance Pendergast might be right? Sure, sure. Gosh, what a joke. Smithback was now sorry he'd agreed to the arrangement. All it meant was more wasted time. O'Shaughnessy looked relieved. Thanks. Smithback dropped the matches into his pocket, drained his glass. He flagged down the waiter. What do we owe you? $92, the man intoned sadly. As usual, there was no tab. Smithback was sure a goodly portion went into the waiter's own pockets. $92, O'Shaughnessy cried. How many drinks did you have before I arrived? The good things in life, Patrick, are not free, Smithback said mournfully. That is especially true of single malt scotch. Think of the poor starving children. Think of the poor thirsty journalists. Next time, you pay, especially